Chapter 101, Chapter 31. Northwind Castle Log Part 2. The noblewoman known as Alexia unabashedly sized up Swashbuckler from head to toe. "Miss, while I know I'm handsome, could you be a little more restrained?" Swashbuckler felt a chill run through him. That gaze was like picking out ingredients, making him uncomfortable. Even his usual flirtations came out awkwardly. Alexia's scarlet pupils suddenly brightened. "Excellent? What's excellent? Is it my overly handsome face? Your vitality is strong. You are qualified to become my father's sustenance. This will be the greatest honor of your humble life." Her voice trembled, sounding somewhat intoxicated. She couldn't be bothered to converse with Swashbuckler and was completely absorbed in her own world. "No, I haven't. Take this human away," Alexia ordered coldly. A few guards nearby quickly stepped forward, opened a cage, and forcibly lifted Swashbuckler out. "Easy, easy. Do not grab my neck. Brother, I beg you, let me walk myself, okay?" Swashbuckler did not resist much, but thought secretly, "Am I going to turn into a vampire? This could be interesting." He did not despair. Instead, he became intrigued. The reckless spirit in his heart burned fiercely. Even if Swashbuckler were to die, he would go out with a bang, fitting his identity. Swashbuckler walked along the corridor, under the escort of the guards. He looked around, overwhelmed. Damn. The underground of this refugee shelter was far more expansive than he had imagined, extending into unfathomable depths. Hundreds of iron cages hung in midair along the corridor, filled with blood slaves, driven mad by their bloodlust, likely numbering in the thousands. He was first taken to a secret room where the guards thoroughly cleansed his body. Finally, he was escorted to the end of a dark hallway. A thick door slowly opened. Lamps in the corners flickered to life, casting a dim, wavering light. In the center of the luxuriously adorned, dark, and eerie hall was an intricately carved stone coffin. Alexia lifted her skirt and bowed. "Father, this is your dinner for tonight." The stone coffin slowly opened, and Duke Brad Rackman opened his scarlet eyes, a slight smile tugging at his lips. It seemed his mood was quite good today. Looking at the restrained Swashbuckler, the pale-faced Duke approached, sniffing delicately like he was savoring a fine wine, and said in a hoarse voice, "You have the scent of trickery on you. Why did you come here?" Swashbuckler could not help but shudder. "Damn, you creepy old vampire. If you're going to drink blood, drink it. I do not offer other services." The Duke chuckled, revealing sharp teeth. "You are right. Once I transform you into a vampire variant, you will be entirely under my control. This will be the greatest honor of your life. Enjoy this moment." Swashbuckler replied sarcastically, "Are all you vampires this narcissistic?" The Duke did not care about attempting to provoke the human before him, merely smiling contemptuously. "You mortal beings can never understand a mortal like me. I come from centuries past. My origin has long been lost to the darkness. I was once a great general. All of Anzita trembled under my giant eagle. But I chose a more twisted path, and you will become the sustenance for my further transformation into true immortality. So, tremble, fear, respect. When I rule this land, your blood will boil within my immortal body." The Duke caressed Swashbuckler's neck, speaking with an air of intoxication. He was not really talking to his meal, but was rather immersed in his own dream of immortality, in which he alone was the only noble being. Regarding the common vice of this vampire family, Swashbuckler muttered, "Damn, how is this old vampire not dead yet?" But he was held fast by the guards, unable to move. "I am eternally undead." The Duke sneered before sinking his teeth into Swashbuckler's vulnerable neck. His blood vessels bulged as his blood was greedily sucked. An irreversible transformation was taking place. His body visibly emaciated, his once rosy skin turned deathly pale. The light of life in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a red glow. "Excellent. Throw this insolent scum into the dungeon." The Duke reluctantly released him, wiping the blood from his mouth with an exquisite silk handkerchief. "Yes, my lord." Much lighter, Swashbuckler was put into an iron cage, just like those blood slaves. However, Swashbuckler felt no sorrow. Instead, he looked at the information continually updating on his panel with some joy. "You have been attacked by the vampire Duke Brad Rackman, transforming into a special template vampire variant. No, this transformation is irreversible. You have acquired the trait born from death. Most victims of vampire attacks become vampire variants, greedy creations filled with a vampire's bloodlust, under the control of their vampire creator. If the vampire allows their variant to drink their own blood, the variant also becomes a true vampire, no longer under the creator's control. Of course, this is extremely rare. Usually, variants only regain freedom upon their creator's death. You have acquired the trait Undying Essence. You do not need to breathe air or eat. You have acquired the trait Regeneration. You can recover from any injuries unless attacked by a weakness. You have acquired the trait Spider Walk. You can climb walls and hang from the ceiling. You have acquired vampire weaknesses. Wounding Water, Wooden Stake Heart Piercing, Sunlight Allergy, Relic Fear. When encountering any of this damage, you may face permanent death. This template is awesome. Combined with my Trickster occupation. TSK. Absolutely devious. He was already fantasizing about stealing like mad, unrestrained in the mines. But first, I need to get out of here. And that disgusting old vampire. Someday I will make him pay dearly in gold coins. Swashbuckler recalled the Duke's caresses, and a chill swept over him. Damn, could this old vampire be a priest? He muttered while pulling out thief tools from the hidden pocket of his robe, skillfully picking the lock. A technique he had perfected over time. Creak. The iron cage door rattled, making a piercing noise. When the guards patrolled by, the cage was already empty, and Swashbuckler was effortlessly clinging to the ceiling, watching the guards below, silently mocking. Did not see that coming, did you? This is my escape route. Chapter 102. Chapter 33. Northwind Castle Log Part 3. The Swashbuckler clung to the ceiling of the dark dungeon, silently crawling, while the blood slaves in the iron cages let out shrill wails. Oh, blood. Give me blood. They had long lost their sanity from the many years of captivity, their desire for blood reducing them to beasts driven solely by instinct. None of them can even speak properly. The Swashbuckler looked at the blood slaves, shaking his head in exasperation. Suddenly, a hoarse voice broke the silence. Newcomer, you should escape. Once the Duke wakes up, you will not be able to. At least now you can still enjoy playing the cat and mouse game. Stealing a moment of freedom. Pretty amusing, right? The Swashbuckler glanced toward the voice. A man stood straight within a cage. His face pale, but his attire much more intact, though marked by the ravages of time and partially decayed. Who are you? Yeno Rackman. That's surname. Yes. I am the Duke's offspring, the former Earl of Hurry Fortress, and one of his 1,172 vampire variants, imprisoned here with the blood slaves for rebelling against his brutal ruling. Even in captivity, his tone carried the inherent arrogance of his family. The Swashbuckler retorted, Why do you think I cannot escape? Yeno Rackman chuckled lightly. The Swashbuckler, unable to bear it any more, cursed. What is wrong with everyone in your family? Is there anyone who can speak normally? Yeno's hoarse voice rose again. My father's strength is far beyond your imagination. All vampire variants have a slave mark branded deep within their souls. The Duke can easily control all the variants with his will. And when he ascends, you and I will turn into boiling blood within his body. The Swashbuckler replied bluntly. Then just kill the old vampire. Won't that solve it? Another weary chuckle followed. The Swashbuckler raged. What's so funny? Is it really that funny? Even Creekwood Town's chicken god I dare to kill. What does an old vampire count for? Yeno gently shook his head. I've seen too many like you. Over 100 years in the dungeon. I've seen countless escape from their cages, seeking revenge. But ultimately, none have escaped their destined fate, becoming mindless blood slaves. This is the Duke's eternal curse. So run while you still have some freedom left. I know my father well. He enjoys this cat and mouse game. He often plays the role of the all-knowing and all-powerful, watching his prey spiral into despair. Perhaps he's watching you now. The Swashbuckler shuddered at the thought of the old vampire observing him. That old vampire, could he really be all-knowing? He shook his head, brushing the thought away, and turned to the man in the cage. Then why the hell did you rebel if it's all destined? Do you think you're so noble if fate really ruled all? You wouldn't be locked up in this miserable cage. Your words only show how you've become more cowardly. After a pause, Yeno finally responded. Maybe you're right. Sensing an opening, the swashbuckler pressed further. So there's no difference between you and the fools you mock. Stop pretending to be some wise old prophet. It's annoying as hell. He raised 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 choices. First, I bust you out. You've been here over a century, so you should know something useful. If not, you're worthless. You lead me to your father's vaults and help me find a way to take him down. Second, you stay in this dog cage, muttering your fake garbage to the next poor soul, and end up nothing but a puddle of blood. Choose. Yeno didn't understand everything he said, but the tone made it clear enough. He stared at the swashbuckler's face, unfazed and casual. This one was different. Every vampire variant he had met broke down into panic, rage, or madness. But not this one. This one looked like he simply didn't care. It was unsettling. He wasn't calm from strength, but from apathy. Like even death meant nothing to him. Strange. In over a century, he had never met anyone like this. Yeno stayed quiet, thinking. The swashbuckler eventually snapped. Well, you coming or not, I'm about to piss in your cage and leave. Don't test me. If you're not useful, then you're just dead weight. So what's it going to be, you a man or not? Fine. I'll go with you. After a long silence, Yeno gave his answer. Maybe, just maybe, this strange man could change their doomed fate. There you go. Why so dramatic? I thought I'd need to haul you out in a throne. The swashbuckler grumbled while unlocking the cage with expert speed. The iron door creaked open. Yeno stepped out for the first time in 100 years. Quick, is there a treasure room or something? Lead me to rob your old man blind. I want to clean him out so hard he wakes up broke and confused. Yeno didn't respond right away. Well, is there or not? Don't tell me you spent 100 years down here and don't know where he hides the gold. If you're clueless, then get back in the cage. I'm not babysitting some noble poser. Still speechless, Yeno tried to gather himself. He was a noble, not used to such madness. I do know some of the vault locations, but they are heavily guarded. With our current strength, it's unlikely we can. He trailed off as he realized the swashbuckler had already vanished. From a shadowed wall came the soft sound of rustling. Cloaked in black, the swashbuckler crawled along like a roach. Will you gawking at never seen a trickster thief before? Get up here and lead the way. Forget the guards. We're sneaking straight into that stash. Yeno sighed. Once more silence. Then he swallowed his pride and followed. Chapter 103. Chapter 34. The contention of scouts at the edge of Stormy Ridge. More than 40 giant eagles flew in tight formation. On each one sat a knight clad in full plate armor, the emblem of an eagle and sword shining on their chests. They were the elite of the Rackham family, known as the Northwind Eagle Guards. This time, the entire order had been dispatched. 48 scouts to gather aerial intel on enemy forces. The Rackham family was throwing everything into this war. This specific unit was the 6th Regiment, rebuilt from the ashes of Alger's fallen forces. Their current commander was Nellie, the only female leader among the 6 regiments. She had once served directly under Alger. Wearing thick armor and gripping the Eagle Shriek silver sword, Nellie stared ahead, her clear eyes steady. We're back here again. Stormy Ridge. She whispered it to herself, her voice barely audible. This place haunted her. The commander she once looked up to had stayed behind to buy their escape. His fate was still unknown. She believed he would never kneel to the dragons. Most of her former comrades were burned alive here, their bones turned to ash and dragon fire. The thought made her clench her teeth. I will avenge you, Commander, and my fallen comrades. Even if it kills me, I will crush this evil nest, repay his grace's kindness, and let justice sweep through all of Anzita. With fire in her heart, she nudged the eagle with her legs. The giant bird let out a long cry. But she had forgotten. Stormy Ridge's skies no longer belonged to the Eagle Guards. The ashen nest was now guarded by 18 red-scale conquerors. No intruder would be spared. Commander. Something ahead. The lead scout called out. Nellie narrowed her eyes. A dozen large wyverns were flying toward them at high speed, led by a rare dragon veined giant eagle. On their backs rode knights in heavy armor. But their faces were twisted, bearing dragon-like features. They were half dragon, half human horrors. Damn. Red dragon minions. Northwind eagle guards. Prepare for battle. Nellie's blades sliced the air, whistling like a hawk. She knew these monsters. The red-scale conquerors were feared across the lands. On the other side, Alger had already spotted them. The eagle guards hadn't bothered to hide. They soared into enemy airspace bold and loud. But that only made them easy targets. Alger's sharp eyes locked on the lead eagle. A flicker of recognition crossed his face. Nellie, his old comrade, the stubborn woman who had followed him through fire. He hadn't expected their reunion to be like this. He took a deep breath, steadying his mind. The old Alger was dead, burned in dragon flame. What remained was a red dragon minion, a servant of the ashen nest. He gently stroked the feathers of his giant eagle. The creature sensed something too. Maybe it remembered the past. Edgar, get ready, because now we serve different masters. His quiet words vanished into the wind. Alger raised the ever-burning greatsword. Flames erupted along its length, bright as the midday sun. He roared, "Red-scale conquerors, with me, destroy them." Behind him, the other players roared in unison. Charge, charge, burn it all. For the ashen nest. 4 contribution points. Damn, their combat is crazy. Nellie's troops responded quickly. Facing a smaller force, they spread out in a wide formation, hoping to use their numbers and eagle agility to surround and crush the wyverns. But before they got close, the first casualties had already fallen. From a distance, Singo raised his bow and aimed at the lead eagle. Steady now. Purple runes lit up on the eagle's wings. But the creature didn't flinch, soaring on. Singo released his hold, and with the power of the elven precision skill and the hunter's mark spell, his arrow was guaranteed to hit. Whoosh, the arrow shot through the air. It pierced the giant eagle's chest, striking the heart directly. The giant eagle collapsed, and the eagle guard riding it fell with a cry, meeting his end. The red-scale conqueror players erupted. Amazing, Singo got the first kill. My contribution value. I'm not satisfied beside him. Mantis stared at the falling eagle guard and shouted, "No way, Singo." Was that a fluke hitting from that far away? Singo scoffed and replied, "Do you understand the value of an elven precision archer skill? This is technique. If you're not convinced, come duel me in an arrow shootout." Manta knew he couldn't win, but still argued you got lucky with one arrow, and are already showing off dare to shoot another. Singo said that time they were unprepared. If they're smart, they'll adjust. He pointed toward the eagle guards. Sure enough, their formation had already shifted. Among the Northwind Eagle Guard unit, Nellie stared at her fallen comrade in disbelief and muttered to herself, how is this possible with her years of experience? She knew full well that shooting mid-air was difficult, and hitting a target hundreds of meters away was near impossible even on the ground. She hadn't thought to take extra precautions while approaching. The fallen Eagle Guard told her one thing. The strength of these dragon minions was far beyond what she expected. Nellie raised her Eagle Shriek silver sword and shouted, "Disperse, avoid the enemy archers, fire." The Eagle Guards spread out to avoid being easy targets. They showed off their riding skills, weaving, dodging, and circling, trying to surround the enemies from all sides. Whoosh, another arrow soared. Feathers flew through the air. Another Eagle Guard fell, crying out as they tumbled down. Singo lowered his longbow, glancing at Mantu, whose jaw was nearly on the floor. Singo spoke calmly, "All that weaving, and they're still just pushovers." Manta grumbled, "You really showed off this time." Chapter 104. Chapter 35 Aerial Duel. After taking heavy hits from the players, the Eagle Guards finally closed into a distance where they could fight back. Unfortunately, trying to shoot accurately while flying at high speeds was nearly useless. And even if they did hit, their arrows were too weak to pierce the wyvern's thick scales. Meanwhile, the players were in top form. One shot brought down a giant eagle at close range. Some players specialized in throwing weapons, hurling short spears that pierced both the rider and the eagle in one strike. "Damn, it feels great," a player named Big Blade shouted. He had 17 points in strength and was nicknamed Strong Brother by other players. He even trained in the Tavern Brawl skill just to enjoy hurling weapons from the sky. Giant eagles only had soft feathers, not protective scales. Damn it, Nellie bit her lip, her face darkening. She watched her guards fall one after another without dealing any real damage. They had already lost 10. Even she had narrowly dodged an arrow by pulling a hard turn midair. This can't go on. She raised her Eagle Howl longsword and commanded Northwind Eagle Guards. Listen close and form circular formations. The sharp cries of eagles echoed across the sky. The Eagle Guards stopped trying useless archery and charged in. Their goal was to form tight circles of 3 to 4 guards around each red scale conqueror. The plan to use their numbers and maneuverability to wear the enemies down one by one. This tactic came straight out of the Northwind Eagle Guard combat manual. But unfortunately, they were up against their former commander. Alger, as the fight closed in, Alger saw them coming. The one leading was his old subordinate, Nelly. Seems like you've learned. Well, Nelly, he recognized the tactic instantly. But now, after fighting alongside the players, Alger had picked up new strategies. One of them was the energy maneuver tactic, converting kinetic and potential energy to adapt in aerial combat and keep a combat edge. The giant eagles were smaller, faster, and more agile than the dragon vein giant eagle. Up to 5 eagle guards now circled Alger, looking for a moment to strike. Eagle Alger gave a calm command. His mount immediately shot upward, trading speed for height, pulling off a vertical loop that let them escape the trap with ease. Nellie's eyes narrowed as she watched the half-dragon, half-human knight continue the encirclement. Don't let him counter. The giant eagles weaved and twisted through the sky. Nellie led 5 skilled guards to pressure Alger. Still, they couldn't land a hit and were being toyed with. Something about his movement seemed familiar to her. Why does it feel like? Alger climbed high again, upside down in midair, then dove like a meteor. Danger, Nellie shouted. The dragon vein giant eagle sliced the air, diving fast, striking an eagle guard from the side. The speed was so overwhelming, the eagle guard didn't even realize what hit them. Shoo, the blazing, ever-burning greatsword cleaved through the giant eagle's neck, and its rider fell, screaming. Alger ascended again, slower now, building up for the next strike. Damn evil dragon minion, Nellie growled, wanting to cut him down then and there. She kept calm and ordered attack while he's rising. Watch his dive path. The eagle guards loose their arrows. But Alger flipped and turned midair, weaving smoothly, dodging every shot. It looked like a graceful dance in the sky. The arrows always missed by just a bit. Eagle Alger gave the signal again. His mount understood instantly and dove once more. Feathers scattered, blood sprayed, and another eagle guard was struck down. Facing this half-dragon, half-human knight, the eagle guards looked like playthings in a deadly game. Nellie was silent for a moment, then said clearly, "Disperse, let me deal with him. I won't lose again." Her dark brown eyes shone with determination. She had once barely survived a disaster that took her commander and comrades. Instead of giving up, she trained through fire and pain, pushing herself beyond limits. Now she stood as the first female commander of the Northwind Eagle Guard in 100 years. She would not let history repeat itself. Even if it cost her life, Turna, she whispered to her eagle companion. Then her voice rose with courage. "This time I won't flee." Hastily, Nellie squeezed her legs, driving the giant eagle into the sky with a piercing cry. She raised the silver sword in her hand and launched a direct frontal charge at the fearsome enemy. "Die, evil dragon minion." Alger, watching Nellie rush straight at him, murmured to himself that this was a challenge to a duel. Then so be it. His eyes turned serious. He bent his body slightly, gripped the ever-burning greatsword tightly, and piloted the massive dragon vein giant eagle into a diving charge. The distance between them was 100 meters. But in flight, that passed in an instant. Nellie fixed her gaze on the charging figure. Her heart pounded. Sweat trickled down her hand, gripping the sword. The enemy was so close now that she could see every scale on his face. That half-dragon knight began a diving attack, wielding the flaming greatsword. In that instant, Nellie suddenly hesitated. The movement was too familiar. The dive, the sword strike, even the crouching posture. A terrifying possibility flashed through her mind. The evil monster before her, this half-dragon, half-person, was her once-admired commander. This can't be. No, I am still fighting. She quickly regained her senses, gripping the silver sword tightly. But the brief moment of distraction cost her the final chance of victory. Flames filled her vision. The sharp, long sword mercilessly sliced through her vulnerable neck. As her head plummeted from the sky, her beautiful and resilient face still bore a trace of bewilderment and helplessness. Chapter 105, Chapter 36, The Arrival of the Allied Forces, another easy victory. Facing enemies stunned in battle, Alger never missed a chance. But he felt no joy in killing them. Even the giant eagle beneath him let out a low, mournful cry. Alger looked down at the spot where Nellie had fallen and spoke calmly. "Eagle, I told you, we're just after our own masters. The old Alger died long ago." Nellie should have understood that. Without a moment of mourning for his fallen friend, Alger rode his giant eagle back into the battlefield. "Eagle, continue fighting." But the skirmish was nearly over. The novice Wyvern Knights couldn't withstand the seasoned Eagle Guards, and the fight had become completely one-sided. Watch me roast them. Triple kill. Going crazy killing spree. Don't steal my kills. I'm maxing out my contribution today. The Wyverns, ignoring the Eagle Guard's attempts at tactics, unleashed a torrent of fire, turning many guards into charred husks that plummeted to the ground. Forget strategy. Forget careful positioning. These players just charged and torched anything in sight. If an Eagle Guard tried a sneak attack, the players would spin midair to chase them down, ignoring the enemies in front of them just to take out the threat behind. Even worse, their natural scales made enemy arrows feel like tickles. This wild, reckless style completely overwhelmed the disciplined Eagle Guards. What kind of fighting is this? Nothing like what they were trained for. With Nellie fallen, the Northwind Eagle Guards had lost their leader. They couldn't keep up with the chaos. The battle turned into a one-sided chase. Keep chasing. Keep chasing. Where are you running? Scoundrel halt. Mantu, riding his wyvern noodle, led the charge. He clutched his 5-meter lance tightly, face full of excitement. The lance was already stained with blood, thirsty for more. Seeing the Eagle Guards trying to flee, Mantu activated his skill. Dragon's Roar charge. The wyvern and its rider roared together. The sound was so fearsome, it made nearby eagles tremble. Their speed dropped. Wings wobbled. Flight became unstable. Prepare to die. 500 contributions, here I come. Mantu dove down on his wyvern. Just as his lance was about to pierce an enemy's back, an arrow whizzed past his side, striking the Eagle Guard in the head. The arrow punched straight through the forehead. The Eagle Guard fell. Mantu didn't get his contribution. His smug smile faded. He shouted in frustration. "Hind dog, why'd you steal my kill? My 500 contributions." From above came a lazy voice. "I'm an archer, aren't I? If I don't land finishing blows, what's the point? I had him targeted long ago. Blame your lance for not being as fast as my arrow. Damn it. If you're bad, practice more. You've only killed a few. I've got 6,000 contributions already. Then stop stealing my kills. I stunned him with Dragon's Roar. You stunned him so I could finish him, right? To hell with you." The battle had fully devolved into a massacre. Alger no longer paid attention to the chaos. He had been around these players long enough to know how insane they could be about contributions. He trusted they wouldn't let a single enemy escape. What worried him now was the Allied forces. These guys were so loud. They'd be exposed easily. "Eagle, let's scout ahead." His giant eagle responded instantly, almost reading his thoughts. While the players chased their points, Alger slipped away quietly. Finally found it. He crossed the mountains and spotted his target in the distance. It was unmistakable. An enormous army, tens of thousands, marching across the wilderness like a living torrent. Many wore iron armor, carried spears. Horses neighed. Infantry and cavalry moved together. Spear tips gleamed under the sun. Heavy carts, draped in cloth, carried unknown supplies. Several flags fluttered above the army. At the center flew the gray eagle banner, Rackman's Northwind Eagle. Beside it waved the blue northern lion of Bosk and the yellow double-headed eagle of Nade. Many other banners represented noble houses. There were also countless laborers, serfs carrying grain, driving carts. Thin and tired, they bent under the heavy loads. Giant eagles patrolled the skies. Each army had its own uniform, dark gray for Rackman, deep blue for Bosk, earthy yellow for Nade. But overall, gray dominated the force. Even with the full population of the 12 kingdoms, the Northern United Kingdom did not number 1,000,000. Rackman's capital city, Northwind Castle, had only 30,000 people. This time, the Rackman family, had sent nearly 20,000. They had gone all in to crush the Ashen Nest. Staring at the force below, Alger murmured, "The allied forces of the northern three kingdoms. They have come, just as expected. And Zeta, it has been decades since we have seen a war like this. I must report to the master immediately." Alger ordered his eagle to speed across the sky. They raced back toward Dragon Valley. "Master, this is the situation I observed." Alger knelt on the ground and spoke in a deep voice. "Very good, I understand." Cassius lay coiled at the highest point, casually grooming his scales, showing no sense of urgency despite the looming war. Within Dragon Valley, the leaders of various Ashen Nest factions had already gathered. Ogre Mage Ramp, Goblin Chieftain Dolores, Wyvern Leader Steeg, the Chimera, Lizard Folk Leader Acker, and Shaman Coda, Kobold Magician Genia. Also present were representatives from the newly conquered races, the Orcs, the Half-Goat People, the Pureblood Serpent Folk. Essentially, all notable figures of the Ashen Nest were there, waiting quietly. And Zeta has not seen such a large-scale war in a long time, not since the Northern Lion Alliance War 30 years ago. Delena added this softly. Though she currently served only as a strategist, she was earnest in her efforts. According to Lord Alger's report, the Allied forces have advanced to the edge of Stormy Ridge. Only the Telfa Hills in that region are suitable for large-scale troop movements. And here, she spread a sheepskin map and pointed to a wide, flat valley. To the north stood a mountain range with just one pass connecting to Stormy Ridge. To the south, it was enclosed by rolling hills. Triel Valley is their inevitable path to Dragon Valley. All we need to do is hold this defensible position, the throat of Triel, and we can secure Stormy Ridge and block the Allied forces from passing through. Cassius made no comment, calmly observing his retainers from above. Ramp adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a somber tone, "I believe this plan is solid. We can set up spell traps ahead of time, sowing chaos among their troops and breaking their will to fight." Still, Cassius remained silent, simply watching. The others stayed quiet too, adopting a wait-and-see stance. Dolores's eyes flashed. He snorted white smoke and barked at Ramp. "Ramp, you have studied human magic so long that you have turned as timid as a human mage. Are we, the Ashen Nest, going to cower before a band of humans?" The great goblin raised his spear high, shouting loudly. "We are the retainers of the mighty red dragon. Destruction and conquest flow in our veins. We should take the initiative, use fire and strength to annihilate them. Break their courage. Bring them blood and death." His rallying words sparked approval among the retainers. They were mostly not very bright, but they admired brute force. Dolores's words hit home. Ramp scoffed. "You are ignoring natural advantages just to charge blindly. Your skull is stuffed with goblin dung. Pathetic fool." "Exactly, Lord Ramp. Those goblins are greedy, cowardly, and dim-witted." Genia, the Kobold Magician, chimed in just in time. Though he spoke generally, every word made Dolores tremble with rage. His face turned an even deeper red. Dolores stepped forward, glaring at him fiercely. "Genia, get lost. You are not qualified to speak here." But Genia, standing beside the massive Ramp, puffed his chest with courage. He spread his wings wide toward Dolores and sneered. "Look who has the purer bloodline of the Master. Look who carries the true dragon vein." Dolores let out a furious laugh. "You? Enough." The dragon's voice swept over them like thunder. An invisible wave of dragons might surge through the valley, pressing down on every being present. Instantly, everything fell still. Whether ogre, goblin, or kobold, no one dared to breathe too loudly. "We do need to take the initiative." Dolores's eyes lit up. He cast a smug glance at Ramp. Cassius paused before continuing. "But I intend to give them a grand gift." The red dragon slowly rose onto his forelimbs and stretched out his colossal wings. The war horns of Dragon Valley began to sound. The deep blare, made from azure-footed worm horns, echoed like thunder. Goblins pushed forward massive land dragon beasts, the earth trembling beneath them. Tieflings and lizard folk warriors, fully armored, marched in tight formations. From the mines and nests across Stormy Ridge, swarms of kobolds and goblins poured forth like a tide. The Ashen Nest, a terrifying beast long dormant, now bare its claws and fangs to the world. Meanwhile, in the Northern Allied Forces camp, a white-gloved hand slapped down onto a map scroll. Here, Trial Valley. This is our main camp. From there, we can press forward to Stormy Ridge or retreat to the throat of Trial. Everything about the terrain is perfect. The speaker was a man in his 40s, wearing ornate knight's armor, well-groomed mustache, commanding presence. Robert Dudley, youngest Earl of the Rackman Duchy, trusted son-in-law of Duke Brad Rackman, commander of the Tri-Nation Alliance and a veteran noble knight. Inside the tent, a young blond man voiced a concern. What if they attack from behind and trap us in the valley? Laughter filled the tent. The one who spoke was Andre Bosk, third son of the Northern Lion Bosk House, a promising young paladin devoted to the oath of honor. Though strong in faith, he was naive and impulsive. He was often mocked behind his back as the little lion. Robert smoothed his mustache, chuckling. Andre, war is not a simple game. This is not a duel. In battles with tens of thousands, troop movements are not like chess pieces. He pointed to the map again. Look here. The Lext Mountains form a natural wall on the edge of Stormy Ridge. There is no way they can sneak behind us. Andre thought it over, then spoke softly. I understand, Lord Robert. Chapter 107, Chapter 38, War Part 2. Count Matthew Nate of the Nate Duchy raised his voice. What is your plan for the order of the army's assault? The room fell silent. This was the question all the noble lords most wanted to ask. Under the northern feudal system, their troops were their lifeblood. No one wanted to bleed for the greater good. Some had even joined the war under pressure, lured by irresistible terms from the Rackman family. Duke Robert pressed both gloved hands gently on the table and answered calmly, Everyone rest assured, I will not let your armies die in vain. The Duke has conscripted 10,000 laborers. They will form the Legion of Honor. These brave souls will test the strength of the dragon's minions for us. A wave of relief passed through the tent. So there will be cannon fodder after all. Andre, however, frowned. How can we let commoners act as cannon fodder? That goes against the spirit of knighthood. Knighthood values bravery and compassion. Laughter broke out again. The tent felt lighter. This little lion was hopelessly naive. Northern nobles did not consider these so-called gray beasts to be worth anything. Seeing Andre's serious expression, Robert managed to suppress his laughter and offered an explanation. They are volunteers. If they fall in battle, the duchy will generously compensate their families. Whether they had families, and whether that compensation would ever reach them, that was another matter entirely. Before this, the Legion of Honor were just farmers. No military training. No proper weapons. No real armor. Mostly used for feeding horses and moving supplies. Now they would march at the front. Tenant farmers. Serfs. People with no rights. Even if they made achievements, the credit would go to their lords. Such was their fate. The northern nobility saw them as nothing more than chaff. Andre felt the mocking eyes all around him. He lowered his head in silence. Robert pointed to the map and continued to lay out his tactical arrangements. The Rackman family's direct army, the Claw of the Male Eagle, numbering over 8,000, would hold the central position, making a frontal attack once the laborers had scouted the situation. The Bosk family's 3,000-strong Lionheart Legion, along with the Nate family's 5,000-strong reinforcements, would guard both flanks upon entering Stormy Ridge. Private armies of various noble lords, totaling over 4,000, will be interspersed within the Allied forces, following the commander's orders. Though Robert did not expect them to be easily controlled, he mixed them up primarily to prevent them from fighting each other before the battle began. The 300 Northwind Eagle Guards would circle in the air, surveying the situation and providing airstrikes at crucial moments. For some reason, the 6th Northwind Hawk Guard Brigade, sent to scout, had not yet returned, causing Robert considerable frustration. A baron from the Rackman Duchy asked in a low voice what about that giant dragon. He said he had heard it was a terrifying existence. His fief was close to Stormy Ridge, and fearful rumors of the dreaded flame-winged dragon often reached the north. In those poems, the red dragon was described as a beloved of Tiamat, an incarnation of the infernal flame devil, a master of endless flames, the prophesied destroyer of the northern kingdom, capable of burning everything. Robert sneered. The so-called flame-winged dragon. He said not to be deceived by those foolish bard poems. Whether from the intelligence of the Northwind Eagle Guards or his divination spells, It was confirmed to be merely a young red dragon with a slightly unusual breath, even smaller than a typical young dragon. The mage known as Grey Hawk, who was also in the tent, raspily said, "This is Sir Schroeder, the duchy's chief archmage. His mastery of spells is unrivaled among us." Robert continued, "Indeed, those so-called poems were likely just the self-aggrandizing propaganda of that vain red dragon." He told him to follow him. Feeling that words alone were insufficient, Robert strode out of the tent, followed closely by the nobles. They came to an open area where supplies were stored. Their eyes were immediately drawn to a massive object covered with a thick cloth, standing over 2 meters tall. Just this one piece required 12 horses and over 100 laborers for transport, and there were 3 of them. They had long noticed it and were intensely curious. Robert gave the signal. The guards stepped forward and removed the thick cloth covering it. It was a giant, clumsy mechanical weapon made of coarse black wood and dark gray metal. The body was tall and thick, with a sturdy iron frame at the base supported by several metal wheels to aid in slow movement. On top was a conical arrow tube wrapped in iron plates studded with rivets. Long, curved crossbow arms were fixed on either side. A giant arrow, as thick as an arm and over 2 meters long, lay quietly on the bed. Its iron tip glinted coldly, with traces of blood on it. This was a formidable great crossbow. The crowd gasped in awe at this terrifying weapon of war. Duke Robert seemed pleased with their reactions and explained proudly, "This is a dragon-slaying ballista. Its arrowheads are soaked in dragon blood, easily piercing a dragon's scales. 140 years ago, General Turner Rackman killed the ravaging elder white dragon, Glacier Wing, with one of these. He raised a finger, waving it deliberately. One shot, just one shot pierced the dragon's heart. And back then, the great General Turner only had one dragon-slaying ballista. Now, the Rackman Duchy spent tens of thousands of gold coins to acquire these 3 dragon-slaying ballistae and used hundreds of horses and over 1,000 laborers to bring them here. He said they could understand the immense effort they had made and his confidence. If that giant dragon dared to show itself, these 3 ballistae would bring it down." Robert's tone was filled with certainty. "Flame-winged dragon." He said he would make it the fallen dragon. Chapter 108. Chapter 39. War Part 3. The vanguard of the Allied forces advanced to the hilly area before Triel Valley. Damn, where are the enemies? The knight on horseback gazed into the distance. He did not see any sign of the monsters, but the numerous traps in Triel Valley had already driven him to distraction. Various pitfalls, poison arrows, lassos, and tripwires only resulted in dozens of deaths, but they caused the front units to move cautiously forward. After all, their principal job was not combat. Before the war, they were just timid laborers, even serfs without personal freedom. The commander of the Legion of Honor was named Joseph, merely a baron. However, he did not even have his own fief. This so-called baron was more like an honorary title. Joseph was once a lowly carpenter's son, but through luck, he was chosen by the Rackman family, received the purest knightly education, and ultimately leaped in social class to become an honorary noble and the commander of this so-called Legion of Honor. He always felt grateful to the Rackman family, often fantasizing about dying heroically on the battlefield, repaying the family's kindness with the death a knight should have. Watching the hesitant militia, Joseph suddenly felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. This bunch of worms. How dare they serve alongside me? I am a knight, a noble from above. Thinking this, he rode directly to the front of the formation. Crack. He lashed the hesitant soldiers with his whip, causing them to cry out in pain and agony. Joseph shouted angrily, "Advance forward for me. No one is allowed to hide at the back." His grace was merciful enough to provide you scum with food and even relief funds. Is it to waste time here? If such small traps can stop you, where is your courage? How do you live up to the honor of the title bestowed by His grace? Under Joseph's stern orders, over 100 supervising officers also used violent means to urge the soldiers forward, finally making the Legion of Honor advance properly. Even though this massive legion often had trampling accidents, at least they would not be stopped by a trap or 2. Finally, the terrain opened up ahead, flat and expansive, as they finally entered Triel Valley. They finally made it. Joseph breathed a sigh of relief. Marching through the complex hilly terrain, those various traps had driven him mad. Out of the thousands of militia members, They had already lost over 100 men before even starting the battle, making the remaining ones feel some panic due to those dead soldiers. He had to kill several deserters in a row to barely maintain order. These despicable creatures. They did not even deserve to be called the Legion of Honor. These fellows who utterly lacked noble honor. They should be starved to death. Joseph cursed silently as he rode his horse. Sir. The messenger's voice trembled slightly. What is it? Are there more deserters up ahead, or another trampling accident, or another trap? Don't bring everything to me to handle. I'm here to fight for honor, not to babysit. Joseph spoke impatiently, unable to bear it any longer. No, sir. It's none of that. Then what is it? Sir, please come and see for yourself. The messenger's voice trembled even more. Joseph urged his horse forward and looked into the distance, only to stare dumbfoundedly into silence. On that flat, expansive wasteland was a mottled torrent made up of goblins and kobolds. Their march stirred up a dust cloud. This endless torrent surged in from all directions, probably numbering in the tens of thousands. Their eyes glowed with a haunting light, letting out low, clamorous roars. Many of the monsters had sparse scales on their bodies, granted by the bloodline of the red dragon, filling their veins with a greedy thirst for slaughter and destruction. Dozens of winged kobolds, whirred, flew chaotically in the air. This is Joseph's hand holding the reins trembled. He had imagined countless times charging on the battlefield, heroically slaying enemies and dying of exhaustion, sacrificing his life for the family. He was always moved to tears by such thoughts, secretly determined to die heroically when the opportunity arose. But he never imagined the real battlefield would be like this. If they rushed into the torrent of monsters, they would be torn to pieces, devoid of any honor and dignity. No, it should not be like this, Joseph murmured to himself. For a moment, he even wanted to turn his horse around and flee back to camp. But the monsters had already surrounded them from all sides, coming into contact with the militia in the front line. Joseph snapped out of his daze in fear, shouting with a trembling voice, "Engage! Engage and kill the enemies." In fact, the tactics chosen by Dolores of the Ashen Nest and Robert of the Allied forces were surprisingly similar. Both used the Cannon Fodder Legion to pave the way and had elite troops follow. This winged kobolds and goblins legion comprised over 20,000 monsters summoned from various parts of Stormy Ridge. Only about 30% possessed a thin bloodline of the red dragon. Due to their small size, the battle power of goblins and kobolds was inferior to that of ordinary human farm ants. But influenced by the aura of the red dragon, they became cruel and belligerent, their willingness to fight far surpassing that of the Surfman Legion of Honor. From the Monster Legion came waves of roaring shouts, "For the Ashen Nest! For the Great Red Dragon!" On the Legion of Honor side, under Joseph's orders, they also sounded the horn of attack. Thus, two large-scale cannon fodder legions clashed, signaling the start of the war. The Monster Legion's kobolds and goblins attacked frantically, charging at the enemy with no regard for their lives, even though their opponents were just some farm ants. Several kobolds surrounded a human, clinging to his roughly made leather armor, hitting his head with stones, and stabbing his body repeatedly with crude daggers. A dragon-veined goblin threw a short spear that pierced a soldier's body. With no weapons left, it clawed at him and finally leapt onto him to bite, tearing his face into a bloody mess and causing him to howl in pain. The winged kobold whirred in the air spewed fire arrows, setting many soldiers' cloth uniforms alight, turning them into blazing firemen. Flames, blood, dust. There was no tactic on this battlefield. Just pure and primitive slaughter. Chaos reigned supreme. Within just a few minutes of contact, the Legion of Honor had lost over 100 men. Panic, wails, and cries resounded. This cannon fodder army was inevitably heading toward collapse. Chapter 109, Chapter 40 War, Part 4. No, it should not be like this. It should not. I was chosen by His Grace, the Duke, as a knight. Joseph, riding his horse, stopped not far from the battlefield, staring intently at the rapid defeat of the Legion of Honor. His soldiers were crying and howling, fleeing in all directions, chased by those short but exceptionally ferocious monsters. In countless fantasies, Joseph had envisioned himself leading charges, defeating enemies, and eventually receiving special commendation from the Duke. Being granted land. Becoming a true noble. At the very least, he would bravely kill enemies in the presence of witnesses. Fight to exhaustion. Die heroically. Become a tragic hero celebrated by bards. But now, he was leading a bunch of gray beasts toward defeat, about to die meaninglessly and unobserved on this desolate plain. It should not be like this. Joseph's face suddenly turned ruthless as he made up his mind. As people fled in swarms, he spurred his horse and leapt high, charging against the flow, trampling several people and even decapitating the foremost deserter with his sword. Joseph held up the deserter's head, his face covered in blood, and roared ferociously. Do you see this? This is the fate of deserters. You cowards! Scum! Fight! Battle to the death! At this moment, to the soldiers, he looked no different from the monsters chasing them. Joseph's fierce rallying cry actually had some effect, slowing the retreat slightly. Faced with the choice of dying in battle or being killed by their commander, many soldiers mustered a shred of courage for a final stand. But soon, they were overwhelmed by the tide of monsters and fell into a more complete rout. Surrounded by goblins and kobolds, people could only instinctively retreat. Die, you monsters! Joseph, still on his horse, sliced off a kobold's head with one swing. But soon, goblins swarmed him from all directions, jumping onto him, holding his arms, clawing at his eyes, and biting his face. Bang! He fell hard from his horse. Joseph crashed to the ground, tearing off the goblin clinging to his arm and stabbing it to death, his face twisted in pain. Damn you, scum! His voice was hoarse, spitting with rage, as he summoned his last strength to stand, shaking off the goblins from his body. But before he could swing his sword again, more goblins pounced on him. Their weight caused the already exhausted Joseph to stumble and fall. He struggled repeatedly, but this only attracted more goblins and kobolds. Dozens of monsters piled onto him like a small mountain, pinning him down, unable to move. His voice grew weaker. Eventually, it was drowned in the cacophony of monsters' cries. For the Ashen Nest. For the great red dragon master. Kobolds and goblins continued their pursuit and slaughter. When the piled-up monsters finally scattered, the ground was left with just a puddle of blood, scattered bones, and shredded clothing. The emblem of a hawk and sword in the chest of the clothing was stained with blood, unnoticed by anyone. It had once been a symbol of nobility that Joseph was fanatically enamored with. But on this bloody battlefield, it was nothing. Not even worth picking up by the kobolds. Aiden, the commander of the 1st Regiment of the Northwind Eagle Guards, descended on his giant eagle and strode into the tent, reporting solemnly, Lord Earl, the Legion of Honor is in full retreat. About 6,000 routed soldiers are approaching our position. Robert nodded slightly and said calmly, only lasted less than an hour. Just as I expected. These rabbles' only use was to scout the way for our troops, reducing unnecessary losses. He rhythmically tapped the table. What about the enemy's situation? Mainly goblins and kobolds. Around 20,000 of them. Some of them are evil dragon minions, but they can only handle the so-called Legion of Honor and pose no real threat to us. Good. It is time to show these foolish and ignorant monsters what real warfare looks like. Robert slowly stood up and walked out of the tent. Aiden and Schneider followed closely behind. Dressed in gray robes and armed with spears and shields, the claw of the male eagle formed tight phalanxes. Their shields were intricately carved with hawk feathers. The 5-meter-long spear tips gleamed ominously, resembling a forest of steel. War horses neighed as the plate-armored cavalry prepared to charge at any moment. In the sky, hundreds of eagle guards flew in orderly circles, constantly vigilant of their surroundings. Behind the tent on the open ground, soldiers worked together to push heavy ballistae forward slowly. My soldiers! Robert's voice was not loud, but thanks to a spell, everyone present could hear him clearly. Real warfare is upon us. This time, we face unprecedented enemies. Brutal monsters, goblins, kobolds, ogres, and even giant dragons. They may be strong, or incredibly powerful, or capable of spewing terrifying flames. But remember, behind you lies the Rackman Duchy, where your parents, wives, children, and friends reside. The Red Dragon's expansion is relentless. Our only choice is to fight back as best we can. Show these monsters our might. The Duchy has shielded us with peace for years. You have grown up under the Duke's protection. Now, any man who knows gratitude and has blood in his vein should know to repay this kindness. Fight to the death for his grace and the Rackman Duchy. For the Duke. For the Rackman Duchy. Robert raised his silver sword and shouted. These elite soldiers of the Rackman family, mostly from cities, often descendants of urban petty bourgeoisie or minor nobles, had received top-notch military education since childhood. This talk of protecting those around you and repaying the nation resonated deeply with them. Thus, the soldiers also raised their weapons. The rhythmic sound of spear shafts hitting the ground echoed, producing wave after wave of cheers. For the Duke. For the Rackman Duchy. The rousing cheers reverberated through the camp. Yet a shadow crossed Robert's face. He turned aside and asked in a low voice, Aiden, why hasn't the 6th Regiment returned yet? Aiden's heart sank, and he quickly replied, I'm not sure, but they might have encountered that dragon. Chapter 110, Chapter 41, War Part 5. Help me. Don't eat me. The routed soldiers of the Legion of Honor had already fled to the Central Army, followed by a surging tide of goblins and kobolds. Please save me. The elite soldiers of the Claw of the Male Eagle stood motionless, coldly watching the routed troops being slaughtered. They held their spears tightly, forming a solid shield formation. Attack. Robert gave the order. The horn blew, and the spear and shield soldiers advanced in unison, their movements coordinated and orderly, like a wall slowly advancing. The tide of goblins and kobolds clashed against this wall. The shields blocked the monsters' assaults, while spears thrust out from the gaps between the shields, spearing multiple goblins and kobolds at once. The archers behind the spear and shield soldiers drew their bows and loosed arrows that arced gracefully through the air, raining down and pinning many monsters to the ground. It was truly a formidable elite unit. Within mere minutes, the seemingly endless horde of monsters was decimated, the ground littered with goblin and kobold corpses. The spear and shield soldiers continued their crisp, orderly march, trampling over the corpses without hesitation. In the face of this one-sided battle, even the fearless dragon vein goblins and kobolds began to scatter in all directions. Good, just like that, crush them. Keep advancing. Robert watched the one-sided battle from afar, a hint of joy finally appearing on his face. It seemed that the retainers of the Ashen Nest were no match for a regular army. Now the only concern was that cunning red dragon. Advance, bring the dragon-slaying ballista. Dozens of strong soldiers pushed the massive ballista, its wheels creaking. Over 20,000 regular troops followed the Claw of the Male Eagle formation, advancing unimpeded into the Treel Valley in just one day. Apart from clearing some scattered kobold and goblin squads, they encountered little resistance. But soon, the Allied forces realized they were wrong. The weak kobolds and goblins were merely cannon fodder to delay them, while the true forces of the Ashen Nest were waiting in formation within Treel Valley. So, this is their real army. Robert gazed into the distance, his expression gradually growing serious. The entire field of view was occupied by a gigantic monster legion. Roar. Several land dragon beasts, as large as small mountains, walked, causing the ground to rumble. They were covered in massive iron armor plates, like moving steel fortresses. Hundreds of bipedal wyverns circled and glided in the sky, casting chaotic shadows on the ground as they roared. The towering and muscular ogres roared fervently, their rolls of fat trembling, shouting enemies and food. The most striking ogre was over 6 meters tall, covered in red scales, wearing a patched and assembled robe, looking particularly strange. Dragon vein goblins formed tight formations, the front row wielding standard metal staffs, emanating a scent of smoke. The lizard folk held bone spears and beast-skin shields, their vertical pupils emitting a cold glint, an indication of absolute ruthlessness towards their enemies. Known as the Children of the Devil, the tieflings stood ready under the lead of the Oathbreakers, many of them full of hatred for the Claw of the Male Eagle. And in front of them were still hills of goblins and kobolds, but these troops were mostly all dragon veins, their combat power not much inferior to ordinary human soldiers, with quite a few kobold spellcasters among them. 1,000 players were mixed into this terrifying monster legion, ironically standing out as they didn't look intimidating enough. Suddenly, stirring music echoed around. It was the Half-Goat People military band playing the pan flute. Roar. A distant dragon's roar resounded. A massive, hideous head appeared on the horizon, followed by expansive wings that blotted out the sky and an enormous dragon body. Compared to it, those land dragon beasts were like tiny rats. Robert gazed upward at the spectacular sight, dumbfounded, muttering, "By the gods, how is this possible?" He even forgot to order the dragon hunting crossbow to fire. The Allied forces were in an uproar, filled with terror. How could humans possibly contend with such a monster? The red dragon looked down on the Allied forces with undisguised contempt in its golden vertical pupils. "Humans, I admire your courage. But unfortunately, you misplaced your courage. You believed yourselves to be heroes eliminating evil, yet only became tools for that vampire duke. Enough. Since you seek war, I will grant you total death by fire." Robert finally regained his senses, hurriedly commanding, "Dragon-slaying ballista! Dragon-slaying ballista, kill him!" The soldiers, though fearful, obeyed the order and began loading the great crossbow at the rear. "Wait," Schroeder reminded from the side. "Marquis, a massive dragon like that wouldn't appear on the prime-material plane. That's an illusion technique, projecting a pre-made image into the air. Quite a clever trick. But this doesn't mean much. It only shows that there's a skilled spellcaster in the Ashen Nest, and the dragon dares not confront us directly, likely knowing we possess large-scale, dragon-slaying weapons. So that's it." Robert finally felt a wave of relief, letting go of his fear. He watched carefully and noticed that the edge of the dragon seemed slightly translucent and wavering with flames. Damn. Cunning evil dragon. He felt ashamed and angry at his earlier misstep, his hatred growing stronger. The dragon in the sky turned into a mass of flames and disappeared, leaving only its last words echoing in people's ears. "I will burn everything to ashes." The information that the dragon was an illusion quickly spread through the Allied forces, calming their fears somewhat. After all, they faced an unknown dragon. The North had not seen dragon disasters for over 100 years, the last being Glacier Wing. However, on the hillside, Dolores raised her sword, shouting, "Did you hear the Master's words? Destroy them utterly for the Ashen Nest." For the Ashen Nest. The monsters erupted in a frenzy, cheering, roaring, howling, and shrieking. There was a newfound greed and fanaticism in their eyes as they looked at the Allied forces. The Kingdom Allied forces and the Ashen Kin stood in opposition. The stalemate finally broke. War was about to erupt. Chapter 111, Chapter 42, War Part 6. The leaders of the family members issued orders, and the heavy sound of horns echoed. "Kill, crush them." Smoke and dust billowed, and the ground trembled. The Halfgo people played the pan flute, performing a magical suite that made the monsters even more frenzied, but this tune was ironically taught to them by a bored bard player of the mass. Under this majestic, soul-stirring melody, a horde of clawing monsters charged at the humans, creating an ironic contrast. The kobolds and goblin legion at the front swarmed in a frantic attack on the claw of the male eagle spear and shield soldiers' defense line. From behind the spear and shield soldiers, hundreds of archers released volley after volley of arrows, causing casualties among the dragon vein monsters before they could reach the line. But the kobolds and goblins behind them marched on without hesitation, even stepping over the bodies of their fallen comrades, showing a fearless advance that arrows could not deter. Even when they reached the front of the spear and shield soldiers, they were easily slain by spears. However, under the cover of life-sacrificing kobolds and goblins, the 300-strong goblin infantry brigade, composed of dragon vein great goblins, moved forward in orderly steps to the beat of the drums. Even with the high-spirited music, if a great goblin fell to an enemy's arrow, another would step in to fill the gap without hesitation. Fortunately, most great goblins wore leather armor and were often protected by scales, so ordinary arrows couldn't easily kill them, resulting in minimal losses during the advance. When they were just 50 paces away from the spear and shield soldiers, the great goblins halted and shouldered their spears. "Fire!" Dolores let out a frenzied roar. Boom! With a roar of gunfire, acrid smoke enveloped the battlefield, obscuring visibility. On the Allied forces' side, the spear and shield soldiers' thin shields were pierced by the powerful bullets, as if made of paper, and many soldiers in robes behind them were also hit, falling backwards. The breaker of enemies, magically modified by the mechanic mages, was far more powerful than historical smoothbore guns. Each shot produced a thick layer of smoke. Just from this volley, the front line of Claw of the Male Eagle saw over 200 spear and shield soldiers dead or injured. Tampa's above. How do these monsters form such an army? Robert muttered in disbelief as he observed the situation from the rear. His view was blocked by the thick smoke, unable to see the clumsy reloading of the Goblin Infantry Brigade, but his battlefield experience led him to infer that this level of attack likely required extensive preparation time. Northwind Winged Cavalry, prepare to charge. The messengers quickly relayed the signal to the front lines. The winged cavalry, clad in heavy plate armor, held lances adorned with gray hawk banners and had wing-like ornaments spread behind them. These winged ornaments were not merely decorative. During a charge, the wings sliced through the air, producing a piercing whistle that spooked enemy horses and exerted significant psychological pressure on the foe. They can't be stopped. Robert had great confidence in his cavalry. This cavalry, having fought countless battles, had seen numerous enemies flee in panic under the whistle of the wings, heading towards defeat. For his grace charge. Smoke and dust billowed, and the ground quaked. Over 400 winged cavalry galloped across the flat wasteland. The whistles from their winged ornaments shrieked, and their hooves thudded heavily on the ground. Wind-making spell. The spellcasters of the allied forces conjured gusts of wind to disperse the smoke. Yet, as the smoke slowly cleared, the cavalry faced not only the reloading infantry brigade but also the mountain-like land dragon beasts. Roar. The land dragon beasts bellowed, their steps making the ground tremble. Under the shadow of these colossal creatures, the winged cavalry looked up in bewilderment, their once determined faces now showing fear. The seasoned warhorses, too, instinctively neighed in terror, some throwing their knights off. But now within 30 paces, they couldn't stop. They had no choice but to charge forward with gritted teeth. Roar. With a thunderous cry, a land dragon beast plunged into the close formation of charging cavalry. In a single encounter, several knights were crushed under its claws, reduced to a bloody pulp. Many more knights crashed into the enormous body. Their lances, even if they pierced the rough and thick skin of the beast, couldn't penetrate deeply. They could only watch as the colossal creature collided, plunging them into darkness. Dolores could no longer suppress his bloodlust and personally came to the front line. This dragon-veined great goblin stood 3 meters tall, unarmored, yet his muscle-bound body was covered in hard scales, impervious to ordinary weapons. In his hands was a 5-meter-long, heavy great axe, the Bloodfire battle axe. This long-handled battle axe, with a rough blade stained with old blood, was said to have required 12 goblins to laboriously transport it to the camp when first made. But the dragon-vein's immense strength allowed Dolores to wield it effortlessly. Now the dragon-veined great goblin was a pure killing machine. With his eyes blood-red, hot white smoke puffed from Dolores's nostrils as he leaped onto the land dragon beast, wielding the great axe. Roar. I will crush you. With a whistling swing, the Bloodfire battle axe drew a semicircular arc in the air, slicing a winged cavalry knight in half at the waist with great force. Yet it did not stop there. The axe continued, killing 3 more. The blade was soaked in fresh blood, still warm. Excellent, just like this. Blood splattered onto the great goblin's crazed face. He licked it, savoring the metallic taste of blood mixed with rust. Dolores raised the battle axe high, splitting a knight and his horse from head to toe. With the great axe in hand, he became a relentless killing machine, slaughtering cavalry around him, leaving severed limbs and broken bodies in his wake. The winged cavalry scattered, fleeing like hunted lambs from this terrifying figure. The infantry brigade, having reloaded, commenced free shooting at the cavalry. Though their hit rate on the fast-moving targets was low, many knights still fell from their horses. Tampa's above. These are truly monsters. Robert observed the chaotic battle, his expression growing grim, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His prideful winged cavalry was utterly ineffective against these ruthless and brutal monsters. Now he needed to rethink his tactics. Chapter 112, Chapter 43 War Part 7 of more than 400 cavalrymen, less than 30% remained. The death toll continued to rise as the cavalry scattered in every direction. Meanwhile, the spear and shield soldiers suffered heavy casualties under the continuous volleys from the Goblin Infantry Brigade. The once tight formation now showed gaps, and the soldiers behind grew fearful, unwilling to fill the voids before them, as doing so seemed akin to suicide. Fortunately, after several rounds of volley, the great goblins' ammunition ran out. They discarded their smoking guns and switched to sharp blades. The ogres and lizard folk charged in unison, clashing violently with the main force of the allied army, the claw of the male eagle, in a ferocious melee. This was the fiercest battlefield on the front lines. For the Ashen Nest. For the great red dragon lord. Dolores led the charge, brandishing his bloodfire battle axe fiercely. Several horrified spear and shield soldiers were pulverized into bloody paste by his blows, and the nearby soldiers, witnessing the horror, fled in terror. The once sturdy formation of the Allied forces was forcefully breached by Dolores, creating a massive gap. The monsters behind cheered fanatically, flooding through the breach and slaughtering madly within the ranks, using claws and fangs or blades to relentlessly expand their advantage. The great goblins hacked with knives. Lizard folk hurled bone spears. Ogres swung large clubs while kobold magicians spewed flames. Enemies. The ogre called Big Head roared angrily, smashing a heavily armored soldier into a pulp with one strike. Yet he did not continue his attack. Instead, he looked around, then tore a chunk from the mangled remains and stealthily stuffed it into his mouth. A satisfied expression appeared on his ugly face. Can men delicious? Can't let the boss know. He doesn't allow Big Head to eat canned men. If I eat it, he'll hit me again. Big Head muttered to himself quietly. Unbeknownst to him, Ramp was watching this scene with a dark expression, relying on the magic pendants the ogres carried. Big Head, you're stealing food again. Ramp's angry voice suddenly appeared next to Big Head. Big Head was so frightened that he immediately covered his head, instinctively wanting to protect it from being knocked unconscious by a club. But after a quick scan, he didn't see Ramp's tall figure. Confused, he rubbed his oversized head, muttering, "Strange, I clearly heard the boss's voice. Could I have heard wrong?" Soon enough, his simple mind was distracted by the enticing aroma of the flesh, and he forgot all about it. Never mind, keep fighting the canned men. Big Head let out an excited shout and rejoined the bloody battle to fill his belly. To these monsters infused with the Red Dragon's bloodline, killing was as mundane as eating or drinking. But for humans, it was far from the same. Help me. Let me go. I don't want to fight anymore. They're demons incarnate. Let me leave here. Many soldiers, witnessing their comrades falling one after another under the monstrous onslaught and dying gruesomely, were overwhelmed and desperately tried to escape this dreadful meat grinder. Deserters faced execution. However, the supervising officers at the rear blocked these fleeing soldiers, mercilessly cutting them down with the sword of judgment and forcing them to turn back and face the enemy. But this only slightly slowed down the overall retreat, unable to halt the inevitable collapse of the entire army. We can't let this continue. Robert watched his defensive line being rapidly overrun by the Monster Legion, his brow furrowing deeply. He called for the commander of the Northwind Eagle Guards. Aiden, it's your turn to act. Stop them. Yes, Your Grace. Aiden accepted the order, leapt onto his giant eagle, and took flight. He raised his Eagle Shriek Silver sword in the air, causing a sharp whistling sound to echo through the battlefield. Northwind Eagle Guards, prepare to charge. Over 100 giant eagle knights soared high into the sky, their loud eagle cries ringing out as they dove down with fierce speed. Fight for His Grace. Charge with me. One after another, the giant eagles swept over the battlefield. Their shadows danced across the chaos below as they brought down lances and longswords. The monsters suffered heavy casualties under this concentrated charge. Even the thick-skinned ogres were skewered by aerial lances. After several passes, supported by the relentless air assault, the retreat of the claw of the male eagle was momentarily halted. There were even faint signs of the front line being pushed back. But the Northwind Eagle Guards had forgotten one thing. They were not the only ones who ruled the skies. Just as they completed another dive and began to rise again, a deep roar filled the heavens. The cry of wyverns thundered above. The red-scale conquerors descended with blazing fire trailing behind them. They had been waiting high above the clouds for the perfect moment. When the Northwind Eagle Guards eased their guard and left an opening, Alger struck. His voice cut through the sky with command. For the Ashen Nest. Charge. Alger raised his ever-burning greatsword, and the dragon's roar charge began. It came with an overwhelming force, accompanied by the guttural cries of the wyverns. 17 ancestral wyverns released torrents of searing flames, turning the sky into a storm of fire. The Eagle Guards were still ascending in tight formation, unprepared for an aerial assault. When they heard the dragon's roar and looked up, their eyes met only fire. Boom. The sky burst into a blazing inferno. One by one, the giant eagles ignited, their burning bodies falling like meteors. Alger's strike was perfectly timed. With just one devastating wave of the dragon's roar charge, Nearly an entire company of almost 100 Eagle Guards was obliterated. Scatter, scatter, retreat quickly. Aiden's voice rang with anguish. In that moment, he understood the truth behind the mysterious disappearance of the 6th Eagle Guard Regiment. The Ashen Nest held a terrifying aerial force. Not just mindless wyverns, but flying knights as well. Roar. As the Red Scale Conquerors surge ahead, the wyvern leader Stieg let out a cry that shook the air. The bipedal wyvern soared wildly, chasing down the scattered Eagle Guards. The Chimera joined in too, its 3 heads howling in unison. It flapped its wings and dove into battle, flanked by 2 fierce female kindred. The aerial battlefield became a storm of chaos. Flames, arrows, and lances tore through the skies in every direction. 3 massive chimeras, over 100 wyverns, 18 Red Scale Conquerors, and the last 200 Northwind Eagle Guards collided in a brutal and relentless air war. There's no room for error. A single moment of distraction meant death from above or below. Humans and monsters alike fell from the skies like shattered stars. Without support from above, the Allied forces on the ground began to crumble once more. Pushed back by monsters, their cries of pain and horror filled the valley. Chapter 113, Chapter 44, War Part 8. Count Robert, the commander of the Allied forces, watched the aerial battle with rising dread. The adjutant leaned in quietly. "My lord, should we use the dragon-slaying ballista to support the Northwind Eagle Guards? Those wyverns won't survive a direct hit." "No. Maintain vigilance." Robert's voice held firm, but his eyes showed doubt. Even though the Northwind Eagle Guards were his finest warriors, one question tormented him. Where was the Red Dragon? The leader of the Ashen Nest had yet to show itself. And that could only mean one thing. A force that had raised such a terrifying army could not possibly be led by a common young red dragon. There had to be something more, something worse. Robert swallowed hard and offered a silent prayer, hoping the gods would grant his dragon-slaying ballista the power it would need if the red dragon appeared. "We wait for that dragon." A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. The usually crisp air of Triel Valley now felt stifling, pressing in around him. "Yes, my lord." The adjutant stepped back. Meanwhile, chaos raged across the battlefield. Tens of thousands of humans and monsters locked in a brutal clash. A bugbear crushed a spear and shield soldier's skull with a wolf-fang club, brain matter splattering in the dirt. But archers hidden behind the soldier raised their bows and turned the towering beast into a pincushion. A wyvern swooped from above, impaling the archers with its poisoned stinger. Then a pair of Northwind Eagle Guards struck back, lances driving into the creature's exposed neck. "I will crush you." Dolores led another charge, his bloodfire battle axe swinging with terrifying power. The great goblin reveled in the chaos. Battle had awakened his true strength. But this time, his axe met resistance. A heavy shield blocked the blow, and Dolores had to yank hard to free it. "For order, stand forth." Before him stood 7 warriors clad in shining silver-white heavy armor. They were the Oath of the Crown Paladins of the Bosk family, led by the White Lion Knight, Tarek. A radiant guardian aura surrounded him, and he had stopped Dolores' axe with a single strike. They were here to reinforce the central army. "Savage monster, we will grant you purification." At Tarek's command, the paladins encircled Dolores. Guardian chain. Silver swords rose, and luminous chains of holy power linked the paladins together. The damage from each strike was shared between them, allowing them to move as one, perfectly synchronized. Damn tortoise shells. Dolores swung again and again, but each hit clashed against glowing shields. The radiant chains shimmered, distributing the impact. The paladins absorbed the blows and retaliated with swift counterattacks. Dolores tried to break away and flank them, but Tarek read his movement instantly. Force duel. The silver sword gleamed as the spell activated. Dolores was trapped. He couldn't flee, and the paladins struck from all sides. In moments, blood oozed from multiple wounds across his body. "Lord Dolores, I'm here to help you." Acker, the lizard folk leader, charged into the fray atop his land dragon beast, sending several paladins flying with a thunderous impact. But the paladins recovered quickly. They rose, reformed, and once again stood like an impenetrable wall of silver. Coda, the lizard folk old shaman, arrived next, staff in hand. Scorching metal. One paladin's shield turned red-hot. His hands burned, blackened and smoking. He dropped the shield and stumbled back. An emerald glimmer flickered at the tip of Koda's staff. Entangle. Wild grass and vines shot up from the ground, wrapping around the paladin's legs and arms, binding him tightly. Dolores and Acker rushed forward. The trapped paladin tried to defend himself, but it was too late. A bone spear pierced his shoulder, and the bloodfire battle axe followed, smashing his skull. Though he was still linked by the guardian chain, the lack of a shield meant his body couldn't withstand the force. He crumpled under the blow. Watch out for their spellcasters. Guard formation. Tarek called out with urgency. The remaining paladins drew back into a protective circle. Allied soldiers arrived to support them. Spellcasters joined, casting enchantments across the ranks. Mithril Rampart Protective Array, surrounded by barriers and protective magic, the fewer paladins became harder to reach. Dolores found no opening. He panted heavily, his eyes glowing with rage. Blood dripped from his body, but he kept his grip on the axe tight. Koda, can you cast that spell again? My force of nature has not reached that level, and they have too many protective spells. The lizard folk shaman shook his head helplessly. Damn tortoise shells. Dolores cursed through gritted teeth, then charged again on his land dragon beast. But the paladin's silver rampart blocked him again and again, preventing him from advancing an inch. Chapter 114, Chapter 44 War 8 Part 2. With the loss of Dolores as a breakthrough point, the advanced speed of the Ashen Legion immediately slowed down significantly, not as aggressive as before when they were following behind the great goblin chieftain and crushing everything in their path. And after all, the Claw of the Male Eagle was the most elite force of the Rachman Kingdom. After undergoing several attacks, they gradually adapted to the brutal combat against monsters. The soldiers loyal to the Duke, stimulated by the consecutive deaths of their comrades, had blood-red eyes and stubbornly held the basic defensive line with their flesh and blood, leading to a stalemate for the time being. The front lines seesawed back and forth around strategic points. One moment, the ogres roared and killed a bunch of humans to seize high ground. The next moment, archers would shoot them into a sieve and lead the spear and shield soldiers to retake the position. But soon, chimeras descended from the sky, bringing flame to the allied soldiers. Death continuously unfolded. Blood flowed across the Trial Valley, nourishing the wild grass. This vast battlefield was like a black hole, greedily devouring lives from both sides of the war. Due to Cassius's absolute distrust of the players' discipline, he did not place them in the most crucial frontal battlefield, but instead positioned them on the flank. Thus, on the side of the Ashen Nest were 1,000 players led by Mezulash and 500 Tiefling warriors. On the side of the Allied forces was a 3,000-man reinforcement from the Bosk family, though not elite. Compared to the extremely intense and deadly frontal battlefield, the right flank was somewhat more relaxed, but the situation was still chaotic and even more so. While the Tieflings and allied troops carefully formed their formations and tested each other's strength cautiously, the players charged forward like runaway horses. After all, they never cared about military discipline. Charge. Well, watch my performance. For the Horde, no, for the Ashen Nest. Leading the charge was the player with the ID Wings of Freedom. By now, he had fully accepted his nickname, Holy Light Bro, and ran naked at the front of the battlefield. Wings of Freedom's occupation was the nature-embracing Earth Druid, fitting his character, and he was accompanied by several owls, his animal companions. Wild form. Roar. Holy Light Bro assumed a cringe-inducing pose, dropped to all fours, and transformed into a robust brown bear, roaring as he charged directly toward the line. The Allied forces gaped at the players recklessly charging without any tactics, then quickly snapped out of it and began rapidly shooting volleys of arrows. Why are there so many arrows? Shield up, shield me. Barbarian, cover me. Priest, cast a sanctuary spell. I'm about to drop. After several rounds of arrow volleys, the players suffered heavy casualties. The worst off was Holy Light Bro in bear form. His large size made him a conspicuous target, and he was struck by the most arrows, looking more like a giant porcupine than a brown bear. He reverted to his bare-bottomed corpse, still shrouded in a thin layer of holy light, only after his health dropped to 0, with arrows sticking out all over. No, Holy Light Bro. How can we stand this? A bunch of NPCs dare to cause trouble here. The players quickly launched a counterattack, led by the members of the Mechanical God cult. Mostly mechanic mages, they had already created a lot of bizarre gadgets. Guardian Mech activated. With a cold mechanical voice, a tall black shadow appeared among the players' ranks. Holy shit, what is that? Did someone make a Gundam? So damn cool, I want one too. The over 4-meter tall arcane armor stood on the battlefield. Though the metal parts looked crudely made, it still didn't hide the mech's romanticism. The pilot was none other than Steel Torrent, the president of the mechanical god cult. This was an arcane armor, a trait of the armor division, a sub-occupation of the mechanic mage. The piece Steel Torrent wore was the Guardian model, suitable for charging and frontline combat. Make way, let me through. Steel Torrent laughed heartily, driving his mech forward, crashing through the enemies. He had used up all his savings and even privately diverted funds from Storm Arsenal to create this armor, and was now excited to finally show it off. What's the point of having a mech if you don't flaunt it? The archers of the Allied forces immediately focused on the oddly shaped iron lump, shooting various arrows at it. Trying to shoot a Gundam with arrows? Steel Torrent sneered. Protective field. The Guardian armor raised its left arm, and under the activation of magic runes, a transparent force field appeared in front of it, effortlessly blocking the incoming arrows. Following Steel Torrent, the players pushed forward, arriving in front of the spear and shield soldiers. The Allied forces had never seen such a thing before. Facing the ever-approaching Guardian armor, they scrambled to attack in panic. Sir, the times have changed. Thunder Combat Fist. Steel Torrent shouted and threw a punch. Boosters on his arm burst into flames, and arcs of electricity wrapped around his fist. Boom. With a thunderous boom, the shields of the Allied forces were smashed in, leaving a dramatic fist imprint. The soldiers behind the shield were killed instantly. The surrounding soldiers clutched their ears in pain, their bodies still zapped by paralyzing electric arcs. 300. 300. 300. Steel Torrent laughed wildly, plowing through the Allied lines like a wolf among sheep, smashing soldiers with each punch. The continuous contribution plus 300 updates on his interface thrilled him immensely. I'm going to go eat fries after this. Battlefield Wheelchair Man followed behind Steel Torrent, holding his steel shooter, firing a shot straight ahead. With the gunfire roaring, dense metal bullets sprayed out, and clusters of Allied soldiers fell, wailing in agony. Holy shit, 4 kills with 1 shot. Is it this strong? Battlefield Wheelchair Man, eyes wide open in excitement, watched the updates on his interface. This gun had earned a spot next to the Type 2 submachine gun in his heart. Mechanic mages are so much fun to play. I want to switch occupations. Anyone want to join? Do you even understand the blueprints talking about switching so suddenly? Charge, charge. Steel Torrent had brutally torn a hole in the enemy formation, and the players surged forward, swarming into the breach in the line. For the faction contribution. For the Dragon Maid. Sorcerers launched fiery fireballs. Druids summoned strange beasts. Bards played spell songs. Wanderers sniped from the ground. Mage, don't cast darkness spell. I can't see. Hold off, wild sorcerer. Did you just cast wild magic surge under your feet? Bard, cast demon fire. The players charged forward, shouting, and used their various skills. Technicolor lights flew everywhere in a mix of weird weapons. The Allied forces had never encountered such a professional army before. Facing the unruly tactics of the players, they had no choice but to retreat in panic. The tieflings in the distance initially had their tactics planned out, but after seeing the players rushing headlong, they suddenly didn't know what to do. Captain, what do we? Damascus stepped forward and asked. Mezelash donned his helmet, picked up his sword, and calmly said, just follow their attack and enjoy the spoils. Don't worry about these Starfallen's lives. They are undying, but we are not. Prepare to attack. He had become increasingly adept at exploiting the players. Yes, Captain. The tieflings also charged through the breach made by the players, but they still maintained a tight formation, attacking in a more orderly manner. The players noticed the tieflings joining the fray. Damn, NPCs are stealing our kills. That was their only thought. Chapter 115, Chapter 45, War 9, the Steel Torrent was fighting fiercely when a sudden shout came from behind. Supreme, holy slash. A dazzling light descended from the sky. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and in the next moment, the right arm of the armor fell to the ground. The Steel Torrent was initially incredulous, and then felt immense heartache. My Guardian armor. He turned the armor around, only to see a blonde, blue-eyed paladin standing with his sword. It was none other than Andre Bosk. You bastard, compensate me for my complete armor. The steel torrent was furious at the guy who damaged his armor, rushed forward, and swung his left fist, with flames erupting from his arm. Taste my thunder, combat fist. However, the paladin was surrounded by swift radiance and easily dodged the powered-up strike, then swung his sword again. Supreme, holy slash. Another dazzling light flashed by. With a clang, the left arm of the guardian armor was also detached. How is this possible? The steel torrent muttered, on the verge of tears. This was equipment he had spent all his savings, even embezzled funds to create, only to find it so vulnerable in front of this blonde paladin. Andre stared at the half-dragon in the cockpit, his gaze determined, and said each word clearly. Evil dragonkin, your existence threatens the peace and order of the North, and eliminating you will become a part of my heroic deeds. Bang. Battlefield wheelchair man shot, but Andre easily dodged. Andre pointed his long sword towards the battlefield wheelchair man. Guiding light arrow. A beam of light shot towards the half-dragon's forehead, piercing a small hole, and battlefield wheelchair man died. Taste my mount type peak. The steel torrent leaped, trying to crush the paladin with his massive armor. But Andre stepped aside, and magical aura sparkled on his sword blade. Magic-infused weapon. With one thrust, he pierced through the sturdy cockpit shield, nailing the steel torrent to his beloved armor. Andre withdrew his blood-stained sword, his fierce gaze sweeping over the other players. Holy crap, there's a boss. He's coming over. The guildmaster and deputy guildmaster were both insta-killed. This paladin is intense, he chopped down the mecha. Natural war maniac exclaimed at the paladin slaughtering players in the distance. This monster is quite strong. Based on your own strength, you can observe the following information. Andre Bosk. Basic ability, Glory Holy Knight. Challenge level, 6, 2,100 experience points. Natural war maniac grinned, his eyes filled with battle intent. He looked at Summer Night Autumn Rain beside him. Autumn Rain, this is a rare elite monster. Should we fight for it? Summer Night Autumn Rain nodded slightly, but whispered. Of course we should fight for it, but we need to capture him alive. Natural war maniac asked with confusion. Why not kill him? Are you attracted to this elite monster? Summer Night Autumn Rain held his forehead, helplessly pointing to the information on the panel. Look at his surname, boss, the most powerful family in the official setting of Anzita, the Northern Lion. If we kidnap this guy, who knows how much gold coin we can ransom? Isn't that better than the meager experience points? Natural war maniac touched his bald head, awkwardly saying, You're right. The battle continued. Huff, huff, huff. Damn it. Andre knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his sword, sweat dripping from his forehead. His body already bore many wounds, some burnt, some frozen, and even some corroded by acid. The way his players attacked were bizarre, and though he had protection and swift radiance, he still couldn't dodge them all. It was important to note that players were not honor knights. If they had a chance to ambush, they would never give it up. These guys were unlike any enemies he had ever met. Even if Andre killed their companions, they would still swarm forward fearlessly, shouting things like, I'm doing damage, get a tank and heal please, which he couldn't understand. Now Andre's stamina was almost exhausted, and his body was reaching its limit. And surrounding him were piles of player corpses. There were at least 100 of them. Swoosh. The sound of an arrow breaking through the air was heard. Andre sharply perceived the arrow coming from behind, rolled to the left to dodge it, and killed the despicable attacker with a guiding light arrow. However, a barbarian beside him threw a spear with great force, and he instinctively parried the incoming spear with his sword. Just as he lifted his sword, another spell radiance attacked from behind. Human binding spell. This time he couldn't dodge in time, and he was frozen in place, unable to move. Feng Yun, the vice president of Royal Guild, exclaimed excitedly. He's frozen. Everyone don't act rashly. Wait for our president to come and finish him off. I'm coming. Tyrant rushed forward with his great sword, full of fury. But thick mist mysteriously spread across the battlefield, engulfing the immobilized Andre. That was cloud mist technique. Tyrant stumbled through the mist, angrily shouting, Who cast cloud mist technique? For a moment, members of the Royal Guild, scattered individuals, and members of other guilds all rushed into the mist, trying to fish in troubled waters. Hey, you hit the wrong person. I'm a player. Is the boss still here? Someone cast a wind-making spell. In this chaotic situation, a dark figure darted through the mist. Feng Yuan raised his magic wand, casting a spell. Wind-making spell. A gust of wind arose, blowing the mist away. But where the paladin supposed to be immobilized stood, there was nothing. Seeing the duck fly away, Tyrant was furious, shouting, "We must drag out this sneaky bastard." Behind a hill, Natural War Maniac, empowered by acceleration spell, knocked the blonde youth to the ground and tied his hands and feet tightly with rope. He touched his bald head, smiling satisfactorily. Fool this guy again. Summer Night Autumn Rain couldn't help but remind. Don't get too cocky. The human binding spell is about to wear off. Sure enough, Andre struggled to get up. Where is this? Bang. Natural War Maniac struck Andre's head with a stick, making him fall flat. He clapped his hands, satisfied at the sight of the tightly bound youth. Mission accomplished. Now this feels secure. Seemingly still uneasy, he hit Andre's head a few more times for good measure. Summer Night Autumn Rain couldn't help but say, "Be careful not to kill him outright." Natural War Maniac said confidently, "I've got plenty of experience knocking people out. Besides, this is a mini-boss with a divine physique trait of a paladin. He won't die that easily. Oh, we're gonna be rich." He looked at the unconscious blonde youth with his swollen head, seeing a pile of gleaming gold coins. The third son of the Bosk family, the Glory Holy Knight who was full of hope, was thus humiliatingly kidnapped by players on a battlefield. Chapter 116, Chapter 46. War 10. Unlike the aimless and tactless players chasing the Allied forces' soldiers on the outskirts, the Tiefling army had already formed a tight offensive formation. Seizing the gap created by the players, they charged like a razor-sharp blade into the 3,000-strong Allied forces. Mezulash led the vanguard, his armor mottled with bloodstains. Few dared to approach him. He raised his blood-stained great sword high. Guiding divine power, terror manifestation, a dark night glow immediately enveloped the surroundings. Mezulash invoked the darkest emotions, concentrating them into an explosion of magical coercion, a unique ability of the Oathbreaker. The Allied soldiers, shrouded in darkness, discarded their helmets and armor, succumbing to instinctual panic. No, stay away. Run for your lives. Devil, he's the embodiment of a devil. Blood splashed onto his face, and Mezulash's lips curled slightly. The embodiment of a devil, huh? This seemed to trigger some memories. He remained silent for a while, then calmly said, "Since you all want me to be, I'll be it." Mezulash strode forward, swinging his blood-stained great sword and casting down scarlet-red light, the bloody sacred slash unique to the Oathbreaker. Amidst the chilling screams, the lives of the Allied soldiers were ruthlessly reaped. The soldiers scattered and fled as if escaping a devil. Even his own tiefling subordinates felt a strange unfamiliarity toward their terrifying leader, only managing to shoot a few arrows behind him. Damascus hurried forward, worried. "Captain, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I couldn't be better." While speaking, Mezulash raised his great sword once again. Guiding divine power, control undead bodies slowly crawled up, picking up their severed limbs and attaching them to their torsos, hollow eyes flickering with a wavering glow, growling lowly as they pounced on their former comrades. No gods. He's truly a devil. This devil resurrected them. He can control the undead. Seeing their former comrades turned into undead, with familiar faces full of a craving for flesh, shattered the Allied soldiers' psychological defenses. They fled desperately, for no one wanted to end up in such a state. Mezulash slowly lowered his blood-stained great sword. The effect isn't bad. His pure black eyes, devoid of irises, flickered with a ghostly light. Bloodstains covered his ram-like curved horns, making him look like a true hell demon. Control undead was an ability he had never used before. But now, Mezulash was free from any psychological burden. Being an evil dragon's retainer, even this didn't matter. Mezulash glanced around, only to find even his own companions having a trace of fear deep in their eyes. But he pretended not to see it, calmly ordering, "Continue advancing." Under the onslaught led by the undead, the tieflings soon chased the crying and fleeing Allied soldiers to the Bosk family's command post. Compared to a commander, Andre Bosk seemed more like a frontline vanguard. After the battle started, he charged alone to the front lines, leaving all the heavy command duties to his subordinate nobles. These pampered nobles were utterly terrified as they watched the undead gradually approach, one even fainting with fear on the spot. To them, war was often a refined art, not a brutal slaughter. The nobles were instructed by the Bosque family to not engage in a deadly fight, but rather preserve their strength. However, now the enemy had slaughtered their way to their doorstep, far beyond their expectations. Baron Matthew's voice trembled. "What should we do?" Viscount Luton whispered from the side. "Why not surrender? But I fear they won't honor the sacred nobility accord. These are the evil dragonkin." The undead growled and advanced, while the tieflings stood in formation, holding their weapons. Mezelash leisurely stepped forward a few paces, pointing his sword at the tent from afar. "Everyone, surrender, and I won't kill." Though not loud, his voice was unmistakably clear. A silence fell within the tent, followed by the rustling sounds. Finally, Baron Matthew couldn't withstand the immense pressure anymore. He stumbled out from the back door, leaping onto his warhorse. "Damn you devils, go to hell," he cursed as he galloped away. Mezelash remained silent, coldly observing the noble on horseback, raising his sword that flickered with spell radiance. Crown of Madness, a twisted, jagged crown appeared on Baron Matthew's head, his eyes instantly flashing with madness. He uncontrollably fell from his horse, thrashing around on the ground. Mezelash walked forward unhurriedly, looking down at him. "You do have courage." Baron Matthew rolled on the ground, madly howling. "One day, I'll kill you all." Shush. Neatly a strike fell, pinning the insane Baron to the ground. The remaining nobles in the tent watched this bloody scene, exclaiming in horror. But it wasn't over yet. Mezelash pulled out the blood-stained sword. The dismembered body on the ground started to wriggle, staggering to stand, hollow eyes flickering ghostly. Baron Matthew was transformed into an undead. The nobles fell silent at once. Mezelash guided the undead to the tent front, calmly repeating, "Everyone, surrender, and I won't kill." He paused. "At least I won't turn you into something like this." Sweat dripped from Viscount Luton's forehead. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, he knelt down with a thud, tears and snot streaming. "I surrender. I surrender. Please don't turn me into an undead. I surrender too. Just spare my life. The Taman family is willing to pay a ransom. The Fat family seeks cooperation. I represent the Chris family in saluting the Lord of Ashen." With Viscount Luton taking the lead, the nobles in the tent all fell to their knees, begging for mercy and weeping bitterly. Mezelash slightly nodded. "Then I apologize." The tieflings tied up the kneeling nobles. Damascus stepped forward, cautiously reporting, "Captain, no, sir, the right flank of the Allied forces has completely collapsed. The players are chasing the remnants. Should we cooperate with Lord Ramp and launch an attack on the enemy's central army from the flank?" Mezelash shook his head. "No, we retreat straight away." Damascus was stunned. "But sir, Mezelash's pure black eyes held a teasing glint. "Retreat directly. We need to let these nobles witness a grand ceremony." "Yes, sir." Though puzzled, Damascus followed orders, leading the panic-stricken nobles back to the north of the pass. Chapter 117, Chapter 47, War 11. The battle on the right flank of the battlefield came to an abrupt halt with the surrender of the nobles, leaving only a few players chasing down the routed soldiers. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the fierce battle between the two behemoths and the thousands of combatants continued. Roar, the Chimera's three heads roared in unison. The dragon head spewed scorching flames, once again knocking down an eagle guard in front of it. "Monster die!" Aiden, captain of the Northwind Eagle Guard's 1st Regiment, shouted angrily as he thrust his spear into the Chimera's goat head. With a shrill wail, the goat head reared back high, blood splattering everywhere. This three-headed monster had already killed more than a dozen of his subordinates. Aiden was so determined to kill the Chimera that he even ignored the threat from above. However, just as Aiden thrust his spear, an excited shout and a resounding dragon's roar came from behind him. "Noodle, go for the dragon's roar charge directly. Here comes my 2,000 experience points." First came the sound of metal clashing, then the soft sound of piercing flesh. The 6-meter-long lance impaled the unsuspecting Aiden, still in the motion of thrusting his spear, along with his eagle guard. Even the finest plate armor couldn't withstand the terrifying force of the lance diving from 100 meters in the air. Aiden, captain of the Northwind Eagle Guard's 1st Regiment, died at the hands of a player. The message, you gained 2,100 XP, refreshed on Mantu's panel. Damn, took down an elite monster in one hit. Mantu tossed aside Aiden's corpse, cheered exuberantly, and then urged his wyvern to ascend again. In the command camp, Robert watched the increasingly intense situation. Whether from tension or heat, sweat continuously streamed down his face. He wiped his face dry with luxurious silk, his expression grave as he said to the staff officer beside him, "This can't go on. At this rate, the soldiers won't hold out for long. We need to take the initiative to break the deadlock." The staff officer contemplated for a moment before asking, "What do you mean, sir?" Robert said solemnly, "You go and ask Sir Schroeder to take action and support the frontline troops." The staff officer was surprised and said, "But didn't you say that unless the red dragon appeared, Sir Schroeder need not cast spells?" Robert replied, "We have no choice but to reserve the dragon-slaying ballista as our final trump card. If Sir Schroeder doesn't support the front lines, I don't know how much longer our army can hold out." He paused. "Aiden has already sacrificed himself." "Yes, my lord." The staff officer understood his meaning and quickly nodded in agreement, going to request the chief mage. Soon, a man in a gray robe arrived on the front lines under heavy guard from the Allied forces. He was the Grey Hawk of the Arcane Priory, as well as the chief court mage of the Rachman Duchy, Schroeder. An armored general stood by respectfully, saying, "Lord Schroeder, that's the situation. We hope you can cast spells to support the frontline troops." Schroeder looked at the monsters, clawing and biting, fighting with the Allied forces in the distance, and said in a hoarse voice, "Signs of the red dragon's flame. Huh? I understand." He gazed at the high ground where the dragon vein monsters were gathered, squinting slightly, and slowly raised his magic wand. "I storm." In an instant, vast cold clouds appeared in the sky, first scattering tiny ice shards, then gradually forming hail, raining down many rock-hard ice chunks. The hail pummeled the dragon vein monsters, not only hitting them, but also bringing a biting chill. Bang. Hail struck a dragon vein lizard man, its movements becoming increasingly sluggish, the once hot dragon blood freezing, ultimately turning it into an immobile ice sculpture. This was happening repeatedly within the high ground area, as the monsters scrambled to escape from this region. Many of them were turned into ice sculptures, even frozen in their fleeing postures. These monsters, bearing the scorching hot red dragon bloodline, would rather die in combat than be inexplicably frozen to death by this spell. Damn it, it's an ice storm. Dolores was also unfortunate enough to be at the center of this spell's range. Although he used his Bloodfire battle axe to block the hail from above, his movements gradually slowed, and his blood turned cold. Realizing the dire situation, Dolores roared with all his might, "Ramp, did you die back there, or what? There's a spellcaster on the other side." Boom. The ground quaked loudly. The 6-meter-tall dragon vein ogre used flight magic to reach the front lines and landed with a crash. Despite his numerous conflicts with Dolores, he couldn't just let him die here. It would be hard to explain to his master later. With this in mind, Ramp calmly adjusted his gold-framed glasses and raised his paper-thin magic wand. Force wall technique. An inclined, invisible force field wall appeared above the high ground. The hail fell and struck the force field wall, but was all blocked and directed down its slant, falling onto the Allied forces' positions instead. Immediately, the Allied forces screamed and suffered heavy casualties. Schroeder's face changed drastically, quickly casting a shield spell to block the incoming hail. But the soldiers guarding him weren't as lucky, either being smashed to death by the hail or turned into ice sculptures. Schroeder used Misty's step to retreat to the back of the line. He looked up at the invisible force field in the air and murmured, "Damn, it's the force wall technique. Only the disintegrate spell can destroy it. There's such a high-level spellcaster on the other side." Disintegrate was a 6th-tier spell, and even Schroeder found himself helpless against this force field wall. Meanwhile, on the Monster Legion's side, Dolores was panting heavily, gritting his teeth as he thanked him. "Ramp, you came just in time. I almost froze to death in that spell." His tone grew more furious. "I'm fighting for my life up front, and you were nowhere to be seen." Ramp looked down at the great goblin with disdain, speaking in a flat tone. "Captain Dolores, think about it. You are leading the best troops of the Ashen Nest, and yet you were pushed to this point by mere humans." Ramp's tone carried a hint of mockery. "You said you would easily crush them. Those were your exact words, so I gave you the chance to prove it. But look now, why do you need to ask me for help?" Ramp, you. With Ramp sneering, Dolores's face grew even redder, unable to find a retort, and had to swallow his anger. Ramp raised his wand and looked towards the battlefield. Watch closely, this is what it means to easily crush them. Firewall spell. A wall of fire, stretching tens of meters, appeared on the battlefield. Ferocious flames mercilessly burned the unprepared Allied soldiers, causing waves of wails and screams. Meanwhile, the Ashen Nest retainers, bearing the Red Dragon bloodline, were unafraid of the fire. They surged into the firewall, pursuing the unfortunate, burning enemies. Chapter 118. Chapter 48 War 12. Seeing the rising firewall and the enemies scattering in all directions, Dolores snorted white smoke from his nostrils, gripped his axe, and was about to charge into the enemy lines. But Ramp stopped him. It's time to retreat, Captain Dolores. Dolores turned his head in confusion, his blood-red eyes filled with resentment. Ramp, in such a situation, you want me to retreat? Did you take those humans' gold coins? Ramp replied calmly, this is the Master's order. Do you also want to defy it? Dolores spat on the ground and said viciously, Ramp, don't be too pleased with yourself. I will report all your inaction in this war to the Master truthfully. Let's go. Then the Goblin chieftain gathered his troops, preparing to return to the northern pass. Dolores, in the end, had not completely lost his mind in the frenzy of battle. He knew there was a reason for Ramp's certainty. Ramp no longer paid attention to the furious Goblin chieftain. Instead, he took out a special green-footed dragon serpent horn from the dimensional bag, covered with magic runes. He easily activated it. Immediately, the majestic voice of the Red Dragon, recorded by magic, thundered across the battlefield. Ashen Nest Kin, he the command, full retreat. Ramp followed with a loud shout. This is the Master's order, the will of the great Red Dragon. The ogre, who had been smashing soldiers into pulp, raised his head. The chimera with its 3 heads turned in confusion. The lizard folk withdrew their bloodied bone spears. The wyvern that had been diving and spewing fire spread its wings and slowly ascended. Although the Ashen Nest Kin didn't understand why they had to retreat, the command of the Red Dragon was unquestionable. So even though they were fighting fiercely, they reluctantly left the battlefield, following orders to withdraw from the front lines. The ogres and great goblins ran. The land dragon beasts moved slowly. The wyverns and chimeras flew in the sky, all heading towards the kin camp north of the throat of Triel. Soon, the ground was left with only blood, human and monster corpses, and burning embers. Am I dreaming? They left. The gods be praised. These monsters retreated. I actually survived. My God. The Allied soldiers, having just endured a brutal battle, stood in place, dazed. Most were covered in wounds and blood, muttering to themselves as if in a dream. This inexplicable victory didn't make them cheer as usual. They felt a sense of surviving a catastrophe. The staff officer rode up, panting, and reported, Sir. All the Ashen Nest Kin have retreated. Robert wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled deeply. At least he no longer had to worry about being attacked. But faced with the situation, he still felt puzzled. They clearly had the absolute advantage. Why retreat? Sir Schroeder, the Grey Hawk, who had also withdrawn from the front line, stood by and pondered for a moment before saying in a low voice, The Red Dragon is a greedy and stingy creature that rarely bestows goodwill. Perhaps the power of these monsters isn't granted. And any power comes with a price. In other words, it's possible they're burning their own life force. Robert mused for a moment before speaking. So you mean Ashen Nest fears prolonged warfare? Schroeder's voice was hoarse. It's just a reasonable guess. I can only say, maybe so. Robert stepped out of the tent, gazing at the backs of the flying wyverns in the sky, finally gritting his teeth and making a decision. Then pursue. This is the Allied forces' last chance. We must not let them recover. The loud sound of the charging horn blew. At Robert's command, the Allied soldiers continued to advance, reclaiming their former positions, but their progress was slow. The soldiers moved sluggishly, step by step, and even the war horses let out exhausted neighs. Soldiers, victory is within sight. These monsters can't hold on much longer. You will become heroes maintaining the Northern Order. The military governor officers shouted passionately, but the soldiers only looked on coldly. Victory? What a joke. Has this guy ever seen the fangs of a wyvern? Has he ever been hit by an ogre's club? Discontented whispers rose among the ranks. These soldiers, who had endured brutal combat, were already weary and reluctant to fight, only avoiding desertion out of self-preservation. Despite the military governor officer's repeated emphasis on the monster's retreat, the soldiers still followed at a slow pace, afraid of catching up too quickly. And using this passive resistance, even the military governor couldn't punish them by military law. North of the throat of Triel, Ramp stood halfway up the mountain, overlooking the slowly pursuing Allied forces, a hint of an expectant smile appearing on his ugly face. You people of the North, you finally come to meet your doom. Surrounded by ogres, great goblins, kobolds, lizard folk, and other ashen kin, even the captured nobles were brought here. They were noisy and boisterous, the frenzy of battle not yet fully dissipated. I killed 12 humans with my hammer. I crushed them alive. It's a pity. I wanted to taste their blood again. Hedayoko. As they spoke, their greedy eyes couldn't help but glance at the noble captives. Viscount Luton, terrified by the nearby monsters, nervously asked the tiefling, "Sir, you brought us here for what?" "Please ensure our safety." Mizulash smiled without answering. "I was fighting so well. Why did we retreat?" "Yeah, I only gained 600 contributions." "Is the war over? Is there a final mission?" "No cinematic." The players, following the quest lead, also arrived at the camp halfway up the mountain to watch the spectacle. Seeing the approaching Allied forces in the distance, Ramp raised his magic wand. Stonewall spell. They heard a rumbling sound from the ground. The thick stone wall slowly rose, completely sealing off the last exit of the throat of Triel, trapping nearly 10,000 Allied remnants in the Triel Valley. This is what the Master means by catching a turtle in a jar. Ramp looked down at the uproarious Allied forces below, mumbling to himself. Chapter 119:49. Scourge. Robert rode on horseback, following at the rear of the army. On either side of him, dozens of soldiers struggled to push the heavy dragon-slaying ballista, the massive wheels on the ballista's base turning slowly with a grating metallic sound. Schroeder, the gray hawk, also rode a black horse, following beside Robert. This damn place is getting hotter and hotter. Robert wiped the sweat off his body and complained. He asked the adjutant, "Why is the army moving so slowly? How much longer until we pass through the throat of Triel?" The adjutant responded in a solemn tone, "My lord, our forces have just endured a bloody battle. It's normal for our march to be a bit slower." "Lord Robert." We discover a stone wall ahead, blocking the throat of Triel. A messenger arrived on horseback at full speed, urgently reporting. "What? How is that possible? They only just passed through." Robert's face was full of disbelief. Schroeder spoke gravely. "It's the spellcasters. The Ashen Nest harbors senior spellcasters. If I'm not mistaken, that's a stonewall spell, a 5th-tier shaping spell that can create an indestructible wall of rock. It seems they anticipated our pursuit and prepared accordingly." "Then what should we do?" Robert was already somewhat panicked, sweat pouring off his forehead like rain. Schroeder spoke in a steady voice, "My lord, do not worry. This stone wall can be broken, and even if the other side has an archmage, maintaining such a spell for a long period is nearly impossible." That's good, that's good." Robert muttered to himself. He pulled out his handkerchief again and wiped the sweat off his head. Compared to when the Allied forces had just entered, the Triel Valley now felt like a broiling furnace, the weather unpredictably hot and erratic. Robert could even smell the scent of burnt ash in the air. Wait, fire? Heat? The red dragon was known as the volcanic dragon. Thinking of this, and combined with the sudden withdrawal of the Ashen Legion and the red dragon's absence, Robert's heart filled with a sense of foreboding. Unfortunately, his premonitions were often accurate. "My lord." The adjutant's voice trembled beside him. Robert's pondering was interrupted, and he looked to his side, somewhat impatiently asking, "What is it?" You should turn around and look. You'll understand." The adjutant's tone was desperate, tinged with tears. Robert finally realized that something was amiss. He twisted around in his saddle, and then fell to the ground in shock. He crumpled to the ground, gazing up at the sky in despair. Tampas, be merciful. Flames, endless flames. The distant horizon was dyed a vibrant orange-red, the skyline transforming into a blazing, dancing line of fire, with billowing clouds of thick smoke rising, gradually obscuring the land. Gales from the southwest howled, flipping over bodies strewn across the battlefield. Broken limbs were tossed into the air like locusts, ignited by the rising heat waves as they passed over the blazing terrain, turning into burning fireballs that rained down. At the center of the inferno, a massive red dragon slowly beat its wings. The red dragon was the very embodiment of flame, the heart of the vast fire. With each wing beat, the fire expanded, breathed, and grew fiercer. Schroeder, is this an illusion? It was a question that needed no answer. Robert gazed at the sky, his face lit crimson by the flames. He could feel the scorching heat, the bitter scent of sulfur heavy in the air. Schroeder said nothing. He stood still, eyes locked on the distance, muttering in disbelief. Weather control. 8th tier. That's an 8th tier spell. The gray-robed mage shouted frantically, almost driven mad. The Allied soldiers were stunned by the terrifying sight. They cried. They wailed. Some prayed. But none of it mattered. Against this endless sea of fire, all was hopeless. Gods above. This is hell, isn't it? No. How could we ever think to oppose something like that? Ahead of them was a stone wall that could not be breached. Behind them, an inferno that threatened to devour everything. The only thing that could save them now was a miracle that hadn't happened for thousands of years. This was not a battlefield anymore. This was a flame-engulfed purgatory. Roar. Cassius let out a mighty, soul-shaking roar from within the inferno. Ignorant humans. I am the flame. I am death. I bring total annihilation. The heat surged into great currents. Fire dragons rose from the scorched ground, leaping and coiling through the sky. The wind from the southwest howled, forming a vortex that swept flames, ash, and corpses into the air. The fire dragons merged, spinning into a massive fire tornado that towered over the Triel Valley, stretching for miles. The world looked torn open. And inside that pillar of flame, 100 meters high, the red dragon flapped its wings slowly. With every wing beat, the firestorm grew larger, stronger. It tore across the land, incinerating everything in its path. The Allied forces were trapped, and there was no way out. Only then did Robert shake off his daze. He climbed to his feet and looked at the dragon above with a flash of determination. A scourge could not be killed, but the one behind it could. His eyes landed on the dragon-slaying ballistae, still covered in cloth. That was his final hope. If this weapon had once slain the glacier wing, then maybe, just maybe, it could kill this demon of fire too. Kill it. Just kill it. Prepare the dragon-slaying ballistae. Any cost. Kill this damned red dragon. Robert shoved aside the frightened soldiers, tearing the cloth off the massive ballista. He pushed at it with all his strength. My lord, let me help. Loyal soldiers, seeing Robert's resolve, stepped up. Together, they pushed the heavy weapon into position, aiming it at the sky. A 2-meter-long iron arrow lay ready. Its blood-stained tip glinted in the firelight. It had pierced a dragon's heart once. It would have to do it again. The flames crept closer. Everything was about to be consumed. As long as this arrow hits, it will all be over. Robert aimed at the dragon, sweat dripping from his jaw, hands trembling. He stared into the blazing sky. Those golden, vertical pupils stared right back. They were full of contempt. Robert's fury surged. He let go. Whoosh. The arrow screamed through the sky. He held his breath, praying. The giant bolt neared Cassius's chest, ready to pierce that burning heart. But then the dragon's body melted into the fire, merging with a tornado. Braving the fiery pits, Cassius became flame itself. The arrow passed through the inferno and fell harmlessly to the earth. Impossible. This is impossible. Robert fell back, his voice shaking, hands trembling. He looked up into the sky, now filled only with flame, and his eyes glinted with fire and hopelessness. No. The tornado surged forward. Flames burst toward him. In the heart of the fire, the red dragon took shape again. Cassius roared. Who gave you the courage to oppose me with toys like these? He crushed the ballistae under his claws. Flames consumed Robert, the youngest Earl of Rackman's duchy, commander of 30,000 men, reduced to ash without even a final word. The final judgment is near. You pitiful mortals will take your leave. Cassius rampaged across the battlefield like a god of wrath. The red dragon's burning form tore through the soldiers, claws and fangs rending all in his path. Arrows bounced uselessly off his golden-red scales, earning only more flame in return. Help! Stay away from me! The allied soldiers broke and ran. But those who fell to Cassius directly were the lucky ones. They at least died fighting. The others were slaughtered. The fire tornado followed Cassius, sweeping soldiers into the sky, setting them ablaze, hurling them down as flaming corpses. Others on the outskirts were showered by fireballs, their armor melting onto their flesh. Firelight filled the world. Smoke swallowed everything. The survivors scattered blindly, some collapsing, some charred beyond recognition. The luckiest tried to climb the stone wall and were choked to death by the smoke. Amid the chaos, a gray-robed mage stumbled toward the battlefield's edge. He raised his wand, trembling. I must leave. I'm sorry, Lord Earl. Secondary teleportation spell. A spatial ripple shimmered. Schroeder's body turned translucent. Cassius sensed the disturbance. He saw the fleeing mage, but he let him go. The red dragon beat his wings slowly, floating above the firestorm, gazing down at the valley below. Once it had held tens of thousands. Now almost nothing moved. All he could see was fire and charred remains. Countless ashes danced in the wind. It had become a carnival for flames, a forbidden zone for the living. Cassius meticulously fulfilled his pre-battle promise. He landed with a resounding thud, sending ashes into the sky. Surrounded by embers, he lifted his head and let out a long, echoing roar. Roar. On the mountain, Viscount Luton trembled as he witnessed the apocalyptic scene. His mind, once full of the classical works of court poets, lavishly adorned with eloquent words, now found none that could capture even a fraction of the scene's magnitude. His lips quivered, finally forcing out a few words. Infernal calamity. Luton recalled a line from the Holy Scriptures. Sinners cast into purgatory, the flames will consume them. Fire. The incarnation of flame. He is the incarnation of flame. By the gods. The captured nobles stared blankly at the sight of tens of thousands of elite troops turning to ash. They trembled all over. Many collapsed on the spot. Some even wet themselves in fright. Meanwhile, the retainers of the Ashen Nest, whether great goblins, ogres, or wyverns, all fixed their eyes on the massive dragon silhouette encircled by embers at the fire's core. Reverence, panic, longing. All these emotions appeared on their grotesque faces. This is the Master's strength. This is the great red dragon's rage. This is the purest form of power incarnate. He will conquer the world, or destroy it. Ramp stared at the infernal scene, muttering to himself. The red dragon flapped his enormous wings and rose from the sea of flames, descending toward the Ashen Nest camp, halfway up the mountain. As he gradually approached, everyone, whether retainers or captive nobles, trembled and lowered their heads in the presence of his overwhelming might. Quite the splendid display of fireworks. Wouldn't you agree? The golden eyes of Cassius still burned with lingering fire. The allied forces never had a chance at victory. It was all like a grand play, orchestrated by him for himself. That day, flames swept through the sky and earth. The Trial Valley was filled with ashes. He wielded scourge-like power, announcing his presence to the Enzita Great Wilderness in the strongest possible way. A war, or rather a massacre of 30,000 allied forces, usually referred to as the Trial Tragedy. From that day forward, the seemingly impregnable northern United Kingdom, standing for centuries, was on the brink of collapse, heralding the impending era of dragon domination. Trial Tragedy. Annals of Enzita. Duke Luton. The red dragon flapped his enormous wings, detaching from the sea of flames, descending to the Ashen Nest camp halfway up the mountain. As he gradually approached, whether retainer or captive noble, all trembled and lowered their heads in the presence of his mighty dragon's might. Quite the splendid display of fireworks. Wouldn't you agree? Cassius gazed down at them, his golden eyes still seemingly burning with recent flames. The allied forces never had a chance at victory. It was all like a grand play orchestrated by him for himself. That day, flames swept through the sky and earth. The Trial Valley was filled with ashes. He wielded scourge-like power, announcing his presence to the Enzita Great Wilderness in the strongest possible way, a war, or rather a massacre of 30,000 allied forces. It became known as the Trial Tragedy. From that day forward, the seemingly impregnable Northern United Kingdom, standing for centuries, was on the brink of collapse. It heralded the impending era of dragon domination. The Trial Tragedy. Annals of Anzita. Duke Luton. Chapter 122. Chapter 52. Ascension and Terrifying Illusions. After adapting to the changes and feeling the surge of power within his body, Cassius once again looked at the panel, which was filled with messages about experience gained. You killed White Lion Knight Tarek, gaining 2,100 experience. You killed Captain of the Northwind Eagle Guards, Nerylin, gaining 1,800 experience. You killed Captain of the Northwind Eagle Guards, Atla, gaining 1,800 experience. You killed Silverhand Tur, gaining 1,200 experience. You killed Count Robert, gaining 1,200 experience. You killed Transportation Corps, gaining 0.5 experience. You killed Transportation Corps, gaining 0.5 experience. You killed Peasant Auxiliary, gaining 0.25 experience. There were tens of thousands of data entries refreshing on the panel. At the top were those high-ranking officers of the Allied forces, paladins, and spellcasters, followed by various elite soldiers, and finally, countless ordinary soldiers and laborers. Due to Cassius's high level of life energy, those weak creatures provided him with negligible experience. But gathering the bits can build a tower. Whoa, so many. Even Cassius was somewhat surprised, because the data in front of him far exceeded his expectations. In the in-panel statistics, Cassius had gained over 63,000 experience points. Even with the Red Dragon template making level-ups exceptionally difficult, this massive amount of experience was enough to raise him 4 levels in one go. However, Cassius did not intend to do so. Recklessly accepting uncontrollable power could be very risky. He had only just digested and achieved preliminary control over the spell abilities he mastered after his previous sleep. Choose to improve True Dragon Sorcerer level. Your True Dragon Sorcerer level has risen to level 8. You have gained an additional Dragonkin feat. Hard Landing. Hard Landing. Prerequisite: circling, flipping. If a dragon takes enough damage or spell attacks to make it unable to fly, an experienced dragon can adopt a forced method to maintain its dignity. A dragon with this feat can find the most reasonable way to avoid damage in any fall. Cassius nodded slightly. At least this feat could be useful in battles. You have gained a special attribute point. You can choose to enhance one of your attributes by 1 point, including above 20. Choose to enhance Charisma to 25. That familiar feeling once again enveloped his body, soul, and spirit. His impact on reality deepened further, making him feel like a controller of the world, able to manipulate the magic web with a mere gesture. It was said that when attributes like Charisma and Intelligence reached 30, one could touch the Source Sea with their will, achieving a new, extraordinary spell-casting realm that no player in his previous life had ever reached. Cassius took a deep breath, feeling his connection to the world, and silently praying to gain a useful spell. But he did not call upon any deity. Gained 5th tier Dragon Spell. Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath. 5th tier spell. Golden light beams shoot up from the ground beneath you, bathing you in a healing column filled with yellow particles. This spell converts arcane energy into pure Dragonkin life energy and guides it to repair the damage to your body. Cassius breathed a sigh of relief. He had gained a highly functional healing spell, which could be life-saving in critical battles against powerful enemies. But the next spell made his expression turn grim. Gained 6th tier Dragon Spell. Tiamat's Terrifying Illusion. Tiamat's Terrifying Illusion. 6th tier Illusion Spell. The target being sees an illusion of the Dragon Queen, Tiamat. Unless they have incredibly strong willpower, they will believe the illusion is real and that they are about to become the target of her multiple breath attacks. Creatures that believe in this illusion will see fire, ice, acid, lightning, and poison gas spewing from Tiamat's mouth. Unless their mental will is tough enough, they will be scared to death by this scene. The illusion is so horrific that even those with strong willpower will still suffer heavy mental trauma. Tiamat's illusion. Is it a coincidence? Or is it the will of the 5-color Dragon Queen? Cassius pondered, his expression gradually freezing. Though the Anzita Great Wilderness is just a remote corner of Erezer on the prime material plane, insignificant in the grand scheme, as a red dragon, rumored to be a favored one of the Dragon Queen, Cassius's performance might indeed have caught the attention of the evil Dragon Queen. After all, shortly after entering Erezer, that terrifying illusion had already appeared in his mind. Now, managing Stormy Ridge and soon taking over the Rackman Duchy, he was barely able to meet the threshold of being a minion to the Dragon Queen. This spell is undoubtedly powerful, but I'd better not use it recklessly unless absolutely necessary. He did not believe that when summoning an illusion of a true deity, the deity would not notice. It was purely absurd. Cassius did not want to make early contact with the Dragon Queen when his power was still relatively weak, as it would reduce him to a mere pawn. Tiamat. Rather than being a pawn, I would prefer to become the renegade who replaces her. Cassius thought to himself. Of course, such blasphemous thoughts would remain internal. He would never voice them. The spellcasting method of Tiamat's terrifying illusion appeared in Cassius's mind. The images of the five-colored Dragon Queen were so hideous and terrifying, seemingly watching everything, making him feel uneasy. So, Cassius tried to build a fortress in his memory, sealing the spell away for now. If not for being unavoidable, he would even prefer to lose this sixth-tier spell. Even after sealing it, Cassius still felt uneasy, unable to find peace. Ramp. The red dragon called to the magic mirror in the cave. With his call, Ramp's ugly face appeared in the mirror, his expression humble and respectful. After that horrible scourge, his appreciation for the red dragon's power became more direct, making him even more reverent. Great Master, what are your orders? Cassius commanded. Find an empty cave within Stormy Ridge and place a shrine to Her Majesty Tiamat inside. Regularly send a few gold coins there as an offering. After a moment of contemplation, he reminded specifically. Also, make sure this place is far away from Dragon Valley. Ramp gladly accepted the order, respectfully saying, Yes, Master. The Dragon Vein Ogre Mage severed the magic image, sighing. The Master is truly generous and devout, even offering precious gold coins to Her Majesty the Dragon Queen. No wonder he has such great power. However, considering the general greed of dragons, Cassius planned to replace the gold coins with less conspicuous copper coins, a matter for later, and certainly not because of his stinginess. Chapter 123. Chapter 53. The Besieged City. Within the boundaries of the Rackman Duchy, Trollo City. This was once the fief of the legendary General Turner Rackman. This city was also known as the City of Viral Wind, home to more than 10,000 people. As a military stronghold defending Northwind Castle in the northern part of the duchy, Trollo City had long resisted invasions from the north. The people here were resilient and brave, or as they said, steeped in martial spirit. For hundreds of years, they faced waves of invasions from frost giants, orcs, and even a white dragon, yet none of these had managed to defeat them. The Skander people were like an iron nail, resolutely rooted in the central and northern regions of Anzita. But now fear was spreading within this city. A dark, oppressive army of monsters had surrounded the city for a full 7 days. All communication was cut off. No water, people, or food could enter or leave Trollo City. However, the shortage of supplies was not the most terrifying aspect. It was the resulting unrest among the people. Having not faced war for decades, the Trellonians had become somewhat lax. They seemed to have forgotten the glory of their ancestors, immersed in years of peace and stability. Their enemies, however, were the formidable and aggressive Ashenkin. Even many elite soldiers from the Allied forces hailed from Trollo City. After that battle, the city was left in ruins, the sound of wailing everywhere, as if the backbone of Trollo City had been broken. Wyvern Knights swept across the sky, dropping countless flyers urging surrender upon the terrified populace below. Will they slaughter the city? What should we do? Maybe we should surrender. Even the elite of the Allied forces have been wiped out. How can we possibly hold out against such an army? Such whispered conversations echoed throughout the city. However, the city defense army had already imposed martial law, and the entire city was under strict military control. Anyone who publicly voiced such demoralizing sentiments was arrested by the city defense army as a traitor. The high walls of Trollo City were weathered and had borne witness to centuries of turbulent history. The city defense army stood at their posts, ready for action, but they could not launch an attack, as the monsters were too far away for even the ballistas to reach them. The current city lord, Count Dawson Valere, stood on the city wall, looking solemnly down at the monsters surrounding the city. "My lord, we caught another group of traitors," the city defense army captain reported hurriedly. Dawson's voice was firm. "Execute them all. Leave no room for these scum." The city defense army captain shivered, then quickly responded. "Yes, my lord." Again. Have they forgotten the glory of their ancestors? Dawson clenched his fist, muttering to himself. He turned to his adjutant and inquired, "How many days can our food and water last within the city?" The adjutant pondered for a moment before replying. 3 days, at most 3 days. Recently, people have started dying of thirst. Their families dragged the bodies to the square, wailing, and were temporarily detained by our guards. But now the situation is becoming uncontrollable, and more troublemakers are emerging. The city's troops are nearly insufficient. A heavy gloom settled over Dawson's face. Could surrender truly be the only option? No, surrender was not an option. It was about his honor, the struggle of the Trelawneyans over the centuries, and the glory of their ancestors. With this in mind, Count Dawson's expression turned stern. He told the adjutant, "Gather the citizens, I have something to say to them." "Yes, my lord." Soon, under the supervision of the city defense army, the starving and complaining citizens gathered below the city walls. "I am so hungry. Is Lord Earl going to give us relief? These lackeys of the city defense, my family starved to death, and they took the bodies away. Please, let this be over soon." At that moment, a steady and powerful voice echoed from the city walls, and the citizens, or rather refugees, looked up with hope, only to see Count Dawson, looking stern, standing high on the city wall, loudly proclaiming, "Citizens, Trollo City has reached a life-or-death moment. This is the most critical time in nearly 100 years. But do not fear. Do not retreat. Our ancestors lived here, in this mighty city. Look around. This tall wall has withstood countless terrifying enemies. Giants, orcs, dragons. But no enemy has ever conquered us. And this time will be no different." A refugee courageously asked, "But what about food? What about water?" "My lord, if I may be blunt, our courage needs a material foundation." Dawson's expression stiffened for a moment, but then he spoke forcefully. "Courage and will are your sharpest spears and swords. No water and food? How could that be? Citizens, don your armor, take up your weapons. They are just outside the city, waiting for you to claim them with your swords." While Count Dawson was delivering his impassioned speech, he had no idea that, in the field several hundred meters away, someone was secretly observing him. "Boss, can you really use this mortar? It looks pretty shoddy to me." The battlefield wheelchair man pretended to calibrate the device, speaking to the iron madman beside him. Before him lay a more than 2-meter-long metal smoothbore cannon, but it had no artillery mount. Instead, it was supported on the shoulders of a large and strong ogre, sitting on the ground, serving as a makeshift mount. The iron madman leaned in, whispering, "It should still work, at least it won't blow up." The budget for the mount was diverted to build a mech. "But do you really know how to use this thing?" "All right, I'll give it a shot." The battlefield wheelchair man, looking at Count Dawson on the distant city wall, spoke with excitement. Judging by his outfit, he must be a bigwig. "Big head, move a bit to the left." The ogre moved impatiently to the left. "That's too much. About the distance of a stake." The battlefield wheelchair man tried to think of a unit of measurement the ogre could understand. "Wait, that's too much." "Yes, that's about right. Load the ammunition." Another ogre clumsily loaded the heavy shell, fumbling with the fuse on the side. After recalibrating for a long while without finding any clues, the battlefield wheelchair man decided to leave it to chance and shouted, "Ready, fire." Boom. The sound of thunderous cannon fire echoed across the fields. The shell traced a high arc in the sky but landed in the moat in front of the city wall, exploding into a massive crater. "Damn it, what happened?" Count Dawson, in the midst of his speech, felt the earth tremble. He staggered slightly, dirt splattering onto his splendid armor. Was it thunder? Is the enemy attacking? Run for your lives. The refugees panicked, creating chaos as they jostled and clamored to escape. His adjutant and the city defense army nearby were also annihilated. Not to mention the bricks that were blown off, falling among the crowds below the city wall, causing even more casualties. Oh my God, Lord Earl is dead. The Ashen Nest breached the city. Help, they're breaking in. Refugees crowded and cried as they fled in all directions, even causing a stampede at one point. The city defense army was powerless to handle the situation. Their Lord Earl had been blown to smithereens, and many soldiers were paralyzed with fear from the falling shells, not knowing what to do. What do we do? Should we continue to follow orders? But Lord Earl is dead, and even the captain is dead. I don't know. The city defense army could only stand by helplessly. The news of the Earl's death quickly spread throughout the city, plunging Trollo City into chaos. Loyal retainers swore to resist to the death and fulfill the Earl's last wishes, while despicable nobles intended to surrender and protect their positions, and pureblood serpent-folk spies stirred trouble in the shadows. Meanwhile, at the Ashen Nest stronghold, the retainers were a bit puzzled by the commotion in Trollo City. But the players knew exactly what was happening. You killed Count Dawson Valaire, gaining 1200 XP. You defeated an enemy general, gaining 5500 faction contribution from the Ashen Nest. Holy shit, one-shot kill. Iron Madman's eyes widened, staring at the generous rewards on the screen, filled with delight and surprise. The battlefield wheelchair man whispered, "Boss, how did this ogre understand the instructions and aim so accurately?" Iron Madman sneered, "This ogre is much smarter than you. He even memorized the artillery's firing table. I only used 300 pounds of raw meat to motivate him. Unlike you, who's just a lousy aim." "No way." The battlefield wheelchair man muttered in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. He had been outsmarted by an ogre. Iron Madman patted him sympathetically on the shoulder. "You're not suited for this complicated stuff. Once we have more resources, I'll personally make you a Type 2 submachine gun. Now go play somewhere else." Ogre Bighead seemed to notice they were discussing him. He turned his head with a challenging smile on his ugly face. The battlefield wheelchair man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, tried to change the subject, and suddenly cheered, "Boss, you're amazing. Fire again. Give them a little fireworks show." Unexpectedly, the goblin chieftain and commander of the siege, Dolores, was attracted by the ruckus and came over personally, asking if these Starfallen could blow open the city wall. "I don't think so." Iron Madman scratched his head awkwardly. He patted the hot artillery barrel, only to hear a crisp explosion as the metal barrel suddenly cracked open like a blooming flower, emitting wisps of blue smoke. This was just a prototype for testing. It could only fire twice at most. Not because he skimped on quality. Not because he secretly used the special mithril assigned to the Ashen Nest for making armor, and instead mixed inferior metal for the mortar barrel. Iron Madman silently added in his heart, vowing never to tell anyone about it. As the day went on, the chaos in the city gradually subsided. Dolores was somewhat disappointed, but still looked at the tall city walls with a menacing smile. "Master said to maintain order in the city. But if they don't surrender, that's not my problem." A hint of savagery flashed in his eyes. It was said that his master would personally come to this siege. He had to showcase his valor and loyalty, making enemies tremble at the mention of his name. Boom. However, just as he was fantasizing, the heavy city gates slowly opened. White flags fluttered on the tall city towers. The once impregnable Trollo City had fallen easily. The Ashen Nest had only expended 2 shells, one of which even missed. Under Dolores' command, the most orderly of the goblin and lizard folk troops were the first to enter the city, followed by the players. The more unruly retainers like ogres and wyverns were left to camp outside the city. As the gates opened, the Ashen Nest's army formed neat lines and marched in. The once bustling streets were now deserted, with only a few worried and frightened eyes occasionally peeking out from the cracks in doors and windows. After Count Dawson's death, the highest-ranking official in the city was Deputy City Lord Viscount Barry. He now stood at the gates, respectfully welcoming the Ashen Nest army. Facing Dolores, who was tall and ferocious, his whole body quivered with fat. "My lord, on behalf of all the citizens of Trollo City, I welcome you." "Good." Dolores grinned, his scaly face attempting to show a friendly smile. However, it had the opposite effect. It made the Viscount even more terrified, fearing that this dragon vein goblin would eat him in a fit of rage. People often regard the fall of Trollo City as a great humiliation, a complete farce. But in my view, it was merely a continuation of the results of the Trio Conference. If the Allied forces hadn't been utterly defeated, those bloodthirsty citizens would have returned to Trollo City. And this wouldn't have gone down the same way. History of the Duchy. The Fall of Trollo City. By Duke Luton. Chapter 125. Chapter 55. In Trollo City, key locations like the City Lord's Mansion, Military Government Hall, and the Armory were immediately seized by the Goblin Army. There were sporadic disturbances. The City Defense Army swore to follow the Earl to the death and rose up in resistance. As many as 100 people shouted, "For Count Dawson! For the glory of Trollo City!" and charged at the monster army. But the goblins just silently formed ranks and raised their spears. Bang! After the deafening gunshots, everything fell silent. The interior of Trollo City was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. These rebels were hung on the city walls, becoming a terrifying sight in the city. People peeked at the blood-dripping corpses riddled with bullets, and their hearts filled with greater fear and unease. Don't go outside. Don't look. The residents tightly shut their doors and windows, covered their children's eyes, trembling while constantly praying. But soon they were ordered to come out and greet. The doors were knocked on with loud thuds, and outside were the grim faces of the goblins and lizard folk. The children cried out loudly in fear, but the adults hastily covered their mouths. No one dared to resist. Even though the goblins and lizard folk were the most orderly and power-following beings within the Ashen Nest, people could still see that these dragon vein monsters were suppressing their frenzied nature, waiting for a rebel to appear so they could tear them apart. During this process, perhaps someone was killed by an uncontrollable dragon vein descendant. But no one would notice, and no one would investigate. In this atmosphere of terror, Trollo City still maintained the most basic order. Everyone knew that the era of Red Dragon's rule over Trollo City had begun, but no one knew when this era would end or what it would be like. The residents were driven by the monster army to the Central Plaza, which was once the most prosperous place in Trollo City, but was now filled with unspeakable terror. Whether they were former nobles, sergeants, commoners, or even beggars, whether they were dressed in fine robes, rags, or coarse hemp clothing, all were driven here by the goblins and lizard folk. People were anxious and uneasy. No one dared to speak. They were like criminals on their way to execution, quietly waiting for the final judgment. They waited like this. Suddenly, the assimilated City Defense Army stationed at the gate looked into the distance, their voices trembling, and so did the residents. Oh my God, what is that? Gods protect us. The bipedal wyverns gathered close together like a mass of surging dark clouds, densely approaching from the distance, almost blocking out the sun. However, the wyverns were only the servants ahead of the king. They parted in the sky, forming a broad path, and the massive red dragon slowly approached, flapping its wings and gradually descended. Cassius cast a gigantic shadow on the ground, almost covering everyone at one moment. Then he thunderously landed in the central plaza of Trollo City. The immense figure appeared in the plaza's center. Dust rose into the air. When the smoke cleared, people could barely make out his form. It was a terrifying red dragon. Huge, strong, like the embodiment of strength. The large horns sweeping back were like a majestic crown, and the golden pupils seemed to burn with blazing flames. As his gaze swept down from above, people felt an instinctive fear of this powerful creature, their heads lowered unconsciously. Some with weaker constitutions even fell to their knees. The horrific monster opened its mouth, and people immediately felt a scorching, burning breath hitting their faces, reminding them of the rumor of the incarnation of flame. People of Trollo City, greetings. The voice resounded like thunder. Standing at the front, Viscount Burton, who had barely managed a smile, slumped to the ground in fright. Cassius calmly stated, "I know that Trollo City has a glorious history. Your ancestors once resisted the invasion of the White Dragons and the Frost Giants. You were once the renowned city of Viral Wind." His tone paused. "But that is all in the past. Now this is my territory. I will establish a new order here, one that belongs solely to the Ashen Nest. Any dissidents will be met with the most thorough destruction. I will rule here, who agrees and who opposes." Cassius looked down at the tens of thousands of citizens, the golden vertical pupils exerting an invisible pressure as he swept over the nobles, sergeants, and commoners. Yet no one dared to meet his gaze. Silence pervaded the plaza. Suddenly, a voice drew everyone's attention, including Cassius Gaze. Viscount Burton, trembling, prostrated on the ground and whispered weakly, "King of Ashen." Seeing the red dragon's gaze on him, he trembled more violently, sweat streaming down his chubby face, but he mustered the courage and shouted louder, "The old era is over. Welcome the King of Ashen to rule Trollo City." Ignoring the disdainful looks around him, Viscount Burton staggered to his feet and continued to shout, "King of Ashen! King of Ashen! He will rule Trollo City and the world." First, the goblins and lizard folk raised their weapons and cheered. Then the residents of Trollo City, under the supervision of the monsters, were forced to join in the celebration of the city's downfall. Cassius observed the cheering monsters and crowd. He saw that these dragon vein monsters harbored countless suppressed violent desires. Those reddened eyes, those heat-spewing maws, those menacing scales and horns. They craved slaughter, needed to release the boiling blood inside. It was only due to Cassius' restraint that they barely maintained order. Without the Red Dragon's personal presence, a catastrophe no less than the tragedy of Northwind Castle could have occurred in the city, something he definitely did not want to see. Cassius hoped to establish a regime of order, a diverse empire of multiple races. An empire that served him, powerful, and able to grow and thrive. He did not wish to create a chaotic force of slaughter. That would only invite disaster, much like those abyssal demons who were attacked wherever they went. This is the violent bloodline of the Red Dragon. These dragon vein descendants can only serve as sharp swords in hand, not to be relied on to establish a new order. Players, I need to control more players. And I must find a way to suppress the chaos and violence within the Red Dragon bloodline. He mused to himself. Cassius had actually already realized that the chaos and evil flowing in the boiling blood of the Red Dragon had affected his way of thinking to a certain extent. Brutal, arrogant, bloodthirsty, he often unintentionally exhibited these terrifying traits, sometimes even without his own awareness. Chapter 126, Chapter 56, Lord, the information appeared on Cassius's panel. You have occupied a city with a population of tens of thousands, gaining the special achievement, Lord. Achievement unlocked, Lord. This place shall become my territory, and I shall be the Lord of the world, Conqueror King Odic. Trait gained, Dictator's Rule. Charisma +1. Ruling Proficiency +6. You conquered cities with overwhelming strength, and your dictatorial rule instilled fear in all. Inhabitants within your territory, viewed as subjects, found it nearly impossible to disobey your orders. Furthermore, your decrees would manifest as natural laws within your domain. Note, all players belonging to your faction who are within your territory must pass a stringent will check if they attempt to break the law. Otherwise, they will be judged as deceased. Depending on your domain and number of subjects, you can currently enforce 3 laws. An invisible power enveloped Cassius. His charisma was further enhanced, reaching a terrifying 26 points, almost comparable to some ancient dragons who had lived nearly 1,000 years and had deep connections with the world. Additionally, a special psionic-like power also appeared in Cassius's will, quietly waiting to be used. Dictator's Rule. Interesting. It will have a miraculous effect on controlling players. Players might appear chaotic and disorderly, but in reality, they were bound by the greatest order, the system. Everything they did, whether fighting or leveling up, strictly followed the system's rules. And now, with Dictator's Rule, Cassius could make himself like a system administrator, exercising precise and detailed control over players' actions, finally making them accustomed to and accepting their roles as laborers for the Ashen Nest. Let's try it then. With this thought, Cassius used the invisible power attached to his will to issue the first Dictator's Rule. Theft is prohibited here. Several moments later. Damn, this city is much bigger than Bartos City. Yeah, it's said to have tens of thousands of people inside. The modeling is so realistic. Even the marks on the city walls feel ancient. Players stood at the city gates, marveling at Trollo City's tall walls that had stood for hundreds of years. In such a big city, think of all the items there could be to pick up. A player with the ID Nocturne Psalm sighed. Everyone turned their heads, looking at the person warily and distancing themselves. Nocturne Psalm was a player with a Wanderer sub-occupation thief, already at level 3. a notorious pickpocket, known alongside Swashbuckler as one of the double dogs of the mine. He had stolen gear and money from countless new players in the dark mines. His occupation traits sleight of hand and gentlemanly thief allowed him to escape unscathed each time, leaving the victims infuriated yet helpless, able only to vent on forums. Black Beast, go away. Don't come into the city with us. Players expressed their disdain, given that his victims numbered in the hundreds. Nocturne Psalm protested. I was just sighing. I didn't take any action, nor did I steal anything from you all. Why so serious? Once those players left, he took out the ring he had just stolen, sly, moist grin forming on his lips. Treasure ring quality. Common description. A very precious ring that can be sold for 5 gold coins in jewelry stores. Good stuff. Nocturne Psalm deftly used his gentlemanly thief trait, silently leaping onto a building rooftop. Several minutes later, that player sensed something amiss, touching his now empty finger, and exclaimed in shock. Wait, my ring is gone. Damn, it's the Black Beast. When he turned around in anger, Nocturne Psalm had already disappeared without a trace. Next time, let's go together and catch him. Unbelievable, this jerk is pure scum. I worked over 10 days to earn that reward. As players grieved their losses, Nocturne Psalm had already picked the complex lock and sneaked into a luxurious mansion. That poor place, Bartow City, had nothing good, with annoying sheriffs. Here, this is paradise for us thief players. The interior was adorned with exquisite decorations, many precious gold and silver jewels displayed in mahogany cabinets. Nocturne Psalm eagerly rubbed his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This necklace is worth 15 gold coins. This bracelet, 11 gold. This pendant, 21 gold. These earrings, 6 gold. Treasures, here I come. Suddenly, Nocturne Psalm's body stiffened. Information continuously refreshed on his panel. You have broken dictator's rule first item. Theft is prohibited here. You need to pass a will check. Check target is 20, your current check result is 2. Will check failed. You have received the status death. Nocturne Psalm only had time to say 2 words. Damn it. Immediately, his brain was squeezed by an immense, invisible power. Boom. His entire head exploded like a shattered watermelon, leaving red and white pieces splattered on the ground. The next day, rumors circulated that several headless bodies had been found in Viscount Burton's mansion, located in different places, with nearby locks all picked. It was said these people were Count Dawson's followers, intending to assassinate the surrendered Viscount Burton, but fell into Viscount Burton's anticipated trap. On the other hand, several posts appeared on the player forums. Solemn protest against targeting Wanderer players by the officials. Has the game bugged? What's with this ridiculous rule? Theft is a part of the world. Banning theft is not conducive to the normal operation of the game. However, most posts attracted mocking comments, especially in Nocturne Psalm's section, which turned into a celebration for the victims. Good and evil will be repaid. The heavenly Tao is a good cycle. Look up and see, who has the officials ever spared? Black Beast, I stole your money. Official, I stole your head. Strong support. Suggest extending this rule to Bartow City. Seems like it's updated over there, too. Now sheriffs can't catch thief players, only native pickpockets. Great satisfaction. Great satisfaction. You officials did a good job, dog officials. Why hasn't the theft rule triggered in Northwind Castle yet? Has it not been updated? Rogue Beast, why aren't you dead yet? Cassius browsed the player posts, nodding slightly. This display of killing 1 to warn 100 seemed very successful. These guys had started treating his rule as part of the system's rules. Once this opening was made, they would gradually accept stricter rules. It just needed to be done gradually. If squeezed too hard, pushing players out of the Ashen Nest would be bad. Chapter 127, Chapter 57, War and Rumors After the Fall of Trollo City. The entire Anzita was in an uproar, though it was long expected. Without the elite claw of the male eagle, how could the Rackman family resist the claws and fangs of those dragon vein monsters, especially when faced with the terrifying red dragon, known as the Infernal Calamity? What they hadn't predicted was that Trollo City, known as the City of Virile Wind, which had stood in the northern United Kingdom for 100 years without falling, would be so easily breached. It couldn't even be called a breach, but rather an effortless occupation, as Trollo City couldn't organize even a decent resistance. With Count Dawson killed by a mysterious weapon, the humiliating white flag fluttered at the city gate, and the centuries of glory of Trollo City vanished into thin air. In the following months, the Ashen Nest didn't rush to break through the capital of the Rachman Duchy, Northwind Castle, but patiently conquered the remaining 11 cities within the duchy one by one. Havertz Fort, Turner City, Mex City. One of the three most powerful duchies in the northern United Kingdom, the Rachman Duchy, was thus gradually devoured. This caused the nobles of Anzita to be on edge. During this period, many bloody events occurred, and there were rumors of ogres and chimeras eating people. However, under Cassius's supervision, the Dragon Vein descendants still maintained basic order. Compared to the human soldiers of this era, who would burn, kill, and plunder to vent their desires when countering war, and the noble knights who saw commoners as insignificant and often took pleasure in killing, these monsters under the Red Dragon's dictator's rule could already be considered disciplined. At least those ogres only viewed humans as tasty snacks, not as targets for bullying. However, within the borders of Anzita, due to deliberate propaganda, the retinue of the Ashen Nest had already been likened to legendary demons. Some bards even created a long poem called the Song of Embers. Their evil tyrant, the infernal calamity Cassius, had become a symbol of original sin at this moment. It was said he was the dragon of lust, the dragon of wrath, and even the dragon of pride. He would transform into a humanoid figure several meters tall to ravage beautiful maidens, and then return to his original form to devour them whole. The steward of the Ashen Nest, the Dragon Vein ogre Mage Ramp, was naturally depicted as the embodiment of gluttony. He would greedily devour everything in sight, and whenever someone tremblingly came to see him, he would be chewing on human remains. The military commander, Great Goblin Dolores, was portrayed as the embodiment of envy, perhaps simply to fit the bard's parallelisms. Cassius neither confirmed nor denied these tales, nor did he care about them. Before he completely conquered the northern kingdom, such inversions of truth were only to be expected. Once he devoured the remaining 12 countries, all the clamor would dissipate, and he would become Anzita's only supreme monarch. Very soon. Once I deal with this old vampire, the next target is you, decrepit northern nobility. The red dragon exhaled a breath of sulfur-scented heat and murmured to itself. He was currently lying in the council hall of Trollo City, which was spacious and bright enough to barely accommodate Cassius's massive dragon body. The council hall had once been the place where Trollo City's affairs were decided. The city's noble councilors would gather here to discuss governance together. It was a proud tradition passed down through generations in Trollo City, with the flying eagles on the tall stone pillars representing courage and authority. Now this place still decided everything in Trollo City, but those eagles no longer symbolized power. They were marks of failure. At this moment, it was the red dragon that judged everything here. Master, Mex City has fallen. The image of Dolores appeared in the hall. One could see a city filled with smoke and fire behind him, with dragon vein monsters constantly passing by and the sound of gunfire in the distance. The red dragon nodded slightly. Very good. Standing by for a long time, Delena picked up a brush and crossed out the name Mex City on the giant map of the duchy in the center of the hall. Besides that, 10 other cities had already been crossed out, including the Trollo City where they currently stayed. Northwind Castle was left isolated within these cities. It was the last remaining city under Rachman Duchy's control. Delena fawningly said, "Congratulations, Master. The centuries-old history of the Rachman Duchy is about to end. Their vast territories will be yours, and your great deeds will be recorded in history. The entire North will tremble under your wings. Now only Northwind Castle remains." Cassius suddenly asked Ramp, "When you conquered Mex City, did you catch those vampire variants?" He was referring to the offspring of the Rachman family, the most elite of the vampire variants, who often referred to themselves as the Blood Clan, like the late Baron Todd. Speaking of Todd, the poor guy had already lost his mind after Ramp's endless tortures and various experiments, reduced to a complete beast. Ramp, with the academic spirit of a mage, finally cut him into fine mince when Todd lost his value after numerous tests. This time Todd never recovered, proving that not all of the Undying Blood Clan were truly undying. After months of experiments and various forms of tactics, Ramp had already grasped many characteristics of these vampire variants, such as the wounding water. He now had a greater interest in Duke Brad Rachman, the old vampire lurking in Northwind Castle. Ramp honestly answered, "No." At Earl Kathleen Rachman's mansion, They only found drained human corpses. The eldest son had long disappeared. The other cities controlled by the Rackman offspring were the same. Ramp suspected they had all been summoned to Northwind Castle for that so-called Ascension ritual. Ascension ritual? Ramp thought Cassius was asking a question, not making a statement, and so replied respectfully. Yes, the Ascension ritual. During the interrogation of Todd Rackman, they learned about this special ritual, similar to a sacrificial ceremony. This was the fabled ritual that supposedly allowed vampires to evolve into truly immortal beings. When the ritual was completed, vampires would no longer fear sunlight and would lose weaknesses like the wounding water, gaining powerful necrosis abilities. The red dragon slowly stood up and stretched its wings. It was time. Time to end all of this. Ramp was ordered to notify all the retinue of the Ashen Nest to draw the best troops from each city and prepare to besiege Northwind Castle. They could not allow a troublesome ascendant vampire to appear. That old guy. It was time for him to go where he belonged. Yes, master. Ramp eagerly responded. Chapter 128, Chapter 58 City Fengyan. Within the final city of Rackman Duchy, Northwind Castle. At this moment, the people of Northwind Castle were in a state of panic. The news of various places being overrun by Ashen Nest was strictly sealed by the Eagle Shield, but people could still make guesses or receive bits of news here and there. I have a secret to tell you all. Mesk City, Trollo City, Archon City. They had all fallen. Someone in the tavern said this drunkenly. He seemed to have drunk too much. But that drunkard was quickly taken away by plainclothes spies, plunging the tavern into silence. No one else dared to speak. In this atmosphere, everyone felt a looming disaster about to descend. The air in the city was heavy, almost stagnant. The city was heavily guarded, with several Eagle shields checking every important area. Any anomalies would be treated as traitors and captured. Every household's doors and windows were tightly shut, but that did not stop gray-robed spies from barging in for inspections. Any irregularities would lead to severe scrutiny, or even immediate capture. No one knew where those so-called traitors were taken. There were even rumors that they were all executed. This pervasive sense of fear spread throughout the city, not just the terror of Ashen Nest attack, but also the dread of the city guard army's stringent searches and the unknown future. Damn it, where has he gone? He should be in that direction. Chase him. Catch him, dead or alive. In a dark alley, the swashbuckler hid in the shadows, evading the pursuers once again. He wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead. As a vampire variant with the undying trait, he seemingly did not have the function to sweat. It was just a force of habit. Has that old vampire gone mad? Grabbing people like this. But this guy's end was near. When the heavenly soldiers from Ashen Nest descended, this venerable vampire would surely be brought to justice. Just thinking of Ashen Nest's overwhelming military might crushing the Allied forces made every player puff out their chests with pride. Yeno also hid beside a trash bin. Close association with the swashbuckler over time had turned this former Earl into a shadowy manipulator, abandoning all so-called noble dignity. Hearing the swashbuckler, he curiously asked, "You have been hiding in the bunker. How do you know what is happening outside?" The swashbuckler chuckled. The wise have their ways. I even know that the entire Allied forces sent by that old vampire have perished. Over 30,000 have all become barbecue. Thinking about the Battle of Triel, the swashbuckler felt a pang of bitterness. Such an important faction battleground mission, and he had not participated. Many players had gained tons of faction contribution and made a name for themselves. Even armored units were built, while he could only crawl in the dark dungeon, silently browsing the forums. This time, I have to show what I can do. The swashbuckler silently vowed to himself. Yeno reminded him, do not just stand there daydreaming. The pursuers will find us sooner or later. By then, we will not be able to escape. Moreover, if things are really as you say, my father will not go down without a fight. I know my father well. To achieve his goals, he will go to any lengths, reaching the point of obsession. He has been planning for a whole century, and thousands have been forcibly sacrificed over these years. The swashbuckler was stunned and then asked, "You mean that old vampire is trying something big?" "Exactly. I suspect those city residents labeled as traitors have been taken to the bunker to be made into blood slaves. My father must have realized his time is running out, so he is no longer hiding, but openly using the entire city's power to accomplish his so-called Great Ascension. The swashbuckler immediately felt eager. Looks like I have to become the hero who saves this city. Do not get too excited. Although you have faced my father directly, you do not understand his strength. As though recalling some long-lost memory, a hint of fear flashed across Yeno's pale face. The swashbuckler, however, scoffed indifferently. Why are you scared again? PTSD acting up. We have been out for so long. Do you think that old vampire can control me? Besides, I have this. He pulled out an exquisite metal emblem stained with mottled blood. Rebel crest. Quality special. A certain mage was once turned into a vampire variant. He tried to resist his master, spending all his effort to create this emblem. Unfortunately, he failed, turning into a puddle of blood, and the emblem was quietly displayed in the Duke's collection, waiting for the next rebel to appear. Effect temporarily makes a vampire variant immune to its master's control. This was an item the swashbuckler and Yeno had found in the Vampire Duke's collection room, giving him tremendous confidence. Yeno shook his head, a hint of resignation appearing on his pale face devoid of blood. Do you really think you can succeed? I knew the creator of this emblem. His name was Triss, the most talented mage I have ever met. He was always full of hope and passion. Even after being transformed into a vampire variant, he never gave up, tirelessly seeking ways to resist the Duke. But in the end, he still failed. A sense of nostalgia and regret flashed through Yeno Rackman's eyes, but so did a fleeting trace of despair. Just because he failed does not mean I will. The swashbuckler. The swashbuckler was boasting, but his words suddenly stopped, leaving only two words. Oh, crap. Yeno's pupils suddenly darkened to a crimson hue, his eyes devoid of any sanity, radiating a chilling aura of death. Ascension. For the Great Ascension. All sacrifices are worth it. Give everything. Yeno whispered in a low voice, his pale face showing an ecstatic expression. At this moment, he seemed like a devout believer about to bask in the deity's favor, unlike the awkward NPC the swashbuckler knew. His body stiffened, striking an odd posture, and he walked toward the Duke's castle in the shadows. The sky seemed to be tinged with blood. The swashbuckler noticed his rebel crest emitting a faint glow, as if struggling against some overpowering force. That old vampire had gone all out. But this could be an opportunity. After a moment's hesitation, he hid the emblem in his pants pocket. For the Great Ascension. The swashbuckler mimicked Yeno's strange behavior, pretending to be a controlled vampire variant, and closely followed. Chapter 129, Chapter 59. Siege. Outside Northwind Castle, the clamor and noise rose and fell, filling the air in all directions. For the Ashen Nest. Occupying Northwind Castle. The crowded wyverns resembled a surge of dark clouds that covered the sky, and the densely packed kobolds and goblins flooded the ground like a muddy tide. The skies and lands outside Northwind Castle were occupied by the retainers. To those inside the city, it appeared as if the end of days had arrived. Oh my God. The city guards standing on the walls looked up at the sky and murmured to themselves. The wyvern knights from the Ashen Nest flew over the city, dropping leaflets like snowflakes. The leaflets promised generous treatment upon surrender. They also included a reproduction of the contract with Duke Brad Rackman, even featuring images of the blood slaves of Northwind Castle. The final line struck straight to the heart. Do you really want to pledge your loyalty to the death for a vampire? Some previously unseen Anzita Academy bards appeared in the city, using their talents to mesmerize the audience. Once the applause ceased, the watchers would likely start questioning all their deeply held beliefs, from their faith in local temple clergy to their loyalty to their ruler. These bards spoke of the dark history of the Rackman family. Before they could finish their tales, the guards would arrest them or even hack them to death on the spot to serve as a brutal warning to others. But the bards remained fearless, shouting before their deaths. One life for 1,000 contributions, this life is worth it. For the Ashen Nest. At this moment, a bard with the username Lonely as Snow was dragged by the guards and shouted, I laugh towards the heavens with a heroic blade. Whether to stay or leave, my courage is vast as the Kunlun Mountains. Though people could not understand the meaning, they sensed the passionate and heroic tone. He was then taken to the street and beheaded on the spot for public display. With the swish of a blade, a head rolled, blood splattered, and many timid onlookers trembled in fear. Soon, Whether guided intentionally or naturally, differing voices arose within the city. People quickly formulated a terrifying suspicion. Those traitors who had been arrested might indeed have become so-called blood slaves, sacrificed to dupe Brad Rackman. Recalling the recent devil contract cases, everything started to make sense. But no one dared voice this suspicion, for it would bring about a fatal disaster. They could only harbor this fear and conjecture in their hearts, waiting for the right moment, when it would inevitably explode. At the entrance of the ceremonial hall in Northwind Castle, on Eagle Plaza, frightened citizens were gathered together. Perhaps learning from the lesson of Count Dawson's death in a shelling, they did not set the assembly location near the city walls. Northwind Castle's chief military commander, ostensibly the highest-ranking officer, Earl Brandon, surveyed the surroundings. In the plaza below the high platform, there were nobles in ornate attire, soldiers in armor, beggars in rags, and farmers with patched clothes. At this moment, they were all gathered here, their eyes filled with fear and anxiety. His Grace said we must delay time at all costs. Once he completes the great ritual, everything will be resolved. We must extract the last ounce of value from these people. With this in mind, Brandon slowly began to speak. Citizens, I understand your fear. After all, the enemy you are about to face is the infamous infernal calamity, the dragon that once destroyed 30,000 allied forces, possibly the most terrifying, powerful, and evil monster to have appeared in Anzita in nearly a century. Even combined, our entire army may not be a match for that beast. The crowd broke out in an uproar. Even though the Ashen Nest's forces had already surrounded Northwind Castle and rumors were rampant within the city, many people still doubted the authenticity of these tales, with some even thinking the so-called infernal calamity was just an excuse for the Allied commanders. But now the truth was exposed. Indeed, I do not intend to hide it, nor could I. The Red Dragon and its evil retainers have already descended upon Northwind Castle, besieging our entire city. But do we just surrender, resign ourselves, and become slaves to these monsters, accepting the brutal rule of an evil dragon? The crowd fell silent. Earl Brandon surveyed the surroundings and looked at a middle-aged soldier in the crowd. Soldier, yes, I mean you. Answer honestly, do you have children? With the Earl personally addressing him, the soldier seemed nervous but still stammered out his reply. Yes, a daughter. Brandon nodded slightly. A daughter, very well. But according to what I know, that red dragon is a dragon of lust and wrath. It once transformed into a hideous 4-meter-tall humanoid, shamelessly violating a beautiful young woman before cruelly devouring her. This was personally witnessed by knights of justice in hiding, and is a true account. He paused deliberately, then continued, staring closely at the soldier. Imagine, if this evil dragon rules Northwind Castle, what it might do to your daughter. Could you bear to watch your daughter suffer in human torment, ultimately meeting a tragic end? Could you endure coming home to find the house in disarray, only to see the bloodied remains of your daughter? No, I can't. Seemingly picturing such a horrific scene, the soldier's eyes immediately reddened, veins bulging. Brandon nodded in satisfaction, then shifted his gaze to a merchant. Do you have a wife? Yes. The same approach, the same outcome, but under the Earl's skillful persuasion, the conversation's stirring power soared even higher. It is almost time, Brandon thought to himself. Seeing the emotions of the people, Brandon finally surveyed all around, looking at everyone present, and raised his sword high. Everyone here, regardless of your identity, whether you are nobles, soldiers, farmers, or merchants. At this moment, there is no distinguished duke, only an ordinary person. Like you, I am just a father to my children, a husband to my wife, a son to my parents. All of us are merely those hoping to protect our loved ones. So tell me, can any of you allow your loved ones to suffer inhuman treatment, to fall into the claws of the evil dragon? No. The crowd was silent for a moment, then a wave of voices surged. Among the over 30,000 citizens of Northwind Castle, many were indeed moved by the Earl's passionate speech, but some scoffed at it, swept up only by the momentum of the crowd. Chapter 130 Chapter 60 Threat. Seeing the people's emotions rising, Brandon hurriedly continued to fan the flames, his voice even more resounding. Everyone present, 400 years ago, Lord Terry Rackman led our ancestors here, riding a giant eagle, to establish the first Northwind Castle. Back then, there were only a mere 300 people here. In these magnificent 400 years, we have undergone countless trials and tribulations of blood and fire. Our ancestors sacrificed their precious lives one after another, which is why this magnificent city stands steadfastly on this land today. This is a city that carries the glorious history of our generations. This is also a city that carries our beautiful lives and our refuge. Now, everyone has only one identity, the citizen of Northwind Castle. We absolutely cannot let it fall into the hands of evil dragons. Brad's silver sword drew a semicircle in the air. For Northwind Castle. The crowd's emotions surged even more. After all, they had not yet seen the enemy, but they had just listened to a textbook-like pre-war speech and were moved by the Earl's sincere words. Looking at the raucous crowd, Earl Brandon panted slightly, only thinking, I hope they can hold out a little longer until His Grace completes the ritual. For Northwind Castle. For Northwind Castle. Kill the evil dragons. Protect our loved ones. The cheers continued. Soldiers raised their spears, determined to fight for their daughters' futures. Merchants raised their arms high, determined to fight for their own and their wives' happiness. A long roar echoed, interrupting the cheers. Everyone suddenly felt a deep-seated fear rise within them. The wyverns came in dense swarms, blotting out the sky and the sunlight. They surged like a black tide from the horizon, emitting a cacophony of screeches. Damn it, aim the city crossbows. Shoot them down. But these monsters flew so high that even the city defense crossbows barely reached them, only managing to shoot down a single, lower-positioned wyvern, which wailed and fell to the ground. Then the wyverns in the sky made way, revealing a massive red dragon hovering, slowly flapping its wings. The red dragon stood with its back to the sunlight, surrounded by what seemed like a ring of flames. Under the influence of a spell, its massive shadow was cast far larger on the ground, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. People looked up, gazing at the bright golden vertical pupils that shone even from 100 meters away, reminded involuntarily of the tale of the infernal calamity that annihilated 30,000 allied forces with fire. The soldiers' hands holding the spears trembled slightly before the spears clattered to the ground. The merchants hid behind their wives, shivering with fear that the monster in the sky would notice them. When this terrifying wyvern truly descended, their previous ambitions were thrown to the winds, and the Earl's impassioned speech was forgotten. After all, they could really die from this. Surprisingly, the giant dragon in the sky spoke. Quite a decent speech, just a bit too cliché. I thought I was back in the Second Era. Brandon looked up at the sky. Even though he was a rather powerful warrior, facing the red dragon still caused sweat to drip from his forehead. Evil dragon, you shall not bewitch the citizens of Northwind Castle. Finally, he mustered his courage and roared towards the sky. Bewitch. Cassius's tone was tinged with mockery. You must be talking about yourself, using seemingly reasonable but utterly nonsensical reasons to bewitch them into selling their lives as cannon fodder for the old vampire you serve. Quite a shrewd plan. This news had long been sealed by the city guard army, but many people had already known, and now it was finally spoken without care by the red dragon. Brandon could no longer endure it, pointing to the sky and shouting angrily, Slander. This is utter slander. Cassius ignored them, merely projecting the images of blood slaves inside the bunker into the sky. Everyone, this is your beloved Duke whom you serve, turning your dear ones into these blood-sucking beasts. Serving the nobles is ridiculous enough. Serving such a thing is even more of a joke within a joke. If you wish to continue your loyalty and die for him, be my guest. A sinister smirk appeared on the red dragon's face. But that was not why he had come. He had another message. If by dusk the gates remained closed and no white flags were flying, then flames would turn everything here to ash. That included parents, companions, and children. No exceptions. Note this well. This was not a negotiation. It was a notification. The black tide of bipedal wyverns began to recede, and the red dragon vanished after delivering his final words. Before leaving, Cassius thought to himself, that bard who wrote this story must be a pervert. Am I really such a particular dragon? Even when eating humans, one must maintain basic hygiene. This is enough to make even ogres gag. No, I must find a chance to capture him and torment him thoroughly. Cassius did not want to destroy this city known as the Pearl of the North. It was meant to become the main city for his plan players and the starting point of his empire. That was why he adopted a strategy of besiegement without direct assault, relying on threatening propaganda to avoid unnecessary destruction. He had already established his might after the Trio Conference. What he needed now was to consolidate his rule and establish a truly diverse empire. In the plaza, Earl Brandon looked stern. He watched the restless crowd. Their eyes were filled with fear, anxiety, and hesitation. He knew the situation had slipped beyond control. The Red Dragon's threat was persuasive. After all, it had just destroyed 30,000 Allied forces. Worse, Brandon's own speech had inadvertently become irrefutable evidence, lending weight to the dragon's threat. His Grace had said they must hold on until nightfall. This was now Brandon's mission. With that thought, a fierce expression spread across his face. He shed the mask of approachability and kindness. His gaze turned cold and arrogant as he looked down upon the crowd with indifference. He declared in a low voice, "Citizens, remain calm. Do not fall to the dragon's bewitchment. Anyone who defies orders or dares to cause unrest, kill them." The Earl's loyal soldiers swiftly took control of the scene. But unrest was not limited to Eagle Plaza. Throughout the city, countless people had clearly heard the Red Dragon's threat. Reactions varied. Some stayed silent in their homes. Some rushed to the city walls to contact friends or family. Others took matters into their own hands, targeting the gray-robed spies of the Rackman family. For a time, the city simmered with hidden currents. Chapter 131. Chapter 61 Defeated. A deafening boom sounded as the west gate of Northwind Castle burst open. The rusty iron mechanism creaked and groaned, grinding loudly as the massive drawbridge lowered over the wide moat, forming a direct path to the other side. Panic followed. "Who is the traitor, damn it? Someone open the gate quick. Raise the drawbridge, no. They're already inside, everyone. Prepare for battle." Chaos erupted in the castle. Shouts, screams, and curses echoed throughout the stone halls, blurring the line between friend and foe. Outside, the dragon-veined descendants who had long waited charged forward eagerly across the drawbridge. They surged into Northwind Castle like a flood that could not be stopped. Leading the way were the towering Ogre Club shield warriors. Behind them, goblin skirmishers armed with rifles and lizardfolk tribe warriors followed. They cried out, "For the Ashen Nest, seize Northwind Castle." Although the Rackman family tightly controlled the city defense army, their grip was not absolute. After the Red Dragon's direct threat, even the most loyal soldiers of the Eagle Shield began to waver. Perhaps 1 or 2 in every 10 had already resolved to betray. That was enough to shake the foundation of Northwind Castle. What followed was simple. Those ready to betray had made contact with the players' spies hidden in the city. They gathered strength, orchestrated a mutiny, and struck without warning. At the West Gate, they assassinated the unprepared city guard commander and opened the 100-year-old gate, once thought unbreachable. The leader of the mutiny was named John. His wife had died at the hands of the so-called devil, and for that he had once been the Duke's most loyal soldier. When John drove his sword into the commander's chest, the look on the man's face was one of pure disbelief. He never imagined John, nicknamed the Loyal Dog, would betray him. As agreed, the traitorous soldiers tied red armbands to their right arms and turned on their former comrades. They shouted, "Kill those vampire lackeys for our families to survive." John raised his long sword high and gave the order. The Ashen Nest descendants, the mutinous soldiers, and the loyal city guard all clashed in chaotic battle within the city. Unlike Trollo City, Northwind Castle, stronghold of the Rackman family, would not surrender easily. Interests, after all, were the strongest bonds. Many elite forces in the castle were tied too deeply to the Rackman family's fortunes. There was no turning back. They knew if the Duke fell, their fates would follow, possibly ending in disgrace or worse. So they chose to fight to the death. They held back the Ashen Nest's forces at the narrow castle gates with grim determination. One ogre bellowed, "Humans die." He swung a massive wolf-fang club, smashing soldiers into pulp. His leather shield deflected arrows as he charged like a heavy tank. But a cold shard flew through the air, striking the ogre's arm. The fragment exploded with frost, freezing muscle and slowing his swing. It was the ice blade technique. The Rackman family spellcasters had joined the fray. From the walls, voices rose, "Charge! Kill that monster! Avenge our comrades!" The allied soldiers rushed toward the ogre. But then came the sharp cracks of goblin rifles. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew, and soldiers fell one after another. After the Battle of Triel, the players of Storm Arsenal had developed more precise rifled guns and more flexible skirmishing tactics. For the Ashen Nest, for endless food. The ogres raised their giant shields and charged again, pushing forward like a wall of muscle and steel. Spells rained down from the sky, ice, fire, acid, radiant energy. Several ogres fell, but none turned back. To ogres, battle and food were all that mattered. Death meant little. In the wild, hungry ogres sometimes even held funeral feasts by devouring fallen kin. But the Ashen Nest had more than brute strength. As gunfire echoed, players also joined the battlefield. A burst of magical aura flared on the Ashen Nest side, more dazzling and diverse than before. Someone shouted, "Enemy firepower is intense." Paladins push forward. Cast an acceleration spell. With that, I'm unstoppable. Priests, activate Sanctuary. A martial monk player known as Mighty Heavenly Dragon, bare-chested and glowing with acceleration magic, vaulted over rooftops and leapt down into the chaos. He landed among the panicked defenders, who could barely understand what had just happened. He shouted with pride, "I will fight 10. Gale strike." His punches were so fast they blurred. Only the sound of rapid impacts could be heard. 7 or 8 soldiers were sent flying, their armor dented with deep fist marks. The monk had activated mowing mode. He laughed, "This time I have gone berserk." He tore through the crowd like a storm, bald head gleaming and covered in blood. The defenders tried to respond. Archers drew their bows. One arrow flew straight toward his head. With a snort, he raised his hand and focused his chi. Deflecting projectile. He caught the arrow mid-flight and flung it back. It pierced the archer's forehead and dropped him where he stood. Humph, a trivial trick trying to show off to me. A mere minion trying to sneak attack me, truly. Before he could finish his sentence, arrows came from all directions. Though as a martial monk he could deflect projectiles, he was not an 8-armed arhat, and soon his bare body was turned into a pincushion. Overestimating yourself. My life was worth it. Mighty Heavenly Dragon lay on the ground, happily looking at the massive contribution and experience points refreshed on his panel, and his screen went black. Chapter 132. Chapter 62, The Advancing Player. However, this charge by Mighty Heavenly Dragon had already thrown the city defense army into disarray, drawing much of their fire, allowing the ogres and great goblins, dragon vein descendants, to advance smoothly, pushing the battle lines into the city and preparing for street combat. It is my turn to have some fun. Watch me replicate those maneuvers. For every martial monk's dream. Many martial monk players wanted to mimic Mighty Heavenly Dragon's tactics, scaling walls and charging forward, though most ended up riddled with arrows. After all, not everyone was a master like Mighty Heavenly Dragon. With the fragile physique of a martial monk unable to wear armor, they could not withstand even a few sword strikes. Meanwhile, some players had found alternative, sneaky strategies. For example, Charlotte. His Magic Coin Guild had unprecedentedly accepted a druid player, Holy Light Bro. The two sneaked up to the tall city wall, looking down at the mass of city guard soldiers below. Their eyes met, and they exchanged sinister smiles. Holy Light Bro transformed into owlbear form. Got it. The druid, naked but covered in holy light, got down on all fours. His body, covered in natural magical aura, rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive owlbear standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder and weighing several tons. Charlotte grinned wickedly, waving his carved wooden staff. Enlarge spell. This spell increased the size of a creature by 1 level. As tiny magical auras flickered, the owlbear that Holy Light Bro had become doubled in height and weighed 8 times more. Charlotte raised his staff, pointing at the clustered soldiers below, numbering in the hundreds, and said viciously, "Holy Light Bro, smash them. Smash them hard." Roar. Holy Light Bro roared dominantly. He was now a monster 8 meters long and weighing over 10 tons. Below, the city guard's temporary Western command, led by Baron Alta, was raising his sword high for a final charge. Clad in ornate heavy armor, his expression was resolute, with his loyal soldiers surrounding him. Alta had been trained by the Rackham family from a young age. His swordsmanship was renowned throughout the duchy, and he had traveled the world years ago. In this moment of life and death for the nation, he had traveled from the south to assist Northwind Castle, repaying the Rackham family's kindness. Soldiers, it is time to give your lives. For the glory of the family. Defend Northwind Castle to the death. Stop those invading monsters. Suddenly, Baron Alta noticed a shadow looming over him. He instinctively looked up, only to see the massive body of the owl bear filling his vision, growing larger by the second. What is this? Boom. A deafening crash resounded as dust filled the air. When the smoke cleared, a huge crater could be seen where the ground had been struck. Baron Alta and his 20 elite loyal soldiers were all smashed into a bloody pulp, unrecognizable as human. On top of the pile of flesh lay a naked male corpse. It was Holy Light Bro, who had not survived the fall damage. Though he had reverted from his transformation, the enlarged spell had not worn off, leaving Holy Light Bro's corpse the size of a 3-meter-tall giant. Charlotte looked at the devastated city defense army position, nodding in satisfaction. Killed the boss directly. Holy Light Bro, you died honorably this time. He opened the player forum and messaged Holy Light Bro, who was waiting to respawn. How much experience and faction contribution did you get? 3,900 experience, 4,000 faction contribution. So much. Charlotte's eyes widened in jealousy, gritting his teeth, wishing it was his own corpse lying below. As guild leader, seeing a member receive such a huge reward filled Charlotte with a mix of pride and envy. Let us keep earning, Charlotte said fiercely. Just as he was thinking this, a new task message appeared on his panel. Wait, is this a special mission? Despite the fact that players were currently capped at 4th level, they were already starting to shine. According to the system's evaluation standards, most of the creatures in Erezer had no levels. Even in the army, only the most seasoned soldiers could be considered level 1, and a unit composed of level 1 professionals was already considered elite. But 1,000 professional players, including a significant proportion of spellcasters, will be a force to be reckoned with in the Anzita Great Wilderness, or anywhere in Erezer. When the open beta version Northern Wind and Cloud was launched, tens of thousands of players flooded into Erezer, and they would make their mark on the entire world. Back to the present, with the players' involvement, the fall of Northwind Castle was inevitable. The descendants of the Ashen Nest continued pushing forward, crushing the resisting remnants of soldiers, marching toward the council hall. But the Rackham family was also playing all their cards. The elite Eagle's Shield of Northwind Castle and the court spellcasters were causing some setbacks in the advance of the Dragonvein descendants. As the battle intensified, a covert team moved through the city. In a hidden alley in one corner of Northwind Castle, Singo was browsing the task panel. Special mission, prevent ascension. Mission description, the withered trees in the forest weep, and within the eerie Rackman Castle, Duke Brad Rackman is scheming an evil plot. He plans to sacrifice the souls and bodies of 1,674 vampire variants to obtain a great ascension. When black mist shrouds the moonlight and blood boils in the body, Duke Brad will transform into an immortal vampire king. Once his ascension is complete, he will be able to withstand sunlight and possess unimaginable evil power. Warriors stop him. Faction mission, stop the ascension ritual. Affiliated faction, Ashen Nest. Mission description, cooperate with Mezulash and Alger to stop the ascension ritual, kill Brad Rackman, and the lore of Ashen will grant you power and riches. Singo's tone was somewhat excited. The Duke of Northwind Castle, Vampire Brad Rackman, a character only mentioned in the backstory. This boss will not be easy to fight. Summer Night Autumn Rain nodded. We should prepare properly. Natural War Maniac unconcernedly rubbed his bald head. Whatever, let us just chop our way through. Mantu's dragon face was full of tension. This mission description sounds scary. Is this some kind of horror dungeon? I am kind of scared of ghosts. Singo glanced at him disdainfully. Pathetic. Why do you not head back? Even Autumn Rain is not scared, and you are the one getting all worked up. Manta blushed, hugging his arms defiantly. Fine, I will go. Let us see who gets scared in the end. Summer Night Autumn Rain smiled helplessly, stepping in to mediate. We might not have the strength to tackle such a major boss alone. The faction task description says to cooperate with Mezulash and Alger. Let us follow the guide and find them first. Chapter 133. Chapter 63, Twilight Gardens Sleeping Mermaid Tavern. The wooden signboard had a vividly lifelike mermaid sculpture. This was a famous tavern in Northwind Castle, and also the secret gathering place of the pureblood serpentfolk spies. The lady boss here had long been bought off by gold coins, willingly becoming a lackey of the Ashen Nest. At this moment, the city was in chaos. The city defense army was busy resisting the invasion of the Dragon Vein troops, having no time to attend to other matters. Thus, this tavern naturally became a blatant gathering place for the Ashen Nest faction. A four-person team pushed the door open and entered, finding the tavern bustling with noise. The players had gathered together. "Boss lady, do you have flaming red lips? I heard drinking that will give you an excited state. The alcohol here is much more expensive than in Barto City." Mantis sighed. "So many people." Summer Night Autumn Rain murmured softly, thinking they were the only ones who got this special task. Singdo scanned the surroundings, quickly recognizing familiar faces. The Tyrant of Royalty, the Steel Torrent of the Mechanical God Cult, Charlotte of Magic Coin, Alpha of the Golden Age. The professional gamers of the major guilds were all present. Any player who had taken the task and come to the tavern had likely already reached the level cap of the beta version, 4th level. In Ares, that meant elite adventurers. Not just anyone could make it. Natural War Maniac glanced disdainfully at the nearby tyrant and scoffed. Singdo lowered his voice and spoke to him. "War Maniac, bro, do not compete with the royalty in group tasks. Focus on the important NPC first. Look over there." He gestured with his eyes. Alger and Mezilash were seated at a wooden table in the center of the tavern. 2 glasses of wine rested on the table. Though they had had friction before, they now sat down together to deal with a common enemy, Brad Rackman. Facing his archenemy, Alger looked excited yet somewhat anxious. After a pause, he finally spoke. "I have lived nearby for many years and know the secret paths into Rackman Castle. What we need to do is infiltrate the castle, and then kill him." Mezilash gave a slow nod, took a sip from his cup, and spoke. "A very simple and crude plan, but you forgot one thing. You have been away for years. Now that the Ashen Nest is about to invade, that cunning old vampire must have made preparations." Alger's dragon face showed surprise, but he replied firmly, "We have no other way. If we let him complete the Ascension ritual, the consequences will be unimaginable." Mezilash chuckled lightly. "Indeed, these Starfallen are undying. You and I should have died long ago and have no fear of death." Alger pointed to the map of Northwind Castle on the table. "Given the importance of the Ascension ritual, the main roads will definitely be heavily guarded. So we will go through here, along the dark path in Rackman's backyard garden." "All right." Mezilash stood slowly and spoke loudly. "Warriors, we are ready to set off. Stop this ascension, and the Master will reward you generously." For a moment, more than 20 elite players in the tavern fixed their fiery gazes on him. Mezilash had become skilled at commanding players. Outside Rackman Castle, at Twilight Garden, this lush forest surrounded the ancient castle, isolating it from the outside world. The trees in the forest towered into the sky. The mottled bark on twisted trunks resembled ancient scars. Darkness spread so deeply that day and night became indistinguishable. The eerie leaves swayed in the wind, whispering chillingly. Old trees stretched like ghostly arms, their twisted claws spiraling ominously. From deep within the forest, howls echoed repeatedly, stirring unease. Alger gazed at the deep, dark forest, and the path tangled with gnarled branches. His expression was grim. No, it did not used to be like this. In the years I have been away, what has Brad Rackman done? Mezilash sneered. Perhaps he keeps loyal guard dogs in there, watching for him. Looks like we need to be careful from here on. Let us go in. Alger, Meshlaf, and their group plunged into the dense forest without hesitation. Walking along the vine-covered path, Manda heard rustling behind him. He shivered. Oh God, this place really has creepy things. Wait, there is something behind me. He felt something brush the back of his neck and screamed. Cold sweat rolled down his cheeks. He turned to see only a twisted vine hanging from a branch. He sighed in relief, turned to Singo beside him, and said, "This place is too spooky. Let's hurry and leave. We cannot stay here long." Singo, unusually quiet, nodded with a serious face. He had just noticed that the bush ahead seemed to shift toward them, though he could not be certain it was not his imagination. "Let's keep moving." Manta bit his lip and continued walking, but curiosity got the better of him. He looked back again. The vine had moved. Now it resembled a menacing arm reaching toward him. He gasped. The rustling around them grew louder and more intense. Something twisted and squirmed in the shadows. Terrifying whispers spread all around them. It is alive. Do not leave me behind. Hold my hand. Get me out. But none of those voices came from their group. Summer night autumn rain was pale, sweat dripping from her chin. Her voice trembled. Did you hear that? Those voices. Singo responded sternly. I heard it too. It did not sound like a monster's roar. More like the final words of victims before they died. Mantu was panicking. Do not scare me. Take a good look around. He glanced about. All he saw now was writhing darkness. At the front, Alger raised the ever-burning greatsword, its flames lighting up the area. The gruesome forms of monsters came into view. In the shifting shadows of the forest, they saw twisted roots, branches, and vines gradually come together, forming ghostly figures. These creatures were made of dead branches and thorn-covered vines, with bits of human limbs trapped among them. Thick roots were soaked in blood. Alger gritted his teeth and shouted, "Prepare for battle." Damn it, this forest is alive. Chapter 134. Chapter 64. Wither Beast and Death Knight. Mesulash watched as unknown creatures surge from all directions, slowly surrounding them. He recognized them. He had read about them in a necromancer's diary. Withervine creatures. They are withervine creatures. The plague that spreads dark infection. They draw nutrients from the earth and carry ancient evil wills wherever they go. In forests infected by withervine creatures, plants grow unnaturally fast. Vines and undergrowth quickly cover buildings and roads. Once the withervine creatures kill or drive out all the residents, an entire village can vanish in days. Mesulash swung his sword, slicing a thorn that lunged from the shadows, cursing aloud. Damn it, it is said the first withervine creatures were nourished by vampire blood. That old vampire had long been prepared. Alger gripped the ever-burning greatsword and thrust it into a twisted limb. Flames erupted from the blade, burning the withervine creature to ash as it howled. Alger shouted. They ignite easily. As the monsters revealed themselves, the players responded with their abilities. Mantu stared at the vine monster, his panel showing new data. Withervine creature. Challenge level 1. 200 experience points. He sighed with relief, then grew angry. I thought it was some filthy thing. But it is just a minion. You dared to scare your grandpa, Mantu. You will pay for that. He charged forward, sword raised. The vine-made creature trembled and spoke with fear. It hasn't snared me. Do not leave me behind. Save me. Withervine creatures are the only wither beasts capable of speech. They mimic the broken voices of their victims to mock those they hunt. However, upon seeing the monster's health bar, Manta felt not fear but a growing rage at being deceived. Still trying to scare me. The long sword cleaved into the fragile vine. As a faint light flickered on Mantu's ring of flames, the scorching power of fire spread along the blade to the withervine creature, igniting its arid, withered, and twisted body. With a grin, Mantu withdrew his sword. One strike each. Singo launched flaming arrows, sarcastically reminding from the side, who was scared stiff just now. Summer night autumn rain's golden pupils also brimmed with anger as she slightly opened her mouth. Agnesa's fire-breathing technique. Boom. A line of rolling flames spread out, directly incinerating over 10 wither beasts into charcoal. However, this was not the largest area of effect damage among the players. The president of the Eternal Brilliance Guild and Light Priest player Dawn Light Cherish Dance directly charged into the dark forest depths, raising his warhammer high. Guiding divine power Dawn's light. An endless radiance descended, centered on the priest. The surrounding darkness was completely dispelled. The hundreds of wither beasts surging toward him were purified into fine ash without even time for a scream. Iron Madman, meanwhile, held a cigar in his mouth, tossing rune incendiary bombs with intention. Art is explosion. The continuous explosions and spreading fire reduced the wither beasts before him to ashes. These wither beasts hiding in the shadows might be able to claim the lives of lost commoners and solitary adventurers, but facing bizarrely capable, explosions-loving players, they were helpless. After all, the ancient evil forces had not taught them how to combat the fourth calamity. The players hacked their way through the Death Forest and quickly reached Rackman Castle. The Twilight Garden behind them was now filled with thick smoke and flames, with withervine creatures burned to ruins everywhere. The sky seemed to be covered with a thin blood veil. Rackman Castle appeared decrepit and desolate, as if ravaged by endless time. The castle, built from black stones, had walls riddled with cracks and moss, along with patches of stained blood. The spire's engulfed and overcast sky exuded a chilling atmosphere. The windows were protected by iron bars and sharp spikes, giving a sense of confinement and menace. The shadows emanating from the castle cast the surrounding land into darkness, instilling fear and oppression. Mezulash gazed mockingly at the castle and said to Alger, "Did you live in such a hellhole? No wonder you are so twisted." Alger shook his head slightly. "No, it was not like this when I left." He looked at the heavy castle gates, his expression solemn. Maybe that vampire duke did something to turn it into this. An ear-piercing screech came from above. Alger immediately became alert and shouted, "Attention! Everyone, this is certainly not the sound of the wind." Years of combat experience told him that the approaching enemy was not simple. The crowd hastily looked around but found no enemies. "The enemy is in the sky." Damn. In the gloomy sky, a massive bone eagle soared. It had no feathers, only yellowed, branched wing bones trailing ghostly green flames. The wind blowing through those bone joints emitted an ear-piercing screech, like the wail of a ghost. On the bone eagle's back was a skeleton knight clad in terrifying plate armor. Through its helmet, one could see the burning malicious light in the knight's eye sockets, filled with boundless hatred for the living. It was a death knight. "Intruders! I will kill you all." The knight in the sky let out a hoarse voice, diving rapidly toward the ground. Alger stared fixedly at the bone eagle knight, murmuring, "Old Walt." Old Walt had been Alger's instructor back when he was in the Northwind Eagle Guards, the man who had taught him all his skills. Wald Chris, known for his outstanding service to the Rackman Duchy, had achieved great feats on Eagleback, but ultimately requested to serve as an instructor for the next generation of Eagle Guards. Now this loyal old Wald had taken Alger's place, transformed into a death knight by the Duke, eternally patrolling Rackman Castle atop the Bone Eagle, mindlessly guarding the Duke he swore loyalty to. "I will let you rest in peace." Annoying old man. Alger gripped his great sword firmly, silently vowing in his heart. Chapter 135, Chapter 65 Ascension, Ritual Part 1. The Bone Eagle shrieked in the sky as the Death Knight raced across the ground. The eagle's beak spewed countless hellfire beads, causing repeated explosions on the ground. The corrosive, ghostly green flames spread, devouring life at the slightest touch, turning the earth into a semblance of hell. "This place forbids the living." Old Walt hovered in the air, wielding his eagle shriek silver sword. Decayed skeletons crawled out of the earth, summoned by this undead commander, surrounding the unexpected intruders from all directions. Mezulash raised his blood-stained great sword high, his pitch-black eyes flickering with a ghostly light. Oathbreaker, guiding divine power, control undead. A dense fog of darkness erupted from the great sword, taking control of all the surrounding skeletons and making them turn against their master. The players unleashed various radiance and flame spells, easily destroying the fragile skeletal undead creatures. Alger stared intently at the Death Knight circling in the air. Those movements and techniques were all too familiar to him. Even though old Wald had become a Death Knight, Alger could still recognize the traces of his former self. A scarlet bond appeared in his hand. With a loud eagle shriek, the dragon-veined giant eagle materialized out of thin air. This was the new trait attained by the Red Scale Conqueror upon reaching the 10th level. Dragon Vein Connection. It allowed him to summon his mount anytime, anywhere through the essence of dragon blood magic. Alger mounted the giant eagle and whispered, "Come, Wald Chris, my old instructor, let me see if your skills have dulled since becoming this wretched thing." Screech. With another resonant eagle shriek, the dragon-veined giant eagle spread its wings and soared, swiftly gaining altitude, its aura no less intimidating than the terrifying bone eagle cloaked in ghostly flames. The Death Knight circling high above naturally noticed this rapidly approaching enemy and unhesitatingly charged forward. Despicable living. His bones creaked audibly. Alger and Wald circled each other in the sky, testing each other repeatedly. Turning, rolling, climbing, diving, their actions in controlling their giant eagles had become instinctual, as if cast from the same mold, though Alger's maneuvers were notably more aggressive, often featuring daring flashes of brilliance. Blazing flames and ghostly green fire intertwined, making the skybound duel of the two knights a spectacle of fleeting silhouettes and bursts of light. Not bad. Alger panted, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his tone slightly excited. Old Wald, you still got it. His half-dragon body bore numerous wounds, the dark mist of necrosis slowly corroding the injuries. Despicable living die. The Death Knight Wald was in no better condition, his plate armor shattered, revealing cracked bones, with ghostly flames flickering as they healed his wounds. They slowly ascended, then dove toward each other. This was the final charging duel. Both gripped their long swords tightly, leaning forward, their diving postures nearly identical. But just as they were less than 10 meters apart, Alger and the dragon vein giant eagle simultaneously let out a fearsome roar. Dragon's Roar Charge. This dragon's roar carried the essence of magic, instilling fear even in undead creatures. An immense red dragon illusion seemed to rise above them. Dragon. The Death Knight momentarily lost focus. His bone eagle also froze in terror. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Alger struck decisively. Downward slash. Using the momentum of the rapid dive, the half-dragon knight slashed down. With a crisp sound, the ever-burning greatsword easily severed the Death Knight's neck bones, sending the head, burning with malevolent light, flying high before dimming. His bone eagle also lost its undead essence. The ghostly flames extinguished, its body turned into a mundane skeleton, and bones rained from the sky. Alger gracefully landed on the ground with his giant eagle. He casually dug a small pit in the ground, buried the cracked skull, covered it with soil, and stamped it down. Rest in peace, pitiful old man. I will kill that old vampire. Alger muttered to himself, eyes fixed on the heavy, intricately carved door of Rackman Castle. In the depths of Rackman Castle, the space was extraordinarily vast, unlike the interior of a building, more like an immense underground world. Bats fluttered in the darkness. Rats scurried in the shadows. Blood slaves howled in agony from iron cages. At the center of this underground world stood a massive stone platform, 100 meters in diameter, inscribed with twisted, eerie runes and surrounded by bottomless abysses. Encircling the stone platform were 7 tall stone pillars, each adorned with devilish carvings. Every pillar had a vampire variant bound with iron chains soaked in blood. They resembled sinners of religious myth, bound naked to the pillars, bearing strange tattoos on their backs. Their faces wore expressions of fanatical fervor as they chanted wicked hymns. Even Alexia, the eldest daughter of the Rackman family, was bound to one of the pillars. Her ornate dress was removed, exposing her pale, beautiful form. Yet the scene bore no trace of eroticism. Instead, it emanated a sense of bloody, eerie horror. She whispered softly, "On the day of the full moon, bats rejoice, sick rats sing, blood mist covers the sky, shadows overflow, daylight will tremble, eternal night will descend. He will become the immortal monarch of the night. He will become the eternal master of darkness. Let our blood boil within his body. Let us embrace the great ascension." The sound of bats' wings flapping filled the air. Brad Rackman emerged from the tunnel's end. He did not take the stairs, instead floating upward, slowly ascending to the stone platform. His crimson eyes were brimming with endless greed and anticipation. He recited like a poet in ecstasy. Finally, after lurking in the darkness for 172 long years, at last, the hardships are over. Ascension, once achieved, will render all obstacles insignificant. Even giant dragons will not halt my progress. My children. Duke Brad gazed adoringly at the naked vampire variants bound to the pillars, his eyes filled with undisguised, twisted affection. In a sense, he genuinely loved them. They were both his offspring and the fuel for his ascension. Duke Brad's brow furrowed slightly, as if recalling something. It is a pity. Todd did not return. Chapter 136. Chapter 66. Ascension Ritual. Part 2. According to the contract of the Voice of the Night, the Vampire Ascension Ritual had extremely cumbersome requirements. In addition to sacrificing 1,674 vampire variants to the great evil entity, 7 meticulously cultivated variants were required, each serving the Lord of Sin and symbolizing the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. As the master, the vampire needed to genuinely love these variants. When the ritual commenced, the power and blood within these variants would flow into the main body and be absorbed by the vampire. For example, Alexia symbolized pride. Duke Brad had sent his youngest son, Todd Rackman, to Skur Town, hoping he could become the embodiment of envy in that remote little place, ultimately becoming the perfect feast for his ascension ritual. However, before he could enjoy this supreme honor, Ramp turned him into a pile of meat mush through a series of experiments. Damn red dragon. Thinking of this, Duke Brad gritted his teeth even harder. I must find another special variant to replace Todd's position, and it is best if it is a spellcaster. During the vampire's ascension, not only would the blood be drained, but the variant's entire abilities, including spellcasting powers, would be absorbed. That is why he painstakingly trained Todd to become a mage. Spellcasters. Duke Brad pondered for a moment. He suddenly remembered the disrespectful vampire variant he captured not long ago, who seemed to be a trickster with a high affinity for dark powers. Is that not just ready-made? Thinking of this, a smile curled on his lips. A very interesting prey had now fallen into his control. Duke Brad enjoyed this feeling of being high above and in control of everything. He relished the struggles of his prey, especially loving to see their faces fall into despair. For a vampire who had long lost his sense of taste, it was like sweet, mellow wine. Duke Brad could not help but lick his lips. To watch such an unruly human see himself controlled and become a sacrifice without being able to resist should be a most wonderful thing. I am really looking forward to it. A gleam of expectation flashed in Duke Brad's scarlet pupils, looking grotesque and horrifying. For the great ascension. The swashbuckler stood in the iron cage, mimicking the mindless blood slaves, and murmured softly, "For the great ascension." The rebel crest was secretly hidden under his tongue, making it impossible for the guards searching his body to discover it. Watching the blood mist gradually spread in the air and the sacrificial array flickering with ghostly light inside the iron cage, the swashbuckler felt like crying but had no tears. Damn, am I really going to be sacrificed? Suddenly, a powerful pressure emanated from the bloodline. The blood slaves all fell to the ground, licking the floor like devout zealots. The swashbuckler also knelt down. To become stronger, he could even endure the humiliation beneath someone's crotch. Was it not just a kneel? He endured it. But his eyes were sneaking a glance at the uninvited guest. The visitor had pale skin, scarlet eyes, and wore a luxurious black robe trimmed with gold. That was Duke Brad Rackman. The swashbuckler's heart leaped with joy. This old man finally came. But Duke Brad's gaze swept over him, and he quickly lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Very good. The strength is still abundant. Duke Brad smiled with satisfaction. He slightly raised his hand, and with the sound of wings flapping, hundreds of bats surged from the darkness, forming a huge hand that wrapped around the swashbuckler and carried him out of the iron cage. His cloak slightly opened, and his whole body floated upwards. Soon, they arrived at the stone platform for the ritual. The bats dispersed, and the swashbuckler's vision was no longer pitch black. He immediately saw the variants bound to the stone pillars, his eyes widening in shock. Ordinary people would feel immense fear in such an environment, but the swashbuckler's thought process was evidently different, and his focus was somewhat peculiar. As an experienced old lecher, he immediately noticed the Duke's eldest daughter, Alexia Rackman, who was entirely naked, her snow-white body exposed. Damn, playing it this big. And there is no holy light. No. Swashbuckler. Swashbuckler. You cannot let beauty blind your eyes. You are a man aiming to become the king of games. Thinking of this, he forcefully moved his gaze away, continuing to pretend to be controlled. Fortunately, Duke Brad was still gazing at his masterpiece with indulgence, not noticing anything amiss. During this moment, he also saw Yeno Rackman, similarly bound to the stone pillar, who symbolized sloth among the 7 deadly sins. It hurts the eye. The swashbuckler sighed inwardly. At this moment, Duke Brad turned his head to look at the swashbuckler. A scarlet gleam flashed in his eyes. What is your name? Swashbuckler. Swashbuckler answered honestly, afraid his disguise would be seen through, fearing getting killed on the spot by the vampire Duke before achieving anything. Fortunately, Duke Brad did not find anything unusual, only curling his lips and saying softly, "Strange name, but it does not matter. From now on, your name is Todd Rackman. You are my youngest son, who has been banished to the outskirts. You are insanely jealous of your siblings, understand? Now let me ask again. Who are you?" I am Todd Rackman, your neglected youngest son. Very good. Say it again. The swashbuckler complied physically, but in his mind, he cursed the old vampire's ancestors. He had seen people recognizing their fathers, but never assigning themselves as someone's son. Who wants to be your darn son, old lamp? The swashbuckler roared inwardly, but outwardly, he obediently said, I am Todd Rackman, your neglected youngest son. I am jealous of my siblings. Very good. Duke Brad nodded slightly. He observed the puppet-like swashbuckler, rubbing his chin, frowning and pondering. Simply letting this variant replace Todd's identity does not seem enough to make me feel love for it. Duke Brad was a complete monster, able to forcefully manufacture twisted, perverse kind of love to achieve his goals. Though he could deliberately guide and control, he could not freely manufacture emotions. The body and emotions are deeply entwined. In the eyes of mortals, the ultimate carnal desire seems to naturally produce love, so. Duke Brad looked at the swashbuckler again, his scarlet pupils revealing a strange gleam and an inexplicable desire. The swashbuckler immediately felt a chill, a bad premonition surfacing in his mind. Though his expression did not change, alarm bells were ringing in his head. Wait, what the heck is this old Biden planning on doing? Chapter 137. Chapter 67. Ascension Ritual Part 3. Duke Brad squinted his eyes, slowly closing in. Rejoice. Enjoy all of this, you lowly creature. This will be the greatest honor of your life. Do not worry. It will be over soon. It seemed that Brad Rackman had never tasted such prey before. He even licked his lips expectantly, the scent of blood almost blowing into Swashbuckler's face. Swashbuckler frantically screamed in his heart. Damn. Is 8-Hook's so-called Lore of the Night this deep dark? A terrifying thought suddenly popped into his mind. Am I going to be the first player in history to get screwed over by an NPC? Where is the healthy game system? Come out and take care of this. Save me. However, at that moment, Duke Brad had already forcefully embraced him. His pallid fingers, like old tree bark, brushed against his neck. He gently blew on Swashbuckler's earlobe. Come on, fall into joy and lust, and finally become my nourishment. Swashbuckler's expression changed instantly. As an old pervert who had not even held a girl's hand, now he was about to lose his innocence to this centuries-old freak. He gritted his teeth, determination in his eyes. A nobleman can be killed but not humiliated. Some things are intolerable. He could not stand it any longer and decided to take down this perverted old freak. I cannot take it anymore. I will bite you to death, you damn scumbag. While Duke Brad was still lost in his own world, Swashbuckler fiercely bit down on his unguarded neck. This bite was filled with the anger of nearly being screwed over. Sharp canine teeth pierced the skin, sinking into the blood vessel. Thick blood flowed into Swashbuckler's mouth, tasting like sewage, making him want to gag. But the constant source of evil energy within that blood also entered Swashbuckler's body. At that moment, as a derivative, Swashbuckler drank the blood of the vampire's main body, completely freeing himself from Duke Brad's control, becoming a true vampire. You deceitful creature. You tricked me. You are a rebel. Duke Brad's expression changed drastically as dark waves spread across him, instantly sending the blood-sucking Swashbuckler flying 10 meters. He raised his hand, and the blood mist in the air condensed into a twisted hand, gripping him tightly. Seeing that things had gotten out of control, Duke Brad's scarlet eyes were filled with endless rage. He straightened his blood-soaked lapel and shouted angrily, You filthy creature. You could have chosen to die in ecstasy, honored to be the nourishment for the great ascension. But now you have chosen the most painful death. That is disgusting. Swashbuckler struggled in midair, spitting a mouthful of blood at Duke Brad. Ecstasy. Bull Demon's special offer. Could not you use a seduction tactic? I would have tolerated it. At least turn into a beautiful woman that I could barely accept. Or turn into a cute boy. I would struggle for a bit before giving in. You are an old vampire freak who has not bathed in centuries. Your skin is all wrinkled like tree bark, almost rotting and stinking. In our world that is called Giant's View, you could dig a hole and use it to breed maggots. If you touch me, I will get goosebumps all over, you know. Seeing no chance of escape, the already triggered Swashbuckler completely dropped his facade, hurling verbal abuse intensely, saliva flying everywhere. Duke Brad grew even more furious. The blood-mist hand gripped even tighter, causing Swashbuckler's body to emit creaking sounds as if his bones were about to be crushed. Damn you, mortal. How could you possibly understand? My body is perfect. It is immortal. Swashbuckler, already squeezed into a ball and distorted beyond recognition, still managed to say immortal, my ass. Wait for Ashen Nest. They will turn you into barbecue. But your old meat is worse than sick pig. Would not pass food safety inspection. Duke Brad, though not understanding exactly what Swashbuckler was saying, knew it was not anything good. He laughed angrily. Mortal, you have angered me. I have changed my mind. I will not kill you. I will keep you as my sacrifice, to helplessly witness my great ascension. However, Swashbuckler paid no mind, already in a ranting state. At that moment, his mind was filled with the vilest insults, with no room for anything else. Witness. Bull. Demon. Special offer. I will slap you. See if you still act crazy. Your mom is dead. What a filthy foul mouth. Duke Brad waved his hand, and a bat flew from the darkness, clinging to Swashbuckler's face, its dirty wings gagging him. Duke Brad's determination was terrifying, his hatred reaching an extreme that twisted into a bizarre affection. Witness it. Tremble. You all shall become my sustenance, and I shall achieve immortality. He slowly walked forward, carving intricate runes into Swashbuckler's back with a delicate dagger, blood constantly dripping from marks. Swashbuckler tried to speak, but the bat clung tightly to his face, completely blocking his mouth. It is done. The last sacrifice. Brad Rackman gently raised his hand, causing Swashbuckler to float midair, slamming his back against a pillar symbolizing jealousy. The blood-soaked iron chains wrapped around his body like a python, layer after layer, leaving no chance for escape or struggle. The blood of the vampire derivatives flowed steadily, gradually filling the eerie patterns on the stone platform, creating a massive blood array. Swashbuckler, unable to move, bound to the pillar, thought to himself, this is probably it. This old freak is too strong. But at least I kept my dignity. Thank goodness no other players saw this, or I would be the laughingstock of the forums. Swashbuckler secretly rejoiced. But what he did not know was that players had already been watching invisibly at the entrance for a long time, struggling to hold back their laughter, with Mantu's face even turning red. These elite players were professional enough to remain silent, fearing they would be discovered by the boss. However, the player forum was still active. The forum was instantly flooded with new posts. Shocking. Swashbuckler got screwed. Swashbuckler and the old priest's 45-second video, top secret footage. Swashbuckler and the Vampire Duke's unspeakable secret. Swashbuckler spews nonsense. Is it a twist of human nature or a collapse of morality? At that moment, clueless Swashbuckler, thinking he was lucky, was unaware that the true disaster was about to strike, making him the first player in game history to nearly get screwed. Chapter 138, Chapter 68 Ascension Ritual, Part 4. Bats celebrate, sick rats sing. Blood mist covers the sky, shadows overflow. Daylight dreads its arrival, eternal night descends. The vampire variants on the stone pillars were still chanting. As time went by, their voices gradually turned into wails. Blood gradually filled the patterns on the stone platform, activating the strange and evil array. In the bunker, the arrays and the hundreds of iron cages emitted a bloody glow. The bloodlight connected those variants to Duke Brad. The evil power surged into his body through the bloodlight. Ascension. How absolutely delightful. Duke Brad raised his arms, seeming to embrace the imminent power. He slowly closed his eyes. Despite his undying essence not needing to breathe, he still took a deep breath, savoring the inviting scent of blood in the air. Duke Brad's expression suddenly stiffened. Wait, I think I smell unfamiliar blood. It seems there is a group of vile rats hiding in my castle. Duke Brad opened his eyes, his crimson pupils filled with endless rage. Come out, you are courting death. Duke Brad floated in midair, his cloak billowing without wind, and thick blood mist surrounded him. This old vampire would not let anyone interfere with the ascension he had planned for centuries. Seeing that they were exposed, the commander of the operation, Mesulash, raised his blood-stained great sword and shouted loudly, "Attack!" His usually calm face now showed excitement, and even his voice trembled slightly. His wife and children's tragic deaths, the wanton slaughter of thousands of his people, 10 years of hardship and wandering. Now, the final conclusion was finally approaching. Kill him. Mizelash charged forward. At the entrance of the passage, the players did not expect to be discovered in this way, causing immediate chaos. Crimson Duke, Brad Rackman. Basic abilities unknown. Challenge level unknown, extremely dangerous. The red panel, representing danger and hostility, appeared before everyone. Yet, being a group of elite players, after a brief moment of panic, they steadfastly executed the pre-planned tactics. He found us. Mage Master, cast your spells. Leave it to me. Charlotte raised the carved wooden staff, the vine at the top glowing with a magical aura. Cloud Mist Technique. In an instant of casting the spell, Charlotte lost her invisibility and was revealed in her true form. However, thick mist swiftly enveloped the platform where the vampire stood. Meanwhile, the bard player flying guitar played his violin. As the strings trembled, not only did a melodious tune float out, but it also caused ripples in the magic web. This was the bard's artistic way of casting spells. Sorcery of Wraithfire. Demonic fire attached to the vampire's body, outlining its figure with a violet glow, clearly visible even through the thick mist. The vice president of the Royal Guild, Feng Yun, also waved his magic wand. Tidal Surge Wave. With his movement, a wave surged toward the vampire. This spell was specifically designed to target the vampire's wounding water weakness. At the same time, several mages and sorcerers cast spells together. Hypnotic patterns, rainbow sprays, and charming monsters as control spells bombarded the vampire. Scorching rays, magic missiles, fireball techniques, lightning, radiance, flames, and force fields created a dazzling display of spell lights directed at the figure outlined by the violet glow within the mist. The martial monks, warriors, paladins, and barbarians among the melee players charged into the mist, following the glow of the demonic fire to launch their attacks. Steel Torrent also summoned his newly built guardian mecha, frantically pouring bullets while raising a shield to charge at the vampire. Mizelash, leading the charge, already carried his blood-stained great sword to the front, excitement in his pure black eyes, anticipating his pending revenge. But before they could get close, a low voice echoed in the bunker. Pathetic ants. Do you really think you can oppose me? With a terrifying shockwave, a bloody current erupted, dispersing the thick mist. Faced with the dozens of colorful spell radiances and the rain of arrows, flying knives, and even bullets from afar, Duke Brad merely smirked, his body transforming into a blur of blood mist, which then dispersed suddenly. In an instant, lightning, radiance, and flames intersected, flying knives, arrows, and bullets whizzed through the air, but all hit nothing. The group looked around, unable to find the vampire anymore. Only a faint blood mist lingered in the air. Let the blood boil in his body. Let us embrace the great ascension. Yet, the vampire variants kept chanting, with the bloody light still flashing. Clearly, it was far from over. Suddenly, Duke Brad's raspy voice echoed in the dark underground world. The sound was erratic, seeming to come from everywhere. Foolish mortals. Your attacks are utterly laughable, for I am everywhere. I once swept across the land like divine wrath, but I gave all that up for immortality. The voice grew more intense, causing an inner trembling in anyone who heard it. And now, I am immortality. I am the darkness. I shall become the monarch of eternal night, and you all are mere fodder on my path to ascension. Everyone present felt their blood boil, as if it wished to break free from its bodily confines and escape. The blood mist in the air churned and swirled, forming a massive vortex, eventually reconsolidating into a human shape above the stone platform. At this moment, Brad Rackman had shed his luxurious attire and donned a robe of red and black. He floated high above, his crimson glowing eyes disdainfully and coldly looking down on everyone on the platform. He raised his hand gently. In midair, the blood mist formed two giant blood-colored hands. Steel Torrent raised the gun on his armored left arm to fire upward, but the giant hand wrapped around the 4-meter-tall armor, squeezing it and crushing it, along with the pilot inside. The once formidable mech now lay as wreckage on the ground, while the pilot's blood was absorbed into the blood mist, making it thicker and more intense. Fresh blood. A trace of intoxication and satisfaction appeared on Duke Brad's pale face. Runwell. I will thoroughly enjoy this moment. With the vampire's eerie chanting, Duke Brad played with the blood mist, hunting down the players, effortlessly killing them and absorbing their blood, driving them to their wits' end. In just a few minutes, over a dozen players met their end, all elite fighters. Damn, the guild leader got one shot again. How are we supposed to fight this? This boss's damage is insane. Can someone cast flight magic for me? I want to try engaging up close. Meshlaf swung his sword, dispersing the blood mist. Glaring at the vampire in the air, he muttered, "No, he is absorbing power, getting stronger. We must stop him." Mesulash looked towards a dark corner, a peculiar light in his pure black pupils. Chapter 139, Chapter 69 Ascension Ritual, Part 5. Oh. The natural war maniac roared angrily and stomped to activate his frenzy. His eyes turned bloodshot, and with the help of flight magic, he leaped high and swung his great axe fiercely at the vampire in the air. Duke Brad sneered contemptuously. Ridiculous struggle. A blood mist churned in the air, forming a gigantic blood-red maw that swallowed the natural war maniac whole, draining every drop of his blood, leaving only a dried and shriveled husk that fell to the ground. Just as the natural war maniac died, several wooden arrows swiftly shot toward the vampire's heart. Whoosh. It turned out the natural war maniac was only a distraction. Singo's heart-targeting wooden arrows were the real attack strategy. Correct. However, those arrows were easily caught by a pair of pale hands and then snapped effortlessly. How is this possible? Muttered Singo to himself. He hadn't expected this boss to be so exaggeratedly strong, not only having powerful spell abilities, but also unbelievable physical strength. Pathetic rats. A sinister smile appeared on Duke Brad's face as he spoke. I was once the mightiest general in all of Anzita. I rode a giant eagle into battle, unrivaled wherever I went. And now I am something far more noble. You think you can be my opponents? Duke Brad slowly descended. Blood mist and countless shadowy hands surrounded him. Vampire's touch. Anyone entangled by those shadowy hands suffered unimaginable necrosis damage. Their vitality drained rapidly. That vitality surged within the shadowy tendrils and eventually flowed into Duke Brad's body, nourishing him. Priest, give me a heal. Cast an acceleration spell on me. The tyrant shouted to Feng Yin. But before he could finish, a black tendril rose from the ground and wrapped around him tightly, turning his muscular body into a dried husk in an instant. I need a chance to cast. Charlotte hadn't finished speaking before the blood mist engulfed him from behind, then enveloped him entirely. Singo stood at the edge of the stone platform, bow drawn and arrow ready, aiming again at the vampire. But black tendrils rose from the ground and wrapped around him, dragging him into the endless abyss below. The players were desperately running, dodging the terrifying blood mist and tendrils, while Duke Brad leisurely paced back and forth in the center of the stone platform. I am the Lord of Darkness. I am the monarch of the night. Entering here was the greatest mistake of your lives. His voice was hoarse and low, like the grim announcement of a night reaper, mercilessly declaring the fate of the crowd. Countless bats and rats surged from the darkness, obeying the commands of the monarch of the night, attacking in waves. Some players were gnawed to pieces by thousands of rats. Supreme, holy slash. Mesulash swung his blood-glowing sword, cutting off the shadow tendrils attacking from behind. The guardian aura around him blocked the encroaching blood mist. He lifted his blood-stained great sword high. Oathbreaker guiding divine power. Terror manifestation. An aura of magical intimidation gathered and erupted, dispelling the approaching rats and bats. Mesulash stared intently, pointing the sword's tip at the Duke. I will kill you, vampire. His pitch-black eyes were wide open, emitting a cold light filled with frenzied hatred, like a ghostly fire, making Duke Brad's heart skip a beat. Duke Brad pretended to ponder for a moment, then suddenly revealed a playful smile. Oh, I remember you. Leader of the child of the devil. Pitiful scapegoat. TSK. Your wailing and cries lasted for 3 days and 3 nights back then, bringing me immense joy, while my righteous and brave people vented their fury, soaking Northwind Castle with tiefling blood, even filling the moat with flowing blood. Duke Brad's tone was light, as if recounting a delightful anecdote. However, it was not a waste. Your kinsman died valuably, granting me the opportunity for the great ascension. Everything was perfect, except for the one regret of letting you escape. But now that regret will be mended. Duke Brad curled his lips into a smile, a hint of crimson flashing in his eyes. He enjoyed seeing the despair and pain in the eyes of these mortals. Clearly, Mizulash was just such a presence, and he would personally extinguish the tiefling's hope for revenge. I will kill you. Kill you. Mizulash swung his sword again and again, cutting off the shadow tendrils that kept attacking, struggling to advance to within 10 meters of Duke Brad. Wounds exuding necrosis smoke continuously appeared on his body, with the evil forces greedily devouring his vitality, but Mizulash remained expressionless, paying no heed. The image of his family struggling in the flames seemed to appear before his eyes. The souls of countless dead kinsmen seemed to appear before him, shouting in unison, "Kill him!" Duke Brad watched the tiefling gradually close in, his pale face filled with excitement. Yes, that's it. Strong will, lost reason, feeling the hope of revenge, only to be utterly cast into the abyss by me in the end. He eagerly licked his lips. This kind of despairing blood required careful nurturing, as sweet as the finest wine. Chapter 140, Chapter 69 Ascension Ritual 5_2 Come on, kill me, child of the devil. Huh? Do you want revenge? To slay your mortal enemy? Duke Brad spread his hands nonchalantly. Mizulash charged forward, swinging with all his might. The long sword, glowing with a scarlet hue, slashed toward the vampire's neck. The only sound was the sword slicing through flesh. Duke Brad did not dodge, allowing the long sword to cut deep into the flesh of his neck. Blood splattered instantly. It even sprayed onto Mizulash's face. However, Duke Brad merely gripped the blade tightly with his hand and pulled it out forcefully. As the blood-stained sword was drawn out, the wound on his neck healed at a visible speed, restoring to its original state. He toyed with the blood-stained sword in his hand. Good. Try harder. But this level of attack is not enough to kill me. After all, I am an undying existence. A smile appeared on Duke Brad's face. He eagerly anticipated seeing that familiar, desperate, regretful, and fearful expression on Mizulash's face. Yet Mizulash showed none of it. The previous rage seemed only a facade. The tiefling's expression instead became calm. His pitch-black eyes stared at the vampire before him. Long ago, perhaps 7 years, I started thinking about how to kill you. You are powerful, almost without weakness. But you are too arrogant, despising all mortals, even your enemies. What? The blood-stained sword flickered with a strong magical aura. It was a spell ingrained in the sword that Mizulash had searched all of Anzita for years to find, one capable of controlling vampires. Oughta dance. Due to the spell's influence, Duke Brad began to sway and dance in place, kicking his feet in a ridiculous manner. But Mizulash did not dare to relax in the slightest, because he knew the mighty vampire before him could break free from the spell's restraint at any moment. Agi! Mizulash shouted loudly. At this moment, the two former enemies joined forces to face this terrifying adversary. A loud eagle's cry echoed from the darkness as Alger, who had been lurking, revealed his presence for the first time. He descended rapidly, holding a wooden spear soaked in holy water. Alger's once human eyes, now dragon-like and golden, burned with an endless fury, ready to unleash. The former Alger had long died. What remained was the claw of the evil dragons, the red-scale conqueror, born for revenge. He would slay the vampire who had wrought untold suffering. He would end all these tragedies. Swish, the wooden spear pierced through the flesh with a sound, penetrating from the vampire's back and stabbing through the heart that should have ceased to beat but still held boundless evil power. The holy water on the wooden spear seared the vampire's chest, emitting a hissing sound. Brad Rackman was pinned to the ground by the wooden spear. His head lowered. Blood flowed from the wound, and the auto-dance steps ceased abruptly. Huff, huff. Mizulash, is it over just like that? Alger, riding his giant eagle, landed on the ground, still panting from the intense tension and excitement. He breathed out sulfur-scented breaths. I'm afraid it is far from over. Listen, Mizulash gazed at the seemingly dead vampire. His brows were furrowed, and his voice was heavy. Alger immediately became alert. He pulled out his ever-burning greatsword, looking around warily for any threat. He's everywhere. Let our blood boil within his body. Let us embrace the great ascension. The chanting of the vampire variants continued, becoming increasingly mournful and tragic. The heavy chains still bound them. The bloodlights still connected them to Duke Brad. Even the evil array beneath them showed a peculiar sense of liveliness. Suddenly, a tall and hefty vampire variant on the stone pillar exploded, turning into filthy, viscous blood. In death, he was still murmuring, "I will attain eternal life within his immortal body that was Traviv Rackman, the Duke's second son, famously obese, a symbol of gluttony." Following that, the blood foam flowed along the bloodlight into Brad Rackman's body. His previously gaunt form became tall and strong. He had absorbed Traviv Rackman's constitution. Finally, the worst fear of Mesulash and Alger was realized. He revived. Or rather, he had never died. The wooden spear quivered with Brad's body. A deep voice reverberated within the fortress. Huh. Such immense strength. Centuries of hibernation for this moment. Duke Brad, who had appeared lifeless, began to stand up slowly. He forcibly pulled out the wooden spear from his chest. As he pulled, flesh rapidly filled the wound. By the time the wooden spear was completely removed, the hole in his chest had healed entirely. By then, having absorbed the Ascension sacrifice, he had lost the vampire's weakness to heart-piercing wooden stakes, becoming a truly undying monster. Duke Brad grinned. Thank goodness. This power did not disappoint me. His body had already swollen to 3 meters tall. He looked down on Alger and Mesulash. His crimson eyes were filled with greed. He sniffed the blood in the air, recognizing his former subordinate. "Oh, it is you. Alger Yerman, my once most trusted hound. I thought you had perished on Stormy Ridge. I intended to turn you into an undying existence, serving me for eternity. Unfortunately, you missed that wonderful opportunity. But you are just a dog. How dare you bite back at your master?" Alger's half-dragon, half-human face twisted with rage. His golden eyes burned with fury. "Brad Rackman, you destroyed everything I had. I will kill you." Duke Brad approached unhurriedly. His presence exuded intense oppression. "You know, poor little thing, I wanted to tell you the truth before turning you. If only I could have seen your agony then. I would have been utterly delighted." Mesulash severed the attacking dark tendrils and shouted sharply, "Do not let him provoke you. Go destroy those variants, or his power will only grow stronger." Alger came to his senses and flipped onto the giant eagle. However, it was too late. A sensual vampire variant on the stone pillar exploded, becoming filthy, viscous blood. In her dying moments, she moaned loudly, "I will be satisfied in his eternal desire." That was Lilani Rackman, the Duke's second daughter, a symbol of lust. The blood foam once again flowed along the bloodlight into Brad Rackman's body. His crimson eyes flickered with seductive colors. He now seemed like the embodiment of desire. He had absorbed Lilani Rackman's charisma. Duke Brad gazed at Alger. "Your struggle is amusing. Since that is the case, be reborn as my eternal hound, Alger." His crimson eyes glimmered with an enchanting magical aura. "Domination of humans," no, Alger roared. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to resist the spell. Despite his strong will, he could not withstand the spell containing the sin of lust. Alger once again became a puppet. He became a marionette of Duke Brad. Alger's eyes turned vacant. He swung his ever-burning greatsword toward Mesulash. Unarmed, Mesulash could only dodge frantically. However, under Alger's skilled swordsmanship, he sustained numerous wounds. His expression grew increasingly grave. "This cannot go on. But the master is about to descend." He thought this, while in his hand, he clutched a scarlet crystal stone that had long been shattered. Chapter 141, Chapter 70, Ascension Ritual Part 6. Duke Brad once again hovered in midair. A blood mist condensed into a crimson cloak, casting a shadow on the stone platform. Struggle. Tremble. You can never escape your destined fate. Under the Duke's command, Alger launched a stormy assault on Mesulash. Countless rats and bats surged from the darkness, tireless. Shadows with tentacle-like limbs emerged from the ground. The air filled with chaotic blood mist. Damn vampires. Mesulash casually picked up a long sword from the ground. He repelled the attacking bats and rats with a blood-colored sword light. The guardian aurora around him flickered, blocking the tentacles and the blood mist. Under Duke Brad's control, he could not even get close to those derivatives. He was forced near the passage, watching helplessly as the vampires prepared for another ascension absorption. Just when Mesulash was struggling to cope, someone was sneaking around the edge of the battlefield. It was Mandu. Manta huddled in a corner behind a stone pillar. His whole body was smeared with potion to isolate his aura. He peeked at the fierce battle on the stone platform. This boss is too tough. Even Xian Dog and War Maniac were taken out in an instant. Now, it seems like it is just me left. But from what Mezulash said, it looks like we need to take down those derivatives, or else this monster will get even stronger. Mantu scanned the vampire derivatives bound to the stone pillars. He awkwardly looked away upon seeing the naked countess. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Swashbuckler, who was also stripped. Let's get Rogue Beast out of here. Mantu stealthily approached. He eyed the blood-stained iron chains, grit his teeth, and swung an axe down. Clang! The iron chain broke with a sound. Swashbuckler fell from the stone pillar. Due to being tightly bound by the chains, his body felt like a pile of mush, seemingly on the verge of death. However, Swashbuckler, with his fully vampiric constitution, had his bones emitting creaking sounds. His flesh regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. He quickly recovered from a state of shattered bones and mangled flesh. Watching the outrageous regenerative ability, Mantu exclaimed, "Wow, what the hell is this? How can you auto-heal so fast?" Swashbuckler proudly answered the vampire's undying essence. "As long as my weak points are not hit, I can auto-heal. Even if my head gets chopped off, I can grow it back." Mantu exclaimed again, "That is amazing." Remembering something, he patted Swashbuckler's shoulder meaningfully. "Brother Lang, take care. The price of fate's gifts has already been marked in the dark since you chose to sell yourself." How did you know?" Swashbuckler's voice trembled. His expression contorted in rage and shame upon hearing Mantu's words. His entire reputation was ruined. As they conversed, Duke Brad in the air sensed something unusual. One of the vampire derivatives, the symbol of envy, was missing. With the Duke's wrath, the entire underground world seemed to tremble, echoing with wails. "Mortals, you seek your own doom. How dare you hinder the grand ascension?" In an instant, countless shadowy tentacles rose from the ground. The blood mist boiled like tidewater. Thousands of bats and rats swarmed toward them. Mantu, trembling at the overwhelming attack, said, "Brother Lang, I think we are done for this time." Brother Lang, he turned, only to find that Swashbuckler had already turned into a thin mist and fled. This was the vampire's mist escape ability, a means for the weak Swashbuckler to escape, unlike the vast blood mist Duke Brad had accumulated over centuries. "Rogue Beast, you damn!" Mantu was swallowed by Duke's furious attack, wanting to cry without tears, only able to watch himself black out. Even though he risked his life to rescue Swashbuckler, the guy ran off at the first sign of danger, truly living up to the name of a virtual game scoundrel. The Duke felt the new blood, his crimson eyes fixed on the distant thin mist. "I will catch you, Rebellion. This game of cat and mouse ends here." Duke Brad raised his right hand. Blood continuously surged on the stone platform, eventually forming a tumultuous blood sea, spreading. This blood sea could take away the life of anyone who touched it. The blood sea surged toward Mezulash. This time, he had no escape and had to flee to the entrance passage, with the space to stand growing increasingly smaller. "Rebellion, come back to me. You are part of the Grand Ascension." Duke Brad, personally maneuvering the blood mist tornado, summoned countless bats and rats to chase the thin mist form of Swashbuckler. The Duke could once easily control Swashbuckler, but now Swashbuckler had fully assimilated the vampire template's abilities. With no magical chains and no connection to the vampire host derivative, he was hard to capture again as a thin mist. Though Swashbuckler's vampiric strength was weak, his escape capability was more than sufficient, matching the shady creeping attributes of his vampire template abilities. The thin mist darted around the bunker, hiding and dodging, weaving back and forth. If the Duke had a beating heart, his blood pressure would likely be through the roof. Boom! At that moment, space within the bunker rippled, then gradually distorted and cracked. Finally, a flame portal appeared out of thin air. A black-haired, golden-eyed dragon vein sorcerer emerged from the portal. This time, he had no need to conceal his identity. Red scales appeared on his cheeks, bone dragon horns on his head, and his golden pupils radiated authority. With his arrival, the entire underground air seemed to turn hot and restless. "It seems I am a bit late." Cassius immediately noticed the blood mist enshrouded vampire Duke in the distance. "Based on your strength, you can observe the following information. Bloody Duke Brad Rackman, basic ability, unknown, challenge level 15, 13,000 experience points assessment Brad Rackman. He was not always named this, possibly Triel or Nax. This secret long ago faded into darkness. 200 years ago, he returned from the battlefield, witnessing his wife's death, thus realizing the fragility of mortal life. He began pursuing immortality. 200 years later, the awakened vampire from endless nights craved the life he had lost, filling his hunger with the blood of the living. Challenge level 15 in this form. I probably cannot beat him. Cassius furrowed his brow. In his human form, he was roughly equivalent to a level 11 Dragon Vein sorcerer, a significant gap from the old vampire strength. Time to revert to my true form. Chapter 142. Chapter 73. Ascension Ritual. Part 7. Roar. Tiny fragments of magical aura flickered on the Dragon Vein sorcerer, and his body expanded rapidly. White smoke instantly spread all around him, the scent of sulfur and niter overpowering the heavy stench of blood, making it feel like being at a volcano's crater. As the smoke dispersed, an 18-meter-long red dragon abruptly appeared in the underground world. Duke Brad stopped chasing the swashbuckler and looked at the red dragon, his scarlet eyes filled with rage. It was you after all, damn reptile. Why do you keep getting in my way again and again? For the first time, the vampire duke set aside his pride and became serious. After all, the enemy before him was a genuine giant dragon. In the prime material plane, no one dared to take a giant dragon lightly, let alone one that was known as Tiamat's favorite, the leader of the 5-colored evil dragons. Cassius remained silent and simply spat out a breath of flame. Boom! Scorching flames surged toward the vampire. Duke Brad twisted and turned like an agile bat in the air, dodging the attack. Under his control, Alger rushed toward the red dragon, his eyes lifeless as he roared and swung his ever-burning greatsword at his master. At that moment, domination of humans, Cassius immediately recognized the spell. Roar. The red dragon let out a low growl, and an invisible aura of majesty emanated from his enormous body, causing even Alger's body and soul to tremble from the suppression of bloodline. Leader's aura. In an instant, clarity returned to Alger's eyes. Cassius paid no attention to the still somewhat disoriented Alger. Instead, he flapped his wings and charged forward with an unstoppable momentum, letting out a heart-stopping dragon's roar. Damn reptile! Watching the approaching red dragon, Duke Brad gritted his teeth, uncontrollable fury burning in his scarlet eyes. I will make you understand what death is. For centuries, no one had obstructed him like this. He had prepared for this ascension for 2 centuries. Duke Brad raised his arms with all his might. Darkness seemed to wail, and countless necrotic shadow tendrils rose from the ground. The sky filled with a scarlet mist, and thousands of bats gathered like roiling black clouds, charging forward one after another, followed by a surging sea of blood. The vampire's accumulated strength of a century exploded, turning everything in sight into a blood sea in hell. At this moment, he was the monarch here. However, the red dragon's scales suddenly turned into dazzling gold and red. Energy shards floated around his dragon body like thousands of tiny satellites. Lightning flickered and crackled around his dragon form. As the red dragon charged into the tide of blood mist, shadows and bats, blinding light erupted and dispersed the incoming darkness. Clusters of bats fell from the sky, charred by the leaping lightning. Shadows were effortlessly dispelled by the energy shards, and the blood mist evaporated before it even got close. I have never deliberately obstructed you. It is just, you are in my way. Old Bat the red dragon spat out a sea of flames, burning everything in his path toward the vampire. Even a giant dragon will meet its end, but I am the eternal monarch. Duke Brad's pale face twisted even more horribly. Absorbing the power of original sin had also skewed his character. You should worship me. The overwhelming sea of blood surged like a gigantic crimson curtain, blocking the approaching flames. The blood sea's wave rolled, rushing toward the red dragon. Only tricks to scare mortals. What gives you the confidence to use such inferior methods to attack a giant dragon? Cassius charged into the blood sea without hesitation. He slightly opened his jaws, powerful vessels transporting flame energy from his entire body to his lungs. The scorching fire elements accumulated in his lungs and throat, his chest glowing like magma, with the gaps in his scales reflecting the faint light of fire. The smell of sulfur and niter grew even stronger. His enormous dragon body was like a volcano about to erupt. Extremely effective flame breath boom, a blinding white-hot pillar of fire spewed from the red dragon's mouth, instantly piercing through the blood sea in front of him. With a sizzling sound, the flames vaporized the thick blood before it even got close. In an instant, the fierce fire burned everything, and the air was filled with a dispersing blood mist. Cassius slightly tilted his head, directing the pillar of fire toward the vampire. For the first time, a hint of panic flickered in Duke Brad's scarlet eyes. Such terrifying flames, if taken head-on, could cause great harm to a vampire, even one possessing an undying essence. It would not be easy to recover. But Duke Brad still grinned ferociously, shouting madly useless, "Reptile, I am everywhere. I am the undying existence." Suddenly, the vampire turned into a cloud of blood mist, merging himself into the rolling blood sea, making it impossible for Cassius to target his true form. "Annoying creature, since you are so good at running, do not blame me for killing your entire family," Cassius thought to himself. He did not hesitate to turn his head and began attacking the naked vampire variants bound helplessly to stone pillars. In an instant, they were engulfed by white-hot flames. When the fire died down, nothing remained but molten rock, steaming and oozing red magma. Even the iron chains had melted into glowing molten metal, flowing slowly. Once again, it was proven that the so-called undying nature of vampire variants had limits. The Duke's second son, Atli Rackman, symbol of wrath, was gone. A powerful berserker meant to provide strength for Duke Brad's ascension, now reduced to ashes in the flames. He did not even have time to scream or struggle. From above, Duke Brad reformed into human shape mid-air and wailed with sorrow, nearly losing his sanity. After years of self-hypnosis, he had come to genuinely love these children. That love meant only by fully absorbing them could they be fulfilled and leave no regrets. Atli's death meant the failure of his ascension. Seeing the red dragon turn its head again, flames about to engulf his most beloved daughter, the symbol of arrogance, Alexia, Duke Brad could take no more. His scarlet eyes filled with fury, and he unleashed endless blood mist to strike at the red dragon from above. He screamed out his rage, vowing to kill the reptile. Chapter 143, Chapter 71, Ascension Ritual, Part 8. But Duke Brad's attack did nothing. The raging flames swallowed the vampire variant on the stone pillar. Alexia, the eldest, the noblest, and most powerful of them, was gone. She had been the perfect embodiment of arrogance. Duke Brad had dreamed of absorbing her, intoxicated by what her power could bring. But she was no more. Let it end, all of this. The air twisted from the heat, and smoke filled the surroundings. Cassius, still not satisfied, closed his mouth and looked toward the descending vampire who seemed to have gone mad. Duke Brad cried out to Alexia, calling her his only treasure, then roared, commanding death. His voice sharpened, transforming into a piercing wail. His body expanded rapidly, reaching 5 meters in height. His pupils turned black-red. His pale skin darkened to a near-gray hue. Claws replaced fingers, and a massive bat wing unfurled behind him. He had become an undying monster, the incomplete form of an ascending vampire. In that moment, all traces of nobility vanished. He looked like a beast, naked, his chest showing an eerie black tattoo. The vampire became a blur, shadowy tendrils sprouting from his form, and a dark green mist of necrosis spreading outward. Wither spell. The necromantic energy would drain water and life from anything living, turning them into blood food. Cassius activated Act before the enemy. His eyes shimmered with a purple magical aurora, watching and predicting the vampire's ghost-like flight path. "I see you." As the mist-shrouded shadow neared, a spell nullification barrier formed around Cassius, fractal light particles calming the chaotic magic web and dispersing the wither spell. The vampire's true form was now exposed. The red dragon reached out a massive claw, grabbing the airborne vampire and slamming him to the ground like a fly. The vampire struggled, tried to break free, but under the red dragon's strength, all resistance was meaningless. The ground shattered, the vampire crushed into it, flattened nearly into pulp. He let out a heart-wrenching howl, trying to escape as blood mist, but the spell nullification barrier kept the magic web solid, blocking all spellcasting. Pinned beneath the red dragon's claw, bones broken and protruding, skin torn, the vampire still regenerated at an astonishing speed. The blood in the surroundings surged toward him. So long as the lives he had absorbed over 2 centuries remained, he could rise again and again. No one could truly kill him. New flesh and bone regrew endlessly, only to be crushed once more. Even with his body mangled, he laughed wildly. He claimed immortality, taunted that the game could continue forever until the dragon died. Cassius looked down at him. a pathetic wretch clinging to life. A cruel, violent smile curled on his lips without him even noticing, a look befitting the wrath of a red dragon. Then I'll show you what true eternal death means. His forelimb tensed, muscles bulged, veins popped, and steam hissed from his skin. Pure, physical might, true power of the red dragon. With a deafening thud, the ground cracked and collapsed violently beneath them. The vampire tried to speak, but his words were cut off as he was crushed again. Blood and brain matter splattered. Bones shattered. A pit formed on the blood-stained ground. He lost consciousness. Even for him, such wounds took time to recover from. Cassius deactivated the spell nullification barrier. His chest glowed like molten rock, and his throat lit up with blinding white light. Extremely effective flame breath. A column of fire engulfed the vampire. Cassius did not stop. The intense white flames kept burning, melting the ground beneath. The rocks turned to sluggish magma, blazing red like molten steel, and wrapped around the vampire's body. The vampire briefly regained awareness, realized the spell barrier was down, and tried to turn into blood mist. But doing so inside the magma only worsened his agony and extended his regeneration time. The high heat seared his skin instantly, then melted his flesh. And still, new flesh regrew, only to be burned again. Such resilient immortality. Even Cassius had to acknowledge the horrifying regeneration brought by the gluttony sin. The destruction and healing created layers of charred crust around the vampire's body. He twisted and struggled in the pit of magma. A strained voice echoed from below. The pain. So much pain. He cursed the dragon, vowed to sacrifice everything for revenge. Cassius felt a strong mana fluctuation from the pit and immediately grew alert. Did he still have a final move? The red dragon reached into the magma and yanked the vampire out effortlessly. The vampire's body was in a grotesque state. His face burned beyond recognition, covered in charred flesh, magma dripping from every limb. But the tattoo on his chest pulsed, devouring light. Brad Rackman glared at the red dragon with a twisted smile. He declared that he was about to die, but promised the dragon would die too. And not just him, all of them would die. His eyes went wide. His mouth opened. Every part of him, eyes, nose, mouth, even the cracks in his burned skin, shone with a dark light. Then his body exploded into a thick cloud of evil black fog. This time, he did not reform. The fog ascended, surging toward a destination beyond. You have killed Bloody Duke Brad Rackman, gaining 13,000 experience. This vampire, who had ruled the Rackman Duchy in the frozen north for 200 years, was finally dead. Cassius received a huge reward, but no joy stirred in his heart. Only unease. Such a fluctuation. Damn it, what did he do? The red dragon's golden eyes glowed in the dark. He beat his wings and took off in pursuit of the ascending fog.